For many perfectly normal people with perfectly respectable opinions, the question, what is the best classic Sonic game, automatically equals what is the best Sonic game. Which is what I think makes my perspective a little bit different. Because I, believe it or not, am more of a modern Sonic fan. I'm gonna have to ask you to put the pitchfork away for a second. I personally prefer Sonic in 3D because I think for a character that's always moving forward, it only makes sense for us to move forward with him as opposed to sideways. Obviously, execution is everything, but I believe that when done right, 3D Sonic can be even better than 2D Sonic. Now, obviously, I don't disregard everything that's brilliant about classic Sonic. I understand that his games have more of a consistent quality to them. I understand the nuance that makes people love those games. And there are things about classic Sonic that I do prefer to modern Sonic. But first and foremost, I am a modern 3D Sonic fan. Most of my favorite Sonic games are the 3D ones, so I'm kind of hoping that that's going to separate my perspective on classic Sonic games from anybody else's. You are truly some sort of hack. Oh boy, get a load of Mr. Naysayer over here. Look, I know your game. You're just copying Mr. Game Apologist. He's doing great. He's just released the best Sonic video ever with the entire community involved. And he's overtaken you in subs. And now you're trying to live up to that. Kind of a dick move you copying him after how nice he's been to you. Toot toot, Sonic fucker. Well, I guess it seems only right for Mr. Game Apologist from the famed YouTube channel Game Apologist to make a cameo. How'd you like to make a cameo, buddy?
Okay.
Enough out of you, subscribe to Game Apologist. So in this video, we'll be looking at 6 Sonic games, and these are all major releases. I'm not factoring in handhelds or Master System games, because it's definitely not going to be any of them. Sonic wore his quality on his sleeve. There are no hidden gems here. I'm also not counting any crossovers with modern Sonic as classic Sonic games, because Sonic Generations and Sonic Forces, they're both modern Sonic games at most. So the games will be Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic CD, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and Sonic Mania. And no, I will not be counting Sonic 3 and Knuckles or accounting for any of Sonic and Knuckles' lock-on compatibility. Why? Because this video wouldn't be worth making. I would have pretty much the same answer anybody else would have as to what the best classic Sonic game is. Yes, Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles were intended to be one game but couldn't be one game due to technical difficulties, but they are 2 releases. You're buying 2 cartridges in 2 different boxes. And also, I will not be adding on Sonic Mania Plus either. These are base games only. We're going old school with this. So to make this video really crackle that little bit extra, I went back and played all of these Sonic games again. I didn't 100% them because I gotta have time to watch Tiger King on Netflix because that thing is awesome. I think it might be even better than the original Lion King.
Sonic the Hedgehog 1.
It's easy to look at Sonic the Hedgehog 1 through rosy-tinted glasses, so I'm quickly gonna get the basic points you've heard over and over again out of the way really quick. Sonic the Hedgehog's ingenuity comes from being able to combine pinball-like physics with platforming levels to create a truly revolutionary experience like never before. The visual and audio capabilities of the Sega Mega Drive / Genesis are really pushed to their absolute best. Everything about this character is memorable and lovable and he has a lot of personality. Without 1991's hit Sonic the Hedgehog game, you wouldn't have a Sonic the Hedgehog to love today. But beyond all that is a game that drops the fucking ball, or should I say spinball, at level 2. Now don't get me wrong, this game is still fantastic and fun even today. Even with this in mind, but that core appeal of going fast and playing with a pinball-like character in platforming levels kinda goes out the window the second you get past Green Hill Zone. Oh boy, I sure can't wait to go fast here. Oh fuck. Look at freaking Marble Zone. Barely a slope in sight that doesn't lead to a death trap. Oh, you like going fast, huh? Well, why not jump on this block here and just wait for a little bit? Yeah, since you enjoyed those moving blocks so much, we bought them back for Spring Yard Zone. But at least there's no lava here. And you know what? We'll do you one better for the next level, Labyrinth Zone. Because we've got water, and lots of water. Seems like Sonic can hold his breath for a really long— oh fuck, oh shit, oh god. This place has no business calling itself Labyrinth Zone. There's no David Bowie or anything. So then we mosey on down to Starlight Zone with its oddly romantic sounding music. And hey, Sonic actually gets to fulfill his USP. Lots of slopes and loop-de-loops. And then it's time for the very final level,
The Scrap Brain Zone.
There's a little theme here. These levels get progressively more industrial. I appreciate that Act 2 has these little wheels, though, that Sonic can really make use of his spin dash on. What I don't appreciate is when I get to the end of Act 2,
Dr. Robotnik sends me back to fucking Labyrinth Zone!
And with that out of the way, you get your final zone, where you have your final confrontation with Dr. Robotnik after rising up from the depths of the labyrinth. And the day is won, and the game punishes you for not getting all the Chaos Emeralds by having Dr. Robotnik rub it in your nose and tell you to try again. But that's okay. We're not gonna do that. Because no. One quality that I rarely hear people talk about with this game is how kind of sadistic it is. This game knows how to motivate its players. Be it from the checkerboard patterns on the soil of the Green Hill Zone, which kind of suggest go, it's like racing checkerboards, to psychologically manipulating you into a level of anger-induced obsession. From the complete twat of a spring placed after this loop-de-loop here, from the progression of these levels from a nice sort of Art Deco-infused natural landscape, through to a mechanic industrial hellhole, through to Dr. Twat Botnik, dropping you down to your least favorite level. Again. Bastard. Through to having the absolute audacity to tell you to try again after all that effort. Sega knew how to make us love Sonic and hate Dr. Robotnik, and that was the most important make or break factor of Sonic the Hedgehog 1, past its sensational gameplay. Alright, let's see what Sonic the Hedgehog 1's competing with then.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
The first thing that's noticeable about Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is the addition of Tails, because he's right there looking at you from the title screen, suggesting that this guy is going to be pretty important. And well, his importance depends on how you play. There is a way you can really get the most out of Tails, and that's by picking up a second controller, and say, for a boss fight for example, find Sonic a nice cozy space to hide in and have Tails do all the work, because Tails is invincible. Well, only when you're using him as a secondary character to Sonic. There's no way of making Tails dominant over Sonic, but you can play the adventure by himself if you like. Now, if you don't use that second controller trick, because to be honest, who the flicky is patient enough to do that, it really won't make much difference to your experience as to whether or not you play with just Sonic or Sonic and Tails together. I like to play as them both together because it's hilarious when Tails just gets hit by shit that he can't avoid because Sonic's running so fast. So while Sonic the Hedgehog 1 had 7 zones, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 has 12. So I'm going to be much more brief with their descriptions. But what I will say is that these levels are much less confined than the ones in Sonic the Hedgehog 1. They're a lot more stretchy, there's a lot more chances for Sonic to really utilize his speed in the levels, and the platforming has a lot less waiting around. This game stays consistently enjoyable from start to finish. Well, almost. We'll get to that. But it's much better paced with just 2 acts per zone instead of 3, and you go from Emerald Hill Zone, which is like a better designed Green Hill Zone, I guess, just the music's not as good, and the overall aesthetic, I prefer Green Hill, which has you running fast, but there's no getting smacked by a marble zone this time, as Chemical Plant Zone is also very thrilling. It uses water as well, but not much. It's a little tease of what's to come. There is some waiting around in Chemical Plant as you get to a stretch of blocks that kind of have to move and line up, and that one stretch that takes the most time in the level is also underwater, so it's just this game's way of showing, no, we're not fucking around, we're still sadistic as fuck. You then have Aquatic Ruin Zone, which is really nice and pretty, and it proves that a water level can be fun and still fast-paced, and you can pretty much avoid the water altogether if you play it well enough. You follow that up with a chance to really take advantage of Sonic's pinball-like physics in Casino Night Zone, as well as his gambling addiction. And then there's off to, Hilltop Zone. I find something about this level just so boredom-inducing. I don't know if it's because I just don't like lava after Marble Zone. It's got this kind of Canadian forest look, which I don't mind, but it's just, why the lava, man? Like, come on. The music is great, though. You follow that with Mystic Cave Zone, a level that looks and sounds a lot more intimidating than it actually is. It's actually a really cool level, with the exception of one obstacle that you really can't bounce back from, and that is the dreaded pit. Sonic 2 once again showing its teeth. Zone 7 is where I'd put my hidden palace.
If I had one!
Then we get Oil Ocean Zone, which is kind of the closest thing we have to Scrap Brain in terms of an industrial-looking level, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it belongs to Dr. Robotnik. It feels like just one pit stop on the journey. Right. Now is where the game becomes a dick. And if you fall here, you got a long way to fall. Metropolis Zone, and no, Superman does not live here. Packed with really fucking fuck moments. Fuck you! Whew. Well, that's Act 2 done. And when that's done, well, you like waiting? You thought Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was not as sadistic as the first one, because it didn't make you wait around, but then after all that speeding and running and freedom, you now have to stand on top of a plane and just let Tails do his thing. But you just jump on the enemies and just make sure the path is clear for Tails, and that's his impact in the story. He has a plane. And where is Takes tailing you? Fuck! Dr. Robotnik's Wing Fortress, which is like a ship that takes you to the Death Egg. This is like the final on-foot Sonic level of the game, which isn't just a big boss fight. And it's in the sky, and there's a lot of ways you can fall. And a son of a bitch of a boss fight. But don't worry, once that's done, you can go to the Death Egg, where you fight the first Sonic-themed robot. Ah, how neat. I'm sure he won't be forgotten anytime soon. He seems difficult if you don't know how to play it, but if you know how to defeat him, he's pretty straightforward. Then you get the big boy, the big pooper, and there's a lot of trial and error involved. You want to hit him on his tummy, and you want to have just the right distance for your shot, and you don't want to hit his metal paw, especially since this level gives you no rings. I will say the boss battles in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 have been pretty much pushovers up until this point, but boy is this guy a mean bastard.
I sure do hope we don't run into him again.
An oddly romantic end cutscene of Tails catching Sonic from the inferno of the Death Egg later, and the game is won. And this time it at least has the decency not to tell me to try again, which is fair, because while the levels in general are a little bit easier than the first game, and a lot more enjoyable, with exceptions, like the first game, there's no save function, and you will probably die a few times and get game over a few times. This is remedied by getting continues a lot easier this time, but like after all that, if the game tells you to try again, it's just, how about you try again, Sonic 2, at getting fucked? So there isn't really so much a bad ending for this one. Whew, the Game Gear version, on the other hand, Tails is dead. But there's definitely more incentive to collect all 7 of the Chaos Emeralds this time. Yes, 7, and not 6 like last time. And to even those odds, you also get a lot more opportunities to collect these things. If you have 50 rings by the time you get to a checkpoint, you can jump through the checkpoint. So you'll get multiple opportunities to get these in one level. The special stages this time around are also pretty interesting as they use revolutionary 3D technology. It gets old fast, and I mean really, really old. Especially as this is where Tails can really screw you over. Not to mention Sonic's sadistic streak being in full swing here, as when you fail these levels, it looks like you're gonna get the emerald, but then you don't get the emerald. The reward is truly worthwhile this time though, as you unlock Super Sonic, who is super fast and super invincible. And if you beat the final boss with all those emeralds collected, he'll flex his super ability on you one last time before the game ends. Sonic also has a brand new and iconic move, the Spin Dash, which allows him to get a burst of speed very quickly. It really helps for those tricky hills, while still making the player maintain their own sense of momentum. I'm gonna straight up say I like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 quite a bit better than Sonic the Hedgehog 1. It manages to provide the same amount of challenge as before, just more of it and more evenly paced. So currently, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is the top dog so far.
Sonic CD.
Sonic CD is just a really weird game. From the get-go, you can tell that there's just something a bit different about this one. It's still produced and published by Sega, but it's a different development team this time. It's not the typical Sonic team. And it kind of comes across because this game just has kind of a different vibe to it. I think at the time it was intended to serve as an alternative to Sonic the Hedgehog 1, with sort of more advanced spec, if you will. Since then, it's been embraced as kind of a sequel. But nobody really knows where it would take place in the grand scheme of things. I'd probably say after Sonic 1 because Sonic's sprite matches, and the Spin Dash is there, but it operates very differently this time. It's a lot more sort of sluggish. Sonic also has a new move, which is the Super Peel Out, where his legs make a little figure 8, but it's honestly pretty redundant, as it's basically just the Spin Dash minus the protection of rolling up into your ball form. Okay, so we're back to the 7 zones with 3-act structure. And while I prefer the way Sonic 2 did it, with just 2 acts per stage, the 3rd act for these ones tends to serve as more just a boss arena. So I'd say it's handled a bit better than Sonic the Hedgehog 1. The story is that Dr. Robotnik wants to conquer all of time and space on the Little Planet by leaving his robot generators scattered throughout the timeline. So with every stage, there's a new objective if you want the good ending. Go to the past and destroy the robot generators. To do this, you must find a post that will take you to the past and then reach your top speed, and maintain that top speed until you go to the past. As well as that, you have to unlock time stones, which serve a similar purpose to the emeralds, except you don't go supersonic at all in this game. And it all amounts to an ever so slightly different cutscene at the end. I still haven't worked out the difference. What I will say though is that Sonic CD's animated cutscenes by Toei look absolutely fantastic. This game's presentation definitely has its own identity, with the levels taking on a more psychedelic look while echoing looks from the original Sonic the Hedgehog. The colors are a lot more vibrant and the backgrounds are a lot more active this time. But I can't help but feel it's just a little bit too much this time around. It's a little sickly looking. The music is also quite a far cry from previous Sonic games, being as this is no longer 16-bit chiptunes, but much clearer sounding and more well-synthesized music altogether. What's crazy bizarre is that there's two different soundtracks, the Japan and Europe soundtrack and the USA soundtrack. I don't know which of the two soundtracks I like better. They both take on a very different sort of identity. It's quite clear that the USA has a very different attitude towards Dr. Robotnik though than the Japanese version did. Now, I'm gonna be real, I'm not massively into the time travel stuff in this game, and the special stages are super difficult, and with the game not really giving you much reason to collect all the time stones, it's just... I personally choose to play it more as a traditional Sonic game, just get from A to B and to hell with the bad future. So basically, if you don't destroy the robot generators, you get a bad future where the third act is all dystopian looking, and I kinda dig that. So playing this is just a straightforward Sonic game. It's fine, it's okay. It certainly doesn't do it as well as the other two for me. The level design allows for a certain degree of momentum, but it's also a little bit claustrophobic as well, and I mean, God forbid you're trying to get the good futures because there's stuff always standing in your way of reaching your top speed. But it's a lot more twirly, twizzly, backwardsy, forwardsy. There's a lot of movement in it this time, but it definitely doesn't feel as fun to play or like you've got as much control over your levels as you did with Sonic the Hedgehog 1, for example. In terms of that level selection, you got Palm Tree Panic, which is basically an echo of Green Hill Zone, Collision Chaos, which is like an echo of Spring Yard Zone from Sonic 1, you've got Tidal Tempest, which is very similar to Labyrinth, but a lot more enjoyable, to be fair. Quartz Quadrant is, it's like Marble Zone, but again, much more enjoyable, very forgettable though. Wacky Workbench can just go fuck itself. Stardust Speedway is very similar to Starlight Zone, and then Metallic Madness is a bit like Scrap Brain Zone, just without Dr. Robotnik sending you down to Labyrinth Zone again. And it's generally a bit more indoorsy and it feels a bit cleaner. In terms of boss fights this time around, Robotnik's a bit of a pushover. They're well designed and quite creative up to a point, but Robotnik goes down pretty easy, especially with a heck of an underwhelming final boss fight. A boss fight so underwhelming it doesn't even get a distinctive theme music in the USA version. The Japanese music has almost kind of operatic music accompanying it, which is really overcompensating considering you're just fighting a giant propeller. But as far as villains go, while Dr. Robotnik is the main villain, he's not the scene stealer this time. Because for the first time ever, and we definitely mean the first time ever, this has never been seen before and it's a very novel concept, Sonic has a robotic counterpart. Yep, definitely never done that before. The ferocious Metal Sonic, who kidnaps Amy. All leading up to a showdown in the Stardust Speedway where you just kind of race him, you don't really fight him. I think Metal Sonic caught on a lot more because his design is more of an anti-Sonic kind of a look. Everything that makes Sonic Sonic has kind of the opposite with Metal Sonic, and I think that's what makes this work. Everything warm and lovable about ordinary Sonic is cold and intimidating about Metal. It's a good job, team. You created a cult classic villain in this one. I don't know, guys. Something about Sonic CD just feels a little bit sterile for me. There's a lot of stuff that it has over Sonic the Hedgehog 1, but I don't know, I'm just not feeling it this time. Comparatively speaking, this is still a fantastic game, but I'd probably say of the three we've looked at so far, this is my least favorite. There's a lot to really love about Sonic CD that makes it distinctive from the other two, but for me, it just doesn't quite capture that Sonic feeling in the same way that the other two games do.
Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
While Sonic CD felt more like a detour, Sonic 3 feels more like a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2, because that's exactly what it is. We're back on the Mega Drive system for this one, no Sega CD, no add-ons, and there's a few very noticeable changes from the get-go. A. Sonic the Hedgehog's theme music is completely different this time around, and I really like it. It's got that same sort of spirit to it. Is it as iconic? No, but I still really like it. Sonic himself now appears to be utilizing 3D graphics in that title screen. The title screen begins with him literally leaping out of the screen. Sonic 3 really wants to make its presence known, and as you fire up that single player mode, Sonic 3 bestows you with a welcome gift you really needed in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. For the very first time, a save function is included on the game cartridge. Sonic CD also had a save function due to being on the Sega CD as opposed to just the Mega Drive. With Sonic the Hedgehog 3 though, for it to be on the cartridge is a pretty novel thing. And unlike the previous three games, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 thrusts you into the adventure using an opening cutscene using the game's sprites. You know from the get-go what the context of this is all gonna be. Sonic begins the game at his peak power. He's got all the Chaos Emeralds, he's Super Sonic, continuing where Sonic 2 left off. But all of that power is taken away by Knuckles, an enemy powerful enough to slap him out of his super form. So Sonic begins chasing his new enemy Knuckles through unfamiliar territory, Angel Island. And immediately this game gives you much more of an incentive to explore. Sonic 1 and 2 were all about finding the fastest route to the end of the level. Sonic CD incentivized exploration using its future and past dynamic, where Sonic 3 has an abundance of unique power-ups to find, as well as special stage rings in hidden areas. The game can be played as an A to B thing as well like previous Sonic games,
games, and it's still absolutely fantastic as the levels go further and higher than ever before, while having a perfect blend of platforming that's suitable for Sonic's momentum-based gameplay. There's also a lot more overall elements to these levels than ever before. Every zone offers something new for Sonic to play with, be it rocks you can smash through with your spin dash, more underwater sections than ever before, and it all just contributes to making the experience feel that much more real. And with these additional elements come the elemental shields, which replace the normal shield from Sonic 1 and 2. There's the electric shield, which allows Sonic a little extra bounce, and there's a fire shield which makes Sonic impervious to heat and allows him to do a little air dash. Both of these shields will die out if put in water though, and for that you have the bubble shield, which protects Sonic from drowning and allows him to do a little bounce. There is also the insta shield, which can be accessed at any time by double tapping the jump button. This gives Sonic a brief shield for about a millisecond, which can be useful when fighting against the more finicky badniks, or if you want to deal that little bit of extra damage on a boss fight. It takes good timing to get this right though, so it's not like it eliminates all the challenge. With an abundance of different elements throughout these stages and a bunch of different elemental shields to go with that, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 adds a whole new layer to the Sonic experience. Every aspect of Sonic has been made more interesting, more interactive, and more rewarding across the board. Even the goalposts that you run past to get to the end of the level now falls from the sky, allowing you to bounce it around for a bit for extra power-ups. Even something as arbitrary as changing acts. The screen no longer fades out and fades back in, you just continue right where you left off, making every stage feel like one giant zone. There's even little cutscenes explaining how Sonic gets from zone to zone, making this experience infinitely more immersive than any Sonic experience before it. But while all this is going on and Knuckles is on the run with the Chaos Emeralds, there's a certain someone who wants to remind you of their existence. And boy does he. Dr. Robotnik is back. In the middle of Act 1, he sends out a bunch of drones to bomb Angel Island, and from there on out, the level becomes an inferno. You fight against a mini-boss against these drones in the end of Act 1. Yes, Act 1 now ends with a mini-boss against one of Dr. Robotnik's drone robots, where you actually get to fight Dr. Robotnik at the end of Act 2. And he makes his presence known by having his airship drop bombs on you, and then rushing through the background of the stage while sirens blare. Holy crap, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 takes literally everything that worked about Sonic and dials it up to 100. But there is one slight downside to Sonic the Hedgehog 3. While everything is bigger, there is one thing that got smaller, and that is the level count. That save feature definitely would have been better off in Sonic 2 than it is here, as Sonic the Hedgehog 3 totals in at only 6 zones, which is half the number of zones that Sonic the Hedgehog 2 had. We've got Angel Island Zone, the luscious Angel Island, which turns into a flaming inferno by Act 2, which feels a lot like a jungle gym. Then we have Hydro City Zone, which is probably my favorite level in the game. It's a water level, but unlike, say, Labyrinth Zone, it's full of water slides that you can really maximize your momentum with. You follow that up with easily my least favorite level in the game, Marble Garden Zone. There's a lot of gimmicks to this one, a lot of different player mechanics, flying spinning tops, different switches that you have to spin dash at, zip lines, but it's difficult to navigate, and there's a race against the clock in Act 2 where the walls are closing in on you. And honestly, it's just kind of like some of the trap placements in this level are just a massive pain in the ass, but it makes up for it with a lot of slopes and a boss battle against Dr. Robotnik, which is incredibly stressful as it's in the sky and you rely on Tails to hold you the whole time. You follow that up with Carnival Night Zone, which really breaks the sort of flow of these organic sort of environments of the Angel Island Zone. It makes for a fun and enjoyable detour. You follow that up with Ice Cap Zone, which is a lot of fun. Lots of slides and snowboarding. And then we come to the finale, Launch Base Zone, where Dr. Robotnik will stop at nothing to raise the Death Egg once more. Everything stands in your way here. You've got Dr. Robotnik shifting cargo around, delivering you the first mini-boss, Knuckles bombing your ass up, Dr. Robotnik using 3 different mechs to try and crush you. Heck, you yourself even get to take a ride in the Eggmobile, while watching the ground around you rumble and shake as the Death Egg takes off once more. The final boss this time around is definitely a lot smaller scale than in the previous games. Well, with the exception of Sonic CD's propeller guy. Robotnik's not sporting a giant mech or crushing chambers or anything, just a kitted out Eggmobile referred to as Big Arm. It's got spikes on the top of it, 2 giant arms, and a multitudes of methods of attacking you. And this is where the Insta-Shield really comes in in handy, or Super Sonic if you've unlocked it already. Unlike the previous games, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 gives you the grace of giving you some rings before the final boss. The final boss is fairly ceremonious, in that it takes place on the lower chamber of the Death Egg, and the sky goes all black, and he really sort of jump scares you at first. The music is great, but once it's done, Sonic just kind of jumps at the screen, and that's it. That's the end of the game. The Death Egg goes down, Sonic wins. It definitely doesn't end as ceremoniously or anywhere near as romantically for that matter as Sonic the Hedgehog 2 did, but overall, aside from that, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is just bigger on every count. It's so saturated, and they just really made a point of saying Sonic is back with this one. Once again, the playable characters is exactly the same as in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. You've got an option of Sonic or Tails, or Sonic and Tails together, and you can take control of Tails while taking control of Sonic using another controller. But Tails actually adds a lot more to the game this time around, as Tails has the ability to fly for a limited amount of time, allowing him to explore areas that Sonic can't. So overall, while Sonic the Hedgehog 3 suffers from a weaker ending than the other games, and a much smaller level count, what Sonic 3 delivers is across-the-board phenomenal, and manages to take everything that was ever awesome about Sonic and make it that much greater. Even the music is funkier than ever before, especially that mini-boss theme. I freaking love that mini-boss theme. The special stages are also the best that they have ever been, with Sonic and Tails traversing spherical worlds to collect blue spheres and avoid the red ones. As the time goes on, the music gets faster, the gameplay gets faster and harder to control, and it's all very precise. As well as that, if you want to ground up some extra points, you can also enter the sparkles that surround a past checkpoint, which take you to a bonus stage where you can get additional power-ups, which is like a machine that dispenses shields and different power-ups for you, and it's a lot of fun. Like the previous two games though, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has a level select cheat code. The difference here though is that it's almost impossible to enter it. You get like a millisecond to do this, and you just have to press up, up, down, down, up, 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 up. If you do manage to do this, you get the level select, but it will reveal a bunch of levels that are not in the game. So it's pretty clear that they don't want you to see this. But to be fair, you don't really need a level select in a game that has a save file. So out of the bunch that I've looked at, so far Sonic 3 is the favorite. Absolutely no contest.
Sonic and Knuckles.
Sonic and Knuckles pretty much continues straight where Sonic the Hedgehog 3 left off. It retains most of the upgrades of Sonic the Hedgehog 3, but a few things have been omitted. One, there's no save file, which is a big downgrade, especially given that this game is actually a bit longer than Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and quite a bit more difficult too. Tails is also not playable this time, making only an appearance at the very end of the game. There are still cutscenes in this game, but there's no opening cutscene. You're thrust straight into Mushroom Hill. One additional feature though is that Knuckles is playable now. He has the ability to climb and glide. He definitely can't jump as high as Sonic, but he can smash walls with his fists, so there's no need to spin dash at smashable walls now. Knuckles' skill set allows you to cover different ground in this game, and his story takes a slightly different direction, but I'll get to that in a bit. So Sonic and Knuckles are at each other's throats still. The Death Egg is in the sky and rising, so the objective: crush Dr. Robotnik, get Knuckles out of the way. The adventure begins at the Mushroom Hill Zone, a very foresty type level with lots of mushrooms to bounce on, which is a lot of fun. You then move over to Flying Battery Zone, which takes a number of different staples of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise and turns them into weapons. This level is legitimately like Sonic weaponized. You follow that up with Sandopolis Zone, and oof, if you thought Labyrinth Zone was, well, a labyrinth, this is a whole lot worse. You start off in a desert so well designed that you actually feel kind of hot while watching it play, and then Act 2 takes place indoors. And the lights keep switching off, and you have to switch them back on, and there are ghosts. This is a very high maintenance level for one that's so difficult to navigate, but it's also very well designed as well. You follow that up with Lava Reef, where Dr. Robotnik is stopping at nothing to defeat you, testing out new weaponry. And then you finally get to go one-to-one with Knuckles in the Hidden Palace Zone. You finally get to take your frustrations out on that little prick. One thing Sonic and Knuckles does very well, as pointed out by Game Apologist in his video on Sonic 3 and Knuckles, is foreshadowing. Lava Reef has Dr. Robotnik testing out a giant hand to defeat you, which may just come in handy later. In the back of Hidden Palace, there's a mosaic on the wall displaying a flaming flying hero going up against a Goliath-like figure, and you'll see how that comes into play later. But when Dr. Robotnik attacks, Sonic and Knuckles realize they've got the same goal in mind: crush Dr. Robotnik. Which brings us to the next level where Knuckles helps you navigate through the Sky Sanctuary, a beautiful nature preserve being attacked by Dr. Robotnik and his egg pawns. This level is one single act, and Dr. Robotnik sends down a robotic mercenary to take care of you, using different vehicles that Dr. Robotnik has used in previous games. The mercenary is Mecha Sonic. Oh wow, awesome, I'm sure he'll go on to be just as popular as the other guy. Now there is an Act 2, but you don't get to play it as Sonic. That instead serves as Knuckles' final leg of the journey, where he takes on Super Mecha Sonic. Sonic, on the other hand, makes it to the Death Egg, which is no longer just a stage for the final boss like it was in Sonic 2. This is now a fully fledged level with all sorts of traps and contraptions, and all different robots that want you dead. And you don't just fight a drone at the end of Act 1 either. You fight a drone at the end of Act 1 and 2. Before taking on the final boss, which is Dr. Robotnik in the Kyodai Eggman Robo, which is by far the biggest robot Dr. Robotnik has ever created. A robot so massive you can only really fight his fingers, which are the same fingers that attacked you in the lava reef. He can also shoot flames out of his nose and lasers using the Master Emerald, which is all locked up in his head behind a magnifying glass, in order to concentrate its power into a beam. As you deconstruct this giant mech, by the end of it, it's just you and Dr. Robotnik. Dr. Robotnik on the run with the Master Emerald, and you after him. And if you don't have all of the emeralds, this is where the game ends for you. Sonic and Knuckles are now united, Dr. Robotnik is defeated once again, and Tails saves your ass while dolphins follow you. But if you do have all of the emeralds, not only do you unlock Super Sonic, you unlock a secret ending. A secret final level. Because after you've fought the final boss, you go on to the ominous Doomsday Zone, where you don't even have a ground to run on. You gotta fight your way through a bunch of asteroids to get to Dr. Robotnik, get him to aim his own missiles at himself, and then once that's done, you gotta fight Dr. Robotnik in a different mech, but now it's just a matter of smacking him as much as you can with your face. The difference? You get the Master Emerald this time, and it's restored to Angel Island, allowing it to float in the sky once again. And of course, Super Sonic flexes his pose once more. So Sonic and Knuckles is definitely a bit more event status than Sonic 3 was. While Sonic 3 really hit the ground running, its ending was definitely a little bit flat. Sonic and Knuckles definitely doesn't start as strong as Sonic 3 does, nor does it incorporate anywhere near as many elements into its levels as Sonic 3 did, not a water level in sight this time around, but it ends on a significantly stronger and more ceremonious note than Sonic 3 did. It's clear that these two games served as a two-parter. They are all the same story. These two games go hand in hand, or I guess I should say cartridge in cartridge, because that's the way you play the full experience. But as I say, I'm talking about the individual releases in their basic forms. Expansions and lock-on technology will not be included in this. So while Sonic and Knuckles acts as kind of a finale to the entire story set up over the course of these games, Sonic and Knuckles on its own, I would say, is almost as strong as Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Sure, it goes out on a bang, but I just prefer Sonic the Hedgehog 3's level selection. And I really enjoyed how Sonic 3 really reintroduced everything. Sonic and Knuckles by itself does very little to reintroduce anything in this story, and things don't really pick up until midway through. I'll also say I think I prefer the soundtrack of Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It's not quite as funky this time, especially not the mini-boss theme. Also, no ability to save, like, that's a big step back. So while it is a very close second, I'd still say that Sonic and Knuckles is a close second to Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Sonic and Knuckles would be the final major classic Sonic game for 23 years, until the release of
Sonic Mania.
So, we come to the finale. Sonic Mania serves as a very loose continuation from Sonic & Knuckles, but it doesn't serve as a finale like Sonic & Knuckles did. Instead, a fun celebration of classic Sonic. Everything established and perfected in Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles is back this time around. Level transitions, cutscenes, elemental shields, it's all there. Bonus stages, Blue Sphere collection, that all makes a comeback. But it also brings in a few elements from Sonic CD as well, such as fully animated, illustrated cutscenes, better synthesized music as opposed to chiptunes, and the return of Metal Sonic, cementing Sonic CD's place in the Sonic timeline. For better or for worse, but definitely better. Sonic Mania begins almost identically to Sonic the Hedgehog 3, with Super Sonic flying towards Angel Island. But this time, rather than being thwarted by Knuckles, he is instead thwarted by the hard-boiled heavies, Dr. Robotnik's new squad of robo-mercenaries, who are mining for a new stone called the Phantom Ruby, which sends Sonic and Tails through to different locations from their past, with the adventure beginning at Green Hill Zone.
Now, like Sonic CD, Sonic Mania is not developed by the usual Sonic team, instead by a team of devoted fans, while it is still officially published by Sega. The Mania team definitely captured the essence of Sonic a lot better than Sonic CD did. Nothing feels weird or sterile this time around, and the level design is absolutely fantastic, falling much more in line with Sonic the Hedgehog 3. While the zones may have familiar themes, this game adds a new twist to every single one of them, maximizing their potential. Sonic also controls better than ever before. The whole experience feels much more smooth, while still maintaining that momentum-based gameplay. The animations are also more expressive and silky than ever before. The presentation of this game is easily the best of any of them yet. From the gorgeous sounding music through to the candy-colored sparkling graphics. Even Sonic has a more vibrant coat of paint. And like with the previous games, you can play as both Sonic and Tails, Sonic by himself, Tails, and Knuckles. And the three of them can cover new ground and unlock different areas, as all of their skills make a comeback too. And as a standalone package, Sonic Mania also totals in at the biggest number of zones, with 13 zones altogether. The level themes are almost entirely old favorites, which are full of Easter eggs and throwbacks to other games in the series, even some of the more obscure ones. And the boss fights within those zones may be boss fights you've seen before employing brand new strategies, but in some cases they're perfectly original. And there are some truly out-of-the-box ideas for Sonic bosses, with Chemical Plant's boss throwing you into the ring with Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, or the mini-boss of Hydro City having Sonic pilot the Eggmobile while Dr. Robotnik swims in the ocean below. The Mirage Saloon boss fight has Sonic face off against mirages of Knack the Weasel and other forgotten Sonic characters. It's really fun to play through levels from Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, and CD with the level of storytelling that came in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, as the second acts usually feature quite a drastic change in direction for the level. Out of Sonic Mania's 13 stage count, one of them is the final boss, 8 of them are remixes of familiar zones, and 4 of them are brand new, which does put a ring around something of an elephant in the room with Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania is clearly intended to be a love letter to the previous Sonic games. However, I can't help but feel that there is some missed potential here. I definitely would have preferred if the game was made up of entirely brand new level themes, because the brand new levels that are here are absolutely fantastic and the highlight of the game. So the level selection that we do have are Green Hill Zone, but with much more to play with, Chemical Plant Zone but with some bouncy bits in the second act, Studiopolis Zone, a brand new Hollywood-themed level with all kinds of TV gimmicks to play with, Flying Battery Zone, except to be honest not that much has really changed, Press Garden Zone, a lush forest that sort of prints newspapers as well I guess, Stardust Speedway except the Metal Sonic boss fight is way better, Hydro City Zone which is just as fun as the original, Mirage Saloon Zone which is a Wild West themed zone, and for Sonic's end of the gameplay you start the first level off as an homage to Sky Chase with Sonic on the Tornado, Oil Ocean Zone, except in its second act the place becomes a toxic inferno, Lava Reef Zone, which definitely is not as compelling as its Sonic and Knuckles counterpart, Metallic Madness Zone, which is amazing because it brings back the fun shrinking gimmick from Sonic CD, but you can also play in the background of the level, which is awesome, and the final major zone, Titanic Monarch, Robotnik's newest base of operations, with a very eerie feeling like you shouldn't be there, partially thanks to the music being so otherworldly. The sound effects and mech designs in this level really make it feel like you're an intruder, and as well as that, it's enhanced with the Phantom Ruby, so there are portals everywhere sending you in all kinds of different directions. It's on you to clear out shop and crush Dr. Robotnik, finally cracking that egg wide open, literally this time. As the final boss has Dr. Robotnik in a capsule using Phantom Ruby illusions to defeat you and send you across different areas of the zone, to battle against the hard-boiled heavies. And this is where your game ends if you haven't unlocked all of the Chaos Emeralds, in special stages which sort of combine Sonic CD's racetrack-like levels with the collecting of the blue spheres from Sonic 3. They're difficult, but once you get the hang of them, they're actually a lot of fun. And the normal blue sphere stages, like in Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, make a return, but they're just the bonus stages this time around, which can be used to unlock bonus content, which this game is chock full of. If you do collect all the Chaos Emeralds, you do unlock Super Sonic, but like Sonic and Knuckles, you also unlock a new final boss and a new ending. The new final boss is the Egg Reverie. Dr. Robotnik and the hard-boiled heavies are battling it out for who takes ownership of the Phantom Ruby, and it's on you to defeat both of them as Super Sonic. It's definitely not as stressful, nor is it as compelling as the Doomsday Zone, especially as it actually gives you a ground to walk on as well, while you do have to float to fight the boss. And there is no shortage of rings either, and it's a fun way of capping off the game. As far as the two different endings go though, they're both pretty underwhelming. They're animated like the Sonic CD one, but there's definitely not as much going on here. If you get the bad ending, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles watch on as the Titanic Monarch explodes, and then Sonic jumps up and does a little pose. If you get the good ending, it's exactly the same except Sonic is absent, instead swirling through a portal to another dimension. You don't know what any of this means if you play Sonic Mania just as is, but it is revealed in Sonic Forces that this is where he went, but that's a modern Sonic game so that doesn't really factor in. Both of these endings are just a little bit lame to be honest. So Sonic Mania has definitely the most refined gameplay, visuals, and overall presentation of any Sonic game ever made. The selection of levels here is an absolute win as well, and there is an abundance of bonus content, including an Knuckles mode, which is just a funny little version for Knuckles' story, which ends with Knuckles telling the story to a bunch of flickies. I will say though, the story and storytelling are nowhere near as compelling in this one as they are in Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles. And the use of familiar levels definitely makes it not as exciting to explore this one as it was with Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles, or any previous Sonic game for that matter. So between Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic Mania, it's a really tough call. Sonic Mania's level count overall absolutely dwarfs Sonic the Hedgehog 3's. Sonic 3's best level is in this game. With Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Marble Garden Zone really stood out as my least favorite level. Sonic Mania doesn't really have a standout for my least favorite level overall. They're all, at the very least, enjoyable. While Sonic Mania's ending is a little bit lame, it's a little bit more satisfying than Sonic 3's, and at the very least a bit more ceremonious. But it definitely doesn't begin quite as strongly as Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It is a tough call. It is very much between Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic Mania. But I think the tiebreaker is going to be that Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is the first part of a much bigger story. It's the beginning of the end, so it's gonna have epic circumstances, but it isn't really a complete package. Sonic Mania, on the other hand, is about as complete of a package for a Sonic game as you could possibly get. So, let's count those classic Sonic games from worst to best now to reveal our winner.
In 6th place is Sonic CD. In 5th place is Sonic the Hedgehog. In 4th place is Sonic the Hedgehog 2. In 3rd place is Sonic & Knuckles. In 2nd place is Sonic the Hedgehog 3. And in 1st place is Sonic Mania.
So previously we looked at the enduring, timeless legacy of classic Sonic the Hedgehog games, as I went back and played through the full library of classic Sonic titles. Now remember in the previous video I stated that I'm ultimately more of a modern Sonic fan than I am a classic Sonic fan. So now that we're moving over into the 3D period, oh yeah, this is happening. In today's video, we're going to be looking at how the early 2000s and a complete change in perspective evolved Sonic the Hedgehog. And in this installment, we'll just be looking at the two Sonic Adventure titles, starting with
Sonic Adventure 1.
Of all the Sonic games, I think Sonic Adventure 1 probably had the most to prove. My, how attitudes change. When Sonic Adventure 1 was first released, 3D was, as far as the court of public opinion went, the future. So if they couldn't make Sonic work in 3D, it would effectively mean that Sonic didn't have any kind of future ahead of him. So Sonic Adventure had a lot to prove. But this wasn't 100% Sonic's first endeavor into the third dimension, as a 3D playing field could be found in the video game Sonic Jam on the Sega Saturn. There was also Sonic Extreme, the cancelled 3D Sonic game, which would have been the first one had it come out. A game that went through development hell and was later turned into Sonic's 3D Blast, a game that looks kinda 3D, but it's not 3D. But Sonic Adventure 1 would be the very first time that Sega would attempt to pull Sonic into the third dimension for a proper event status video game. This would be the successor to the Sonic the Hedgehog video game trilogy on the Sega Genesis, the launch pad for a new Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. And Sega clearly took this very, very seriously. Sonic has always been about moving forward and keeping up with trends. He's always been the product of kind of extensive market research. The 90s were ending, we were moving over into the 2000s, and it was all about being more extreme, being more slick. So the first things first, Sega embraced this new era with a new redesign for Sonic. making his proportions a bit more cool, his facial expressions more wild, and his poses more groovy. Sega were no longer working with the limitations of the Sega Mega Drive either, which meant that they could be a bit more expansive with the storytelling in this game. When it came to Sonic games, Sega always kind of prided themselves on having a bit of a story in there, especially towards that back half of classic Sonic's Mega Drive Odyssey. But now, Sonic could explode back onto the scene with a pre-rendered CGI intro, as well as being able to talk, in part thanks to the upgraded sound chip of the Sega Dreamcast. Which meant that they could go much further with the story this time around, and so Sonic Adventure is a much more story-oriented video game than any previous Sonic game before it. The thing with the classic Sonic games is they always went out of their way to appeal to a pop culture crowd, as well as kind of being these hard and fast action epics. True to the nature of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic Adventure 1 feels like Sonic meets Indiana Jones, with a much more elaborate story than we'd ever seen in a Sonic game before, and probably one of the most elaborate video game stories of its time. This story would teach us a little bit more about the history of Sonic's world, where the Chaos Emeralds come from and who they originally belonged to, a bitter rivalry between tribes of echidnas and these new species called the Chow. The Chow had a guardian named Chaos, and when the echidna tribes tried to steal the Chaos Emeralds, the Chow used the emeralds to turn Chaos into Perfect Chaos, a giant monster that could wipe out the echidnas, and had the potential to wreak havoc, until Tikal the echidna would go and make peace with them. Moving over to the present day, Dr. Robotnik learns about Chaos and plans to weaponize him, feeding him the Chaos Emeralds to defeat Sonic. And Sonic is guided by the light of Tikal to help him on his journey. Honestly, it's a fairly multi-layered story for what it is. It's incredibly goofy, and it definitely doesn't work on an analytical level by any degree, but it doesn't need to. It did its job in keeping me invested and curious, and gave me motivation to play on. Speaking of play, Sonic plays very much like his old self, just in 3 dimensions now. He moves very quickly and has a sense of momentum to him. When he rolls into his ball form, it feels more like a pinball. He can still spin dash, but he comes with a new feature called the homing attack, where he can lock onto enemies and ensure that he'll land on them when he jumps. Because without the homing attack, jumping on enemies in 3 dimensions is... forget about it. Sonic feels very versatile in this game. While he does move quickly, it's relatively easy to slow him down, making platforming not as much of a chore as you would expect it to be. The levels are straightforward A to B with multiple paths to get you there like in the classic games. And all the Sonic level archetypes you could possibly want make a comeback. You've got your sandy coastal paradise with some greenery and palm trees. You've got a casino, a city at night with lots of slopes, a puzzling maze with lots of water, a Robotnik-centric death base, a sky fortress, a tornado level. Everything you've come to expect from Sonic is here. The rings return, the loop-de-loops return, the shields are back. It is literally just a classic Sonic game moved into 3D, as far as these individual levels are concerned. But Sonic Adventure, like doubling down on its story, also likes to double down on the RPG elements. We really get to explore the world of Sonic as we get to not only go from level to level, but actually find out where those levels exist in this world, through the use of hub worlds. In this game, par the course for the early 2000s, Sonic is spending more time in urban territory. So you've got Station Square, a little city with a lot of places to visit. It's got a train station that you can use to be transported to other hub worlds, a big blue ocean for you to gaze at, an amusement park, a police station, a nice little hotel where we presume Sonic is staying, which comes with a swimming pool where you can recreate your favorite Sum 41 music video. This truly was a quintessential video game for changing times. Also in this hotel is a Chow Garden where they even capitalized on the new species, allowing you to raise a Chow in a kind of a virtual pet simulator kind of deal. There's a number of different boss fights littered throughout the game, including many different encounters with Chaos, a character battle with Knuckles, and of course a final battle against Dr. Robotnik, now dubbed Eggman. So in short, Sonic Adventure is kind of the perfect transition for Sonic to 3D. But it's not as simple as just Sonic. Like previous Sonic games, this comes with a roster of different playable characters. So let's start with Tails. Tails plays pretty similarly to Sonic, except now he can fly, he's got a little tail spin, and no use of the homing attack. Tails' levels are focused on beating Sonic to the end. Tails' story ends before Sonic's does though. While Sonic is off exploring the enchanted ruins of the Lost World, Tails is protecting Station Square from an oncoming missile attack from Dr. Robotnik. Tails' story is all about moving out of Sonic's shadow, and in many ways he's the better character in this story. Then we have Knuckles' story, which focuses on him finding finding all of the pieces of the Master Emerald. The stages are no longer linear A to B platforming focused on speed, instead explorative stages with a treasure hunting theme, and a radar to help you find those emerald pieces. Knuckles' stages can be a bit of a chore to get through if you really don't know what you're doing. And with no shortage of exploration in Sonic and Tails' story, it's hard to really see why exactly this is necessary. But there's a good amount of discovery of his heritage and past to Knuckles' story to make it kinda worthwhile. It's just I wish it were more in the playstyle of Sonic and Tails. Then we have Amy Rose, where it gets worse. It's now more of a slow, clunky kind of a gameplay as Amy tries to outrun a robot that's chasing after her. Thankfully, her story is pretty short, but it's definitely a low point for this game. But then it hits a new low with Big the Cat, where the objective is to find your friend Froggy by fishing, and fortunately it's blissfully short, but it feels a lot longer given the very slow-paced nature of his gameplay. Fishing in a Sonic game. Okay. But things do pick up slightly when we play as a new character called Gamma. Gamma is a badnik. His job is to hunt, search, and destroy, kill Sonic the Hedgehog, but he goes against his own programming and becomes a hero and befriends Amy. So Sonic Adventure 1 takes us through this sort of landscape of different lives, so it's kind of more like Love Actually meets Indiana Jones. Now, I think things would be better if these other characters were optional, or at least a selection of them. But it's only when you complete all of the characters' stories that you unlock the final story, where Super Sonic must throw down against Perfect Chaos, being the final boss of the game. I feel like maybe just in terms of mandatory stories, it should have just come down to maybe Sonic and Tails. Maybe let the additional story layers be more of a reward than an obligation, because the story is just fine without some of those pieces. But overall, Sonic Adventure 1 has everything that we've come to know and love about Sonic just in 3D, and it just expands upon everything. The game more than proved that Sonic could work in the new age of video games. The graphics weren't bad for their time, everybody's recognizable, and I think it still holds up to some degree. Like, as a retro game, it works. This whole game, in every single aspect, was very much a product of the time it came out in. And now everything has nostalgia value, and that's a good thing. It means the game has stood the test of time, especially with that soundtrack as well. No longer restricted to chiptunes, Sega could finally produce the funky, hard rock edge that they wanted for Sonic. And it fit him like a glove. Not to mention also the inclusion of vocal tracks, which were very trendy at the time. So personally, I would say that Sonic Adventure in many ways definitely lives up to the legacy of classic Sonic. The shortcomings of Sonic Adventure 1 are not what the game lacks, but what the game adds. This is anything but reductive. Sonic and Tails' gameplay is pretty much perfect. It's a lot of fun to do. So it's just like, okay, why do we need the rest of it, you know? But as far as Sonic's first major outing into the world of modern gaming went, this was a really, really promising start, as Sonic was delivering what he was always supposed to, a forward-thinking action epic. The question is, could they keep that momentum going for the next one? Which brings us over to
Sonic Adventure 2.
Now, if this franchise had prided itself on being a grand action epic that kept up with the times and trends, Sonic Adventure 2 is an absolute tour de force for Sonic. As far as this extreme radical franchise goes, Sonic Adventure 2 is very much the magnum opus of that, with a story that is in every way more
extreme
than ever before, to almost kind of the point of self-parody. Once again, this story peels back some of the layers of Sonic the Hedgehog history, as we learn a lot more about Dr. Robotnik's heritage and his family. Dr. Robotnik's grandfather, Gerald Robotnik, was a world-renowned scientist and innovator. 50 years prior to this game's story, Gerald Robotnik was assigned to lead Project Shadow, a medical program used to create immortality. This led to the birth of Shadow the Hedgehog, the ultimate life form. Gerald Robotnik hoped to use his breakthrough to cure his sick granddaughter Maria Robotnik, who Gerald loved dearly. Maria Robotnik and Shadow would become best friends aboard the Space Colony arc where they were being kept. until military intervention was called to shut down Project Shadow. Shadow was seized and locked up, and Maria Robotnik was killed. This drove Gerald Robotnik insane, and he swore revenge on humanity. He was not the only person to feel this way though, as Shadow also developed a hatred for humanity after the death of his best friend Maria. So, moving over onto the present day, Dr. Robotnik wants to use his grandfather's creations, including Shadow, to conquer the world, using a cannon aboard his grandfather's space colony Ark called the Eclipse Cannon to hold Earth at gunpoint until they meet his demands. Meanwhile, Sonic has been mistaken for Shadow and has the military working against him. It's an uphill battle that takes Sonic across the entire Earth through into space, culminating in a team-up for every single character, including Sonic and Robotnik working together to save the world from the space colony Ark crashing into its orbit, as well as Shadow regaining his empathy for humanity after being reminded that Maria Robotnik wanted Shadow to help humanity. Shadow realizing that he could keep Maria's legacy alive by being kind, as opposed to acting on his feelings of vengeance, and in the end making the ultimate sacrifice and giving his life to save the world. Okay, this is a good story in my opinion. Like the first game, it's got a lot of plot holes, the dialogue is very goofy and clunky, but again, it's something worth investing in. There's a lot to unravel here. It's pretty multi-layered, and the characters do have a good sense of arc to them. But best of all,
it's extreme.
And in terms of the scenery and level design, Sonic Adventure 2 flips the Sonic archetypes on their heads. No, this doesn't begin with a coastal playground. It instead begins with Sonic escaping a military helicopter, falling from the sky, snowboarding through the streets of San Francisco, and being chased down the streets by a giant military truck, all set to the vocal theme Escape from the City, which is where it all becomes apparent that Sonic Adventure 2 has kind of aged like a fine wine in some ways. Others, not so much. Technical aspects, no, they haven't aged brilliantly. It's very much a retro game. But in terms of the action set pieces that you'll go back and revisit and remember, this game is absolutely full of them. Each one bigger and more ballsy than the last. This game is packed with memorable cult classic moments. In terms of how Sonic plays, it's a little bit tighter than it was before. Sonic definitely feels a bit faster and more athletic in this one. He also comes with a set of new abilities, such as a bounce bracelet, which allows him to, well, bounce his jumps a little bit, and a much faster version of the light dash, which allows Sonic to dash across a load of rings while on the go. He can also do a forward roll somersault. And Sonic's levels are definitely more focused on urgency and speed, with many of them having a timer working against you. Be it running through a forest which is literally falling apart, or going to catch a rocket, which is set to take off any minute now. Sonic's stages move at an absolute breakneck pace. This feels much more akin to the Sonic 2 style of level design, where the levels, yes, they're platforming levels, but they're built a little bit more around Sonic's forte, his speed, his athleticism. However, Sonic Adventure 2's progression is much closer to the classic games than it is Sonic Adventure 1. Given the more urgent and globe-trotting nature of this game, there's not really any room for hub worlds in there. So they've definitely trimmed back on the RPG elements. This is a story with Sonic constantly working against the clock, so I guess that makes sense. If you do want to chill out though, you can go to a much more expanded upon version of the Chow Garden. There is a lot more to see and do in this version of the Chow Garden than in the previous. And you can even make your Chows compete in challenges, giving the Chow different abilities by earning little additional bonuses throughout levels, usually littered among robots. So that's Sonic's part of the game, but like Sonic Adventure 1, there are other characters to play as. So we've also got Knuckles the Echidna, and the treasure hunting stages make a return, for better or for worse, as these stages are much bigger than they were before, making the emerald shards quite a bit more difficult to find. The radar will only pick up on one emerald at a time, and the emerald shards are now randomly generated. So a walkthrough isn't going to help you here. It's gonna force you to explore. There are clues as to where these emeralds are, but they're a lot more cryptic this time as well. Given the random generation of the emerald pieces, these levels could take you 5 minutes to complete, or even 20. They're definitely the weakest link of this game. So basically Knuckles' side of the story is that he's chasing after a treasure hunting bat called Rouge, who tried to fight Knuckles over the Master Emerald and it's shattered. So Knuckles has to go pick up the pieces. So then we move over to Tails. So while Sonic's goal is to stop Shadow and Knuckles' role is to stop Rouge the Bat, Tails' goal is actually to take on the big man himself, Dr. Robotnik. But Tails' levels are a far cry from what they were in Sonic Adventure 1, as Tails now pilots his own transforming mech.
which plays a lot like Gamma did in the previous game. It can hover, it can shoot missiles, and it's pretty damn satisfying to walk around in, especially when it's your mech going toe-to-toe with Dr. Robotnik's mech. However, one change from Sonic Adventure 1 is that these characters no longer get their own individual stories. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles make up the roster of characters that you get to play as in the hero story. Now, while this does certainly streamline things a little bit, it does mean that you could be waiting a little while between Sonic-themed levels, and that you can no longer really play the game at your own personal pace. So it can feel a bit strange when you've just been going breakneck speeds down San Francisco, only to now be wandering around the desert trying to find emerald shards. For the speed and platforming that you play a Sonic game for, it can be quite a long wait before you get to do that. But it is always incredibly rewarding when you do get to do this. Now, there are 3 other characters to cover, because the other story is the Dark Story. In this Sonic game, you get to actively work against Sonic. The 3 playable characters in the Dark Story are Dr. Robotnik, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Rouge the Bat. But rather than having their very own playstyles, Dr. Robotnik plays a lot like Tails does, Shadow plays a lot like Sonic, and Rouge plays a lot like Knuckles. This is a good thing, as it definitely draws up the parallels between the rival characters, but it streamlines things a lot as well, and it means that you don't end up falling short of those Sonic speed thrills, because Shadow does the same thing as Sonic does. It's like playing the same game through a very new perspective, and the levels are completely different as well. Once both of these stories are complete, you unlock the final story where all of these characters come together for the ending. So this is handled far better than the first game did. There's nothing here like Big the Cat or Amy Rose where you think, yeah, this should have been relegated to a side game, this shouldn't have been necessary to get the final story. Everything here feels necessary. And all of the playstyles are at least kind of enjoyable. There's a lot less fluff and filler in Sonic Adventure 2. It just requires patience. And with that, it is a very rewarding game. If you find it a little strange that Tails is running around in a mech this time, there is actually a story behind it. Tails was not originally intended to be playable in this game. Upon Sonic Adventure 2's announcement, there were only intended to be 3 playable characters. These would be Sonic for the speed levels, Knuckles for the treasure hunting levels, and Dr. Robotnik for the mech levels. But there was some backlash to having less characters in this game than in previous ones, so Sonic Team duplicated the playstyles, and I think the game is definitely a lot better for that. It's honestly such a thrill to play a Sonic game where I'm working against Sonic. A game where you can actually feel and see things through Dr. Robotnik's perspective this time, and his ragtag team of Shadow and Rouge make for a very endearing trio. And once again, the music is absolutely fantastic. And there's a lot more vocal tracks for you to rock out to. One thing that's quite strange about this soundtrack though is in all of Knuckles' levels, all of them now have rap music. It's no longer just his theme music that has rapping in it, but all of his level themes. These have aged well thanks to the rise of meme culture, because these are some of the silliest, clunkiest, and most unintentionally hilarious raps you will ever hear. The vocalist for these rap songs had to write the lyrics for all of these tracks in one day. And with that in mind, I think they could have come out a lot worse. I think my favorite portion of the soundtrack belongs to Tails. He's got some of the heaviest, most Johnson-new sounding soundtrack of this whole game. So overall, I feel like Sonic Adventure 2 took everything that really worked very well about Sonic Adventure 1, stripped away some of the fat, and just dialed Sonic's extreme value up to 100, which makes this game irresistible to revisit. This is one of the most early 2000s things that exists. And for that reason and that value, for me it's only gotten better with age. This does not mean the game is timeless. No, this is a very dated game. But for that reason, it's very nostalgic. And I think, to be honest, in a world that still has an appreciation for retro games, I think Sonic Adventure 2 is the perfect time capsule of the early 2000s in gaming. So for me, the winner out of these 2 Sonic games is Sonic Adventure 2. But to be fair, these are both 2 very different experiences. I appreciate Sonic Adventure 1 for its RPG elements, such as its hub worlds. But Sonic Adventure 2 is just, as I say, it's a tour de force. It is the ultimate action-adventure game. So that was Sonic's evolution into the world of 3D. After Sonic Adventure 2, Sega would drop out of the market for making video games consoles, making them a third-party video game developer. So in the next video, we'll be looking at the games that made up that period. 3 of Sega's new age of Sonic games. Those games will be Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Sonic the Hedgehog, the 2006 version. I'll see you guys there. After Sonic Adventure 2, Sega's hardware branch would close down, as Sega would become a third-party video games developer. With the discontinuation of Sega consoles, Sonic and other Sega characters were now free to roam the other games consoles in the market. So this meant that a new age for Sonic was ahead. So, could Sonic the Hedgehog dominate every single games console? We're going to be finding out by looking at 3 Sonic games today: Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Starting with
Sonic Heroes.
As far as 3D Sonic games go, I think Sonic Heroes might have the biggest reputation of them all. From what I've heard, there's definitely a resounding fondness for this game, among not so much Sonic fans, but people whose very first experience with Sonic was this game, given that people that hadn't previously owned Sega consoles could now play Sonic. I can kind of understand that, because one great thing I can say about Sonic Heroes is it certainly makes an impression. Part of Sega's mandate with Sonic Heroes was for a Sonic the Hedgehog renaissance. They wanted to bring Sonic back to his roots, while also looking to the future. The storyline is a lot more simple, the art direction falls way back in line with the classic Sonic games, as while modern Sonic does retain his appearance from the adventure games, the level designs draw a lot more inspiration from the classics. The striped grass and the checkerboard stone is back, and it's brought a casino and a metropolis with it. And I think that's a small part of why people love this game so much. This game brought along with it lots of things that are synonymous with the old Sonic the Hedgehog. So even people that weren't avid fans of Sonic games or Sega hardware could point things out and go, hey, that's very Sonic. And I can see why people associate this game with happy memories, because its overall atmosphere, this game is like a party in your PlayStation. Bright colors, flashy lights, grooving music, everything about this game's presentation is just, it's fun. It's in that regard everything that a Sonic game should be. So with that in mind, Sonic Heroes should surely be a Sonic game for the ages, right? Well, I wish it were more simple than that. Literally, I wish this game were more simple. So the premise of the story this time is that Sonic is given a 3-day ultimatum to stop Eggman from conquering the world. So he teams up with Tails and Knuckles and gives chase. So we're not drawing anything from Sonic the Hedgehog's history or learning any new lessons about this world like the adventure games. It is again a much more straightforward story. Now another thing, there's no treasure hunting levels this time, and there's no mech levels this time. There's no cumbersome Amy Rose levels where you're running away from a robot. There's no Big the Cat fishing. It's all much more straightforward this time around. But there is a catch. This time, you no longer control one character on screen at a time, you control 3, and you alternate between those 3 to get through certain areas. So for our main team, we've got Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Sonic can be used to do what Sonic does, go fast, basically. Tails will literally carry the team, flying over certain obstacles, and Knuckles is good for fighting enemies. He's got more sort of the power attacks. And these characters fall into 3 sort of categories. You've got speed, power, and flight. Their movesets are fairly simple, like Sonic gameplay should be. Fairly simple in isolation from one another. But when you have to alternate between the 3 of them, it can become a bit more complicated. There are specific buttons assigned to specific characters, so there's quite a bit to memorize. And when you're moving at a pace like a Sonic game does, it can be a bit of a kicker if you accidentally switch to the wrong character. This requires a lot of coordination, and I personally think when it comes to Sonic, the more simple the controls, the better. It can really hurt your pacing as a player having to constantly stop and think about what controls you're going to be using for the next character. So would these 3 playstyles have in isolation worked? Yes, but not very well either. Sonic's top speed has been upped quite significantly, but his slowdown speed has not, which makes him feel very slippery to control. And again, we've got another 2 playstyles kind of working against each other a little bit here, because in a Sonic game, it's all about forward momentum, moving as fast as you can, but there's a lot that gets in the way of it that breaks it with the power character, Knuckles. Because to make Knuckles really worthwhile, the enemies have been given health bars, and oftentimes a wall behind them so that you cannot progress to the next section of the stage until those enemies are defeated. This is a real pace breaker, and for that reason, Sonic Heroes doesn't really have a fluid pace to it. As for the level designs, they really look nice, but I just wish they played better. We return to the multiple act structure, and I had some fun in Seaside Hill. I thought Grand Metropolis was okay, but I really didn't like the Casino Pinball level. You have almost no control over that. And it doesn't get much better afterwards because Rail Canyon, rail jumping in this game is
damn near impossible. Now, like the two previous 3D Sonic games, this is not restricted to just one story either. I really praised Sonic Adventure 2 for streamlining things to just 2 stories that contain multiple characters, and completing those in order to get the final story. Here, there are 4 stories to complete to get to the final one. Oh boy, they are not going to have an easy time justifying the existence of this one.
So there's Team Dark. So Rouge the Bat returns as the flight character, a clone of Shadow the Hedgehog trying to uncover the mystery of his own existence, and a rogue Eggman's robot, E123 Omega, who's going against his programming to stop his master. Also, if you think I made a mistake in calling him an Eggman's robot, well, that's just what they refer to in this game. Regardless as to whether or not it makes any grammatical sense or not. And the gameplay is overall exactly the same as Team Sonic's story, just with 3 different characters. They both got the same moveset.
Team Dark acts as more of a hard difficulty for this game. They don't really have levels devoted to them as such. It's the same overall levels, it's just slightly tweaked. The third team is Team Rose, which consists of Amy Rose, obviously, Big the Cat, and Cream the Rabbit. And they're all looking for someone who is special to them. And Amy Rose is just in pursuit of Sonic because she's got a mad pash for him. Now, one thing that can be said about this game that is an upgrade from the Adventure series is that Amy Rose and Big the Cat, there is some enjoyment to be had with them. And Cream, well, she's fine too. Many of the problems with Team Sonic do carry over here, but fortunately this acts as kind of like an easy mode for the game. And then we have the 4th mode, Team Chaotix. No, not the whole Team Chaotix, just the selection for this game, which consists of Vector the Crocodile, Charmy the Bee, and Espio the Chameleon. They're a detective agency, they've got a client that needs them to find stuff, and it consists of more like fetch quests within the levels. So to unlock the final story, it is the laborious task of playing through every single one of these stories, and they are not different enough to justify their separation from one another. But that is only part of the task to unlock the final story. The special stages also make a return in this game. It's a matter of collecting orbs in a half pipe, and then if you complete it successfully, you get a Chaos Emerald. You have to collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds in order to advance to the final story. To gain access to the special stages, you have to replay previous levels, find a hidden key, which is inside a cage which you have to break open as Knuckles, and get to the end of the stage. But you have to get to the end of the stage unscathed. If you get hit by anything, you will lose your key. And this is why I never completed Sonic Heroes, because fuck that. This game is nowhere near enjoyable enough to justify all that effort. That is just asking way too much, and there's no cheat code to bypass any of this either. So, no longer speaking from my own experience, once you do unlock the final story, you find out Metal Sonic was behind everything. He's gone rogue, he's powered up, and it's up to Super Sonic and Tails and Knuckles and a shield to take him down. Again, this really doesn't justify having these other characters be mandatory for this game, if it all just boils down to Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles anyway. Maybe they should have had Super Sonic, Super Shadow, Super Amy, and Super, I don't know, Espio. Just, you know, something to make you feel a little bit more fruitful, you know? Put it this way, I would have had a much more positive feeling towards Sonic Heroes had it not been for the fact that you have to do so much repetition and so much arduous busy work just to complete the game. If they'd made it so that you just have to complete Sonic and maybe, I don't know, one of the other 4 stories, and scrap the Chaos Emerald aspect, while it certainly wouldn't live up to the previous 2 3D Sonic games, it would at least be something favorable, you know, but at this point I just can't recommend it. I'm sure Sonic Heroes is fun once you've completed it and you go back and you revisit your favorite levels, no obligations. I'm sure a lot of people were really happy once they completed this game and could just go back and play it at their own leisure. But to actually progress in this thing is a pain in the ass. And for that reason, Sonic Heroes is definitely one of my least favorite Sonic games. Definitely the least favorite one I've done in this series so far. Moving on.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
At the time this game was announced, everybody was wondering if it was a parody. So much for a return to Sonic's roots, I guess. I mean, okay, on a positive note, this game feels much more like it's in line with the 2 Sonic Adventure games, as it revisits a lot of that story. It kind of seeks out answers to why is Shadow still alive, who is he now? It is much more of that sort of ilk. This interpretation of Shadow is a little bit different to the one we had in Sonic Adventure 2, though, as this is a gun-wielding, vehicle-driving Shadow the Hedgehog, who also lightly curses sometimes. I think Sega were aware that their previous fan base was growing up and they wanted to make something to accommodate for them. But I think we're all in agreement that that doesn't really work out. As a 24-year-old Sonic fan, I think part of Sonic's appeal is his universal appeal. Sonic is for everyone. So having menu screens that make the sounds of bullets every time you select an option, this is not why anybody ever liked Sonic. So the story is, Shadow is, why is he even alive at this point? But he's got absolutely no memories whatsoever, so he doesn't even know what kind of person he's supposed to be. So then aliens arrive. There's no way of saying that casually, And their leader, Black Doom, takes advantage of Shadow's sort of blank canvas kind of personality, and Shadow has to decide what kind of hedgehog he's gonna be. Gameplay-wise, it's like a normal 3D Sonic game. Still doesn't play as good as the adventure games, but I think plays a little better than Sonic Heroes, especially now that we don't have to alternate between 3 characters that constantly work against one another. Except now you have the option of wielding guns, which actually are kind of fun, to be honest. Like, it looks so stupid, but it's kind of fun. And the same goes for the vehicles. They're optional, and they're alright, When it comes to a game, it's better to have and not need something than to need and not have something. So, it's inoffensive as far as I'm concerned. I mean, why the fuck would Shadow the Hedgehog have a vehicle in the first place? God damn it! Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just deciding what kind of path this review is going to take. So, unlike previous Sonic games, rather than having stories that you gotta complete, Shadow the Hedgehog instead has paths. Yes, what kind of hedgehog Shadow turns out to be is totally dependent on you. In the levels, you'll be paid a visit by 2 characters, one of which will be a villain, the other of which will be a hero such as Sonic. And it'll usually go something along the lines of the Eye of Black Doom telling you kill all of the soldiers trying to defend the Earth from the aliens, or Sonic saying kill all of the aliens that are trying to invade the Earth. And thus the player has 2 objectives. You can either kill every good guy on screen, or kill every bad guy on screen. Imagine that, a Sonic game where you can kill all the good guys. And whether or not you complete these objectives will determine the kind of path your story takes. Now if you don't want to bother with those objectives and just want to play it like, a Sonic game is supposed to be played, you can ignore that completely. You can ignore the objectives and just, A to B, and that will set you on the neutral path. Now, because how you play this game affects the kind of direction the story takes, and it works on a level-by-level basis, you can get some seriously wacky outcomes in the storyline. But honestly, I think you can have the most fun with this game just playing it in neutral mode. I mean, at the same time, you could also just have a lot of fun fulfilling those additional objectives anyway, But here we have another prime example of a Sonic game shooting itself in the goddamn foot. Because to unlock the true ending to the game, you have to complete all of the different paths for Shadow: hero, villain, and neutral, making it mandatory to play the game 3 times effectively, which is at least better than Sonic Heroes, because 3 is better than 4, and there's no Chaos Emeralds to collect. But then the final true ending completely undercuts the premise of choosing your own path, as Shadow does the right thing, thrusts Black Doom and his comet into the Space Colony Ark, and ends it. He saves the day, he leaves his past behind, he gets over his hang-up with Maria. That's that then. So all this whole thing of choose your own path, it's really more do all of the paths we make you do, and then you're a hero. What the fuck? As for the technical aspects, the level design is better than it was in Sonic Heroes. The music's definitely worse, except for the vocal tracks, which are actually fantastic. Just the in-game music this time's a bit of a wash. But one thing I noticed with both Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog is they're both on upgraded hardware from the Sega Dreamcast. So why do these games look comparatively worse than the 2 Sonic Adventure games? Seriously, Sonic Heroes was definitely a graphical downgrade, but in terms of the art direction, that bolstered things up quite a bit, but Shadow the Hedgehog doesn't really have that on its side. Also, there's a new voice cast in this one, but I'm not gonna go into that. Shadow the Hedgehog is basically just, it's a wash. I wouldn't blame any Sonic fan at this time for being a bit fed up of things by now. Yes, it's only 2 games that haven't been as good as previous ones, but it's been quite a sharp decline. So the next game after this was
Sonic the Hedgehog 2006.
Now look, I'm not gonna go through the whole, would Sega go on to correct the course for the next one, because it's common knowledge at this point. This game has been put through the meat grinder as far as YouTube is concerned. So I'm gonna do my best to make my perspective of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 a bit unique. So with, at that time, next-gen hardware, boasting realistic graphics, and that being what the demand in the game market was for, Sega went forward and made a realistic Sonic game. And in terms of gameplay, they wanted to return to form with the Sonic Adventure series. So the story of Sonic 06 is that,
God. The princess of the kingdom of Soliana is the key to Armageddon. She has sealed within her the flames of disaster, the flame of the sun god Iblis. And if the Princess Elise ever cries, the flames will be released and it's the end of the world. So, no pressure, Elise. Maintain your mental health. So, of course, Dr. Eggman wants to kidnap the princess and Sonic has to rescue her. But Dr. Eggman is not the only one that wants to release Iblis, as the Sonic universe equivalent to Satan, Mephiles the Dark, longs to combine with Iblis so that he can become the god Solaris. He's traveled to a future ravaged in flames and told Silver the Hedgehog, a psychokinetic hedgehog from the future, that the reason his world is in ruin is because of Sonic, and that Sonic needs to be killed. So Shadow is now working for GUN. Fucking nice one, Shadow. I'm sure Maria would be really fucking proud, you scumbag. And he's encountered Mephiles for himself, and he wants to take him down, and Mephiles is gonna stop at nothing to release the flames of disaster. So it's a time-traveling adventure for all the Sonic characters in this realistic, Venetian-looking city of Soliana. And we are back to 3 stories with a final story, and please, for the love of God, Sonic 06, get this right. In Sonic's story, you play as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Sonic has his moveset from the Sonic Adventure games, except now it's really stiff, sluggish, and has no sense of momentum to it. Tails has more or less his usual moveset, except he's got no tail spin this time, and that's been replaced with dummy ring bombs, which scatter fake rings everywhere that make ring sounds. And I'm not even sure if the game knows which rings are the fake ones and which ones are the real ones, because I could swear I've picked up some fake rings before. Also, Tails is really, really, really slow now. Like, slower than your average video game character. And then you've got Knuckles, who can do his usual Knuckles stuff. He can climb, he can punch, he can glide, he can get stuck to walls now. Okay, that's a glitch. What do these 3 characters have in common? They all feel like shit. Well, at least compared to previous Sonic games. Which ones? Basically all of them. And yes, the game is full of glitches, and sometimes the solution to a problem where you get stuck is just something you would never think of. For example, when the orca whale is chasing you in Wave Ocean, the best thing to do is not navigate around the rocks, but to just let go of the controller entirely. If you even so much as touch the joystick while that orca is chasing you, you're dead. And that's a big running theme with Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. If you know how to play the game, you can have quite a bit of fun. But my god, is this a very precise play. Another additional playstyle arrives too in the form of Mach speed sections. It's like the game forgot the Sonic game is supposed to be fast, so they were just like, okay, now he goes really fast. In fact, you can't slow him down, it's a matter of dodging obstacles and navigating him while he's moving. I'd say that's fair enough, but you really can't change direction while Sonic is moving in midair. If you haven't aimed your jump right, it's not gonna work out for you. Also, like, be sure to really aim the loop-de-loops right, you could be flung off very easily. This is a game that really decides when it wants you to touch the controller and when it doesn't. It's very hard to read the room in this case. One positive note is that Tails and Knuckles no longer have devoted levels. They just get like 1 or 2 segments of the occasional level, and that's it. Maybe Tails needs to trap an orca whale, or Knuckles needs to turn on the lights or something. But there's no treasure hunting or anything like that, and you really won't be spending much time with these characters. Another returning feature from Sonic Adventure 1 is hub worlds. And I'll admit, Soliana is quite a fun place to explore. It's quite pretty and it definitely looks a lot like Venice. But it doesn't have that Sonic art style this time, it's just realistic grey brick, which makes Sonic and his friends just look a bit strange amongst this scenery. It doesn't help that the character models for Sonic and friends all look kinda Play-Doh-y looking in this game. They also move like Muppets. As a matter of fact, there are 3 hub worlds. There's one with a very, very, very wide stretch of grass, which is kind of excruciating to get across as Sonic, because even Sonic in this game is pretty slow. I think it's the slowest Sonic has ever been in a mainline Sonic game. You don't realize it as much in levels because they're laden with speed boosters, and the environments tend to be quite confined, but when you get this large grassy patch, like, man. There are other abilities Sonic can get in the form of gems, which one of them can allow him to go super fast, but then he keeps bashing into stuff, and that's not fun either. Also, I shouldn't need a gem for Sonic to move fast, come on. There is also downtown Soliana, which is basically a generic city. There are missions you can do within these towns as well, which are all really, really stupid, such as finding out who the real police captain is and rescuing Pele, the beloved dog. I love how specific the wording of that is. And, well, they are what they are. To save time for the other stories, the hub worlds all carry over. So then we have Team Shadow, which consists of Shadow, who's a little bit like Sonic. I think he's a little bit slower. He can shoot Chaos Blasts out of his hands. He's got a Chaos Control attack. There's definitely more of an emphasis on combat, as your homing attack now doubles up as kind of a, I don't know, just kick shit in any direction attack. Did I mention, enemies still have health bars in this thing. Shadow can also equip vehicles, except this time it's not optional. You have to get in the Jeep.
Can't believe I'm saying this. It's a downgrade from Shadow the Hedgehog. How do you do that? Also playable is Rouge the Bat, who can do everything that Knuckles can do, including still get stuck on the fucking wall, but like Tails, her key attack comes in the form of bombs, which are in the shape of Pokeballs for some reason. The third character is E123 Omega, and he can shoot stuff, he can glide, he can fly if he glitched the game, which is really not hard to do, and he also moves way faster than Sonic does for some reason. I really gotta ask, how do you screw that up? Surely in a Sonic game, Sonic should be the fast one, right? And it works the same with Team Sonic in that there's not really devoted levels for the Amigo characters, they just get little stretches of Shadow's levels. Again, this is a good way of going about it because it maximizes the playstyle we all came to see. Moving on over to Team Silver. Silver's gameplay is much more about platforming and combat, and the way you make use of his psychokinetic powers is quite interesting and encourages you to think outside the box. While he is the slowest of the three hedgehogs, he plays the best. He's definitely the smoothest and the least glitchy. So Silver can catch bullets in air with his psychokinesis and fire them back at enemies, he can freeze enemies and throw them at stuff, and he can float for a little bit. Silver is accompanied by Blaze the cat, no longer from another dimension but from the future instead. She's kind of the more mature best friend to Silver. So Blaze plays like Sonic, except now she can do like a fire spin, which you can really easily accidentally set off at an inopportune time. She has a homing attack, but it's on a different button, which is definitely not confusing or anything. She also gets a level to herself. She's probably one of the better characters of this game. Then we have Amy Rose, who I think accompanies Silver like once or twice in this game. For the best, really. Amy became a badass in Sonic Heroes, but my god, is she back to worse in her adventure routes. She's very, very slow. I think she's the slowest character in this game. Maybe it's Tails, maybe it's her. And she can use her Pico Pico hammer, but basically she can't move while she uses it. It stops her dead in her tracks every single time. The hitboxes for the enemies really aren't very wide for her. She's got a double jump, but again, it stops all forward momentum, and she can turn invisible for some reason. And when she does, you cannot see her on the screen, which makes things, again, really difficult. So, you know the drill. Complete all three stories, then you unlock the final story, which will give you the true ending of the game. This is definitely the best progression of all of them, to be honest. Sonic, Silver, and Shadow are definitely the main playable characters. The rest really don't get to interfere much. So in that regard, the pacing is a bit more consistent. But you do have to collect all the Chaos Emeralds before the final boss, but no, not through special stages or key finding or anything stupid like that. So at the beginning of the final story, Mephiles kills Sonic. Because Princess Elise is horny for him, she cries. What? Did I stutter or something? Yes, I agree with you guys, it's really, really stupid. The flames of disaster are unleashed, Mephiles and Iblis form together to create Solaris. But don't worry, Sonic's corpse and all of his friends are safe in stasis, and Sonic can be revived through the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Well, that and a little bestial smooch from Princess Elise. So to find all of the Chaos Emeralds, you have to play as the different Amigo characters through a stage called the End of the World, which are apocalyptic, messed up versions of the different stages that you've played, complete with way more traps, but they are much shorter at least. You do that, Sonic goes super, he shares his super form with Silver and Shadow, you fight the final boss, and then it's on you and Elise to finally put out the Flame of Iblis, which means that all of time will revert back to what it was before this game happened, which means Sonic 06, all the events within it, never happened. But all credit where it's due, the ending cutscene is beautifully rendered, just as the opening is. Who knew Sonic could look so cinematic before this game? It's no secret that Sonic 06 was rushed. And yes, it's evident in the final product, and no, the whole thing of Sonic in a realistic world to, you know, accentuate realistic graphics has not aged well. But on the plus side, Sonic 06 asks way less of you than Sonic Heroes did, and playing through the different stories and progressing through it is at least a little bit more interesting and varied than it is in Shadow the Hedgehog. Out of all three of these games, this was definitely the one I got the most enjoyment from. Please understand that that is just my opinion, but like many Sonic games, including some of the best ones, it is at the end of the day a time capsule of, well, its respective era of release. This is what people wanted at the time, and that's proven by the reaction to the trailers when they first dropped. It's just that it wasn't done well. I think Sonic 06 could have been a good game, but it would never have aged well because of its appeal to the whole, oh, it's realistic crowd. That and the tone. Like, I'm not averse to Sonic being seen in realistic settings, you just have to get it right, and this game did not get it right. On top of that, it takes itself very, very seriously. At the time of its release, though, I guess you could say Sonic 06 was probably the prettiest looking 3D Sonic game, at least. In terms of the presentation as well, like, the music is really, really nice. The story doesn't really make a lot of sense, and it does take itself too seriously, but it is interesting at the end of the day. Sonic 06 can be awkward, Sonic 06 can be really unpleasant, but if you know how to play it, you can have fun with it. On a technical level, it's definitely not up to Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog, but on an enjoyment level, I definitely had a better experience with this one than I did the other two. Oh, the comment section of this one is going to be rough.
I think when all is said and done, when you look at replayability, like once you've completed the game, the inclination to go back to previous levels and just replay them for fun, I think you're going to get a better experience out of Sonic Heroes and maybe even Shadow the Hedgehog than you would Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, but for like a first-time playthrough, way more fun was had with Sonic 06. So that'll be my hill to die on. Next time, we're gonna take a little detour. We're gonna do the Sonic 4 saga. So yeah, Sonic 4. It's kind of funny how we, the Sonic the Hedgehog fans, as well as Sega to some degree, celebrate anniversaries for Sonic every single year, not even just the special ones like every 10 years or every 5 years. I swear at this point they're just celebrating the fact that Sonic the Hedgehog hasn't died yet, celebrating another year of relevancy. So Sonic's 29th anniversary means 3 things. Number 1, my favorite video games character ever has existed for almost 30 years now. Number 2, that means that Sonic the Hedgehog 4 will be celebrating its 10th anniversary. And number 3, fuck, we are old. So given the fact that Sonic the Hedgehog 4 officially turns 10 this year, let's talk about it. So after 2006's Sonic the Hedgehog dealt a crippling blow to the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, Sonic finally started to get back on his feet with Sonic Unleashed, which showed that Sega were to some degree listening to their fans, a game that I'll be talking about at a later date. Sonic Unleashed, while still a 3D Sonic game, started to reintroduce the 2D gameplay, and people responded pretty well to the 2D gameplay making a comeback, and so in 2009 Project Needlemouse was announced, with its key attraction being that it was a fully 2D Sonic game built from the ground up. So after approximately 10 years, Sonic would finally be returning to his roots in 2D. And then the game's title was finally revealed: Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Episode 1. For the most part, the internet went wild, as Sonic the Hedgehog 4 would be the sequel that classic Sonic fans had been waiting 16 years for. But of course, the Sonic fanbase being the Sonic fanbase at that time, it wasn't entirely positively received. There was some confusion as to why Sonic the Hedgehog 4 would be an episodic release. And yeah, that decision remains as baffling today as it did back then. But something quite a few people were pretty upset about was the fact that this game employed the modern Sonic art style. Now, I'm assuming most of the people here are Sonic fans, so you'll get what the whole modern Sonic art style thing is, but as for the rest of you, basically the classic Sonic art style was he's chubby, he's got black eyes, more sort of a cheeky, sort of a Mickey Mouse look to him. The modern Sonic art style is much more its own thing. Sonic is lankier, he's got green eyes. And that's literally it. Let me just admit, I never understood the art style distinction until it was brought up in Sonic Generations. These two really do look the same. It is literally just a different art style. It would be like saying that Ultimate Spider-Man is a different design to Ditko Spider-Man. Wait a minute, people actually say that? Jesus Christ. Now, while a lot of people were excited for Sonic the Hedgehog 4, I for one wasn't excited. I understand that in the context of the time, 3D Sonic had gone through a lot of trial and error. People knew that they could have a good time easier with 2D Sonic, so they just wanted him to go back to 2D, and this is what this was. But I, for one, had just gotten into 3D Sonic at that time. Sonic Unleashed was my first 3D Sonic game, and I was well and truly on board for the 3D Sonic. So when it was proudly announced that they were going back to the 2D formula, well, my response was, back to formula? Now, Sega continued releasing trailers and tidbits and information about the game to come, and with everything they released, I became more cynical. Only 4 levels were showcased, every one of them being a reinterpretation of a stage from Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2. All of the Dr. Robotnik boss battles had him using familiar mechs we'd seen before, just with slightly different twists. All of the badniks would be reused from previous games. Sonic was the only playable character. The special stages would be similar to the ones from Sonic 1. And once I finally got the chance to play the game, all of my concerns turned out to be completely justified. Right, look, let me get the elephant in the room out of the way first. This is the first bit that everybody always mentions. Sonic's gameplay is completely off. He feels like he's magnetized to the ground for some reason. He doesn't react to his environment in a way that Sonic is famous for, as sharp inclines and hills don't seem to have any effect on him. Now, the thing with this is you do get used to it. In isolation of itself, it kinda works for what it is. The thing is, part of the whole point of the original Sonic games was that Sonic is supposed to control like a pinball that you have control over. What made Sonic completely revolutionary back then
was that the physics were realistic. This is completely absent in this game here. Not to mention, the game went out of its way to call itself Sonic the Hedgehog 4, so therefore it has no right to be viewed in isolation. And after a succession of 3 games that only improved upon this gameplay style, for it to drop to the worst it's ever been, yes, that is a big detraction against Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1.
So the adventure begins in Splash Hill Zone, which serves as kind of an imitation of Green Hill Zone. Everything that Green Hill Zone is known for is here. Checkerboard cliffs, stripy grass, palm trees. And one of the first things I noticed about this game was that its presentation didn't feel like a classic 2D Sonic game. The graphics are a combination of 3D character models and sprites for the levels, which works kind of okay, but the blend of the 3D and 2D assets makes the 2D level sprites, while they're really nicely illustrated, they do end up looking kind of papery. And as for the 3D character models, they made them way too shiny. Sonic looks like he just stretched a condom over himself. This is clearly done to pay tribute to the sort of shading that was on the classic Sonic sprites in the original trilogy. The thing is, the new art style, reverse engineered to look like the old one, doesn't really work very well. So you end up with a game that employs a lot of new technology to make its graphics look really nice, but it ends up looking worse than the originals. As for the music in this game, it's supposed to sound like the chiptunes you would hear on the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive, as all of the music is on these very brash and quirky synthesizers, but they are incredibly inaccurate to what they sounded like on the original, and much worse. The music in this game is pretty grating, and that is because it lacks the instrumental diversity of the previous games. During the 90s, they were working within limitations to try and make the music sound realistic and authentic, so different synthesizers were chosen to represent different instruments, leading to the music sounding as much like real music as they could possibly get. The music in Sonic the Hedgehog 4 tries to reverse engineer modern synthesizer technology back into the Mega Drive style, and it doesn't work. And they use the same instruments for pretty much everything. And as a result, the music sounds repetitive and like it's desperately trying to be as retro as it can, without understanding what made the old school ones great. That doesn't mean there aren't good melodies in there though. As a matter of fact, in the years since, Jun Senoue, as the composer of Sonic the Hedgehog 4 and many other brilliant Sonic game soundtracks, teamed up with T. Lopes, who composed the music for Sonic Mania, and together they covered the first 3 tracks of Sonic the Hedgehog 4 with the more diverse instrumentation, and it sounds absolutely fantastic. Which goes to show that this music did have its potential. Now, something that a lot of people don't really touch on much is how reductive Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1 is from Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Did you like your between-level cutscenes? They're gone. Elemental shields? Gone. Playing with the goalpost for a bonus? Gone. Bonus stages? Gone. Insta-shield? Gone. Multiple playable characters? Gone. Mini-bosses? Gone. It's all gone, it's over. Leave. So what does Sonic the Hedgehog 4 add in their place? Well, in the place of the insta-shield there is the homing attack, which makes the game really piss easy, because you no longer have to worry about missing your jumps, and as well as that, this can build momentum for you very quickly. And other than that, this game adds absolutely nothing. So in this game there are 4 stages and a final boss stage, which is an incredibly short runtime for a 2D Sonic game. However, it is episode 1, so there's more to come. Another change is that each stage has 4 acts now. You've got your 3 main level acts and the 4th boss act. Now, I guess splitting the boss off into its very own act isn't too heinous, but I think everybody was in agreement that 2 acts was perfect for a Sonic game, as it was overall better for pacing. Another bizarre decision this game makes is that you can choose the order in which you play these stages. Splash Hill and Egg Station are definitely the first and final stages, but you can play the other 3 stages in any order you want.
And those stages are Splash Hill, an imitation of Green Hill Zone, with some new gimmicks in between to kind of justify its existence. Same very much goes for the boss fight. Casino Street Zone, an imitation of Casino Night Zone, once again, new gimmicks, new boss gimmicks. Lost Labyrinth Zone, an imitation of Labyrinth Zone, once again, new gimmicks, blah 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 blah. And then Mad Gear Zone, which is an imitation of Metropolis Zone, which does the same. Egg Station is an imitation of the Death Egg Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. You first fight a boss rusher, every boss you've already fought in this game, before going to the final boss, which is an imitation of the Death Egg Robot from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, although it is much harder this time, and admittedly pretty well designed. Before going to an imitation of the end cutscene from Sonic the Hedgehog 1, where he runs back through the Splash Hill Zone, and then he jumps out at the camera. Now, if you've collected all the Chaos Emeralds, you unlock Super Sonic, and Super Sonic in this game actually works pretty well. Being as he can fly, it's kinda more justified that he defies gravity a little bit more. And he moves very fast, and he's quite easy to control. As well as that, he's very complemented by the high-tech graphics, making him really sparkle in a way that he couldn't on the Sega Mega Drive. So that's Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1, and my only opinion is that the game just feels like an imitation of previous Sonic games, which would be all fine and dandy were it not for the title Sonic the Hedgehog 4. As a gimmicky little nostalgia trip, there's a lot of fun to be had with Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It honestly isn't a bad game, but it really makes you wonder how little do Sega think of the original Mega Drive classic Sonic trilogy that they're happy to just slap the name Sonic the Hedgehog 4 onto this game just because it's in 2D. With the familiar levels and the lack of characters and story, this doesn't feel like a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It just feels like a throwback, and Sonic the Hedgehog 4 should not just be a throwback. Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1 really isn't a bad game, but it is an absolutely embarrassing sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and you can say stop comparing it, you can say review it in its own right, but this game being called Sonic the Hedgehog 4 asked to be compared to those previous games. It put itself in the same league as those previous games. And not only does it do absolutely nothing new, but it isn't as good as those previous games either. But I guess there's still the second episode left to talk about. The first thing worthy of note about Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 is that Tails is back. But he's not a playable character, unless you're doing co-op where one of you controls Tails. But in single-player mode, he's just there to follow Sonic. But this does enable a few new essential moves. Like in previous 2D Sonic games, Tails can carry Sonic while he flies and swims. And new to this game is the Twin Spin Dash, or the Twin Dash I guess. Most people just call it the 69 move. And you can deal some devastating damage with this. In previous games, you needed to control Tails with another controller to get him to carry Sonic. In this one, it's done through the touch of a button. And the reason being is that it is essential in this game. So no, you can't play this game as just Sonic, which I think is kinda weak because I do feel like maybe they could have put in other pathways that Sonic could take just by himself that would maybe be a bit more challenging. That's something that was great about the previous Sonic games, was that there were many different ways to enjoy the experience. There are still multiple paths in this game, but ultimately you still have to use both Sonic and Tails' skill sets. And it's not like you even have to figure it out, there are literally signs saying to use Tails. Not just in the first level, even in the final level. Even where it's really self-explanatory. Now, one thing that must be said is Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 feels like a completely separate game from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. For starters, the presentation is completely different. This episode drops the 2D sprites for the levels in favor of going strictly 2.5D graphics for everything. And as well as that, the character models have ditched the shiny look, and everything looks much better in this game. They're no longer trying to imitate the appearance of a classic Sonic game, instead just trying to make it look good, and yes, this game does look good. The music is also quite improved. The synths, while still not really accurate to what they were and not as good either, they are at least less grating and a bit more varied up than they were in the first episode. And this game does at least get one thing back from Sonic 3 in that the cutscenes are back in the game. This game also has a proper storyline going on this time. The little planet has come back into orbit, and Dr. Robotnik and Metal Sonic team up to turn it into the Death Egg 2, and it's on Sonic and Tails to rescue the little planet. This game is also a little bit longer than the previous one, and has a little bit more originality than before, but only a little bit. Basically, there's some new badniks and bosses. I've heard a lot of people saying that Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 at least has original levels this time around, but hardly. The adventure begins in Sylvania Castle Zone. Yeah, sounds original, never had a title like that before in a Sonic game, but it's just an imitation of Aquatic Ruin Zone, with a few elements pulled from Marble Garden. You conclude your time here meeting the first boss, which Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, okay. So the bosses in this game are entirely original this time, and they are divided up 50-50 between Dr. Robotnik and Metal Sonic. Metal Sonic definitely gets the more interesting boss fights, and by far the better boss music. As for Dr. Robotnik's boss fights, they're a mixed bag. There's a giant flower that you jump on a few times, there's a giant mech made of scraps, which is a really cool design, but you're basically just playing Tetris. Then as for Metal Sonic, you chase him along a roller coaster, and then you get to fight him in the tornado against his own battleship. So I guess the bosses this time around are much better on a whole. So the second stage is White Park, which I've heard a lot of people saying is the most original one, but it's really just a cross between Ice Cap Zone and Carnival Night Zone. Then there's Oil Desert, a combination between Oil Ocean and Sandopolis. And then there's Sky Fortress, which, come on guys, they're not even trying anymore. What I will say is that Sky Fortress is a really well-designed level. Outside of this though, the level design in this one kind of takes a bit of a nosedive, because there are so many occasions where the level just plays itself. Sonic is just flung along through speed boosters and springs, and there's very little that you actually get to do. That's just lame. So after Sky Fortress, you go to the Death Egg 2, which is a 2-act stage. Now, I'll say this, the Death Egg 2 looks fucking awesome. I love the purple and metal aesthetic, everything's very neon. I like that it has these giant windows so you can look out to space and you can see the little planet inside it. It does pay a little bit of homage to the Death Egg Zone in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 by having a few gravity gimmicks in there, but it's definitely not as challenging or as intricate as Sonic the Hedgehog 3's Death Egg was. It does play host to a couple of bosses in its first act though. The first being a double team between Dr. Robotnik and Metal Sonic. Let me first just say, this is really cool to fight them both at once. You don't really fight Dr. Robotnik here, but Dr. Robotnik is protecting Metal Sonic with his own force field. Makes you wonder why Robotnik doesn't just use that force field all the time. And then you race Metal Sonic in a fucking rehash of Stardust Speedway's boss. Oh, for fuck's sake, you just couldn't, could you? It's also really easy, just do the twin dash. There, you're good, you're done. And then there's the second act of Death Egg 2, which is the final boss of the game. And it's an original boss fight this time. Yay! As Dr. Robotnik is now piloting the heart of the Death Egg, and there are these giant revolving rings which you run on, some of which are electrified, some of which have spikes on them, and you basically need to navigate these rings to crush Dr. Robotnik once and for all. Okay, I'll give it that, that's actually a cool final boss. It doesn't necessarily have the scale and scope of previous classic Sonic final boss fights, but it's still good. Not every Sonic final boss has to be a giant mech. Once Dr. Robotnik is defeated, Sonic and Tails flee the Death Egg back to Earth and... Wait, hang on. The Death Egg 2 has the little planet inside it, doesn't it? As the credits roll, we see Sonic and Tails' journey back to Earth and the Death Egg's lights go out. But about the little planet, though. Yeah, it's just still in there. And there's no good ending for this either, that's just it. That is the end. Wow, that's a damp squib of an ending. Well done, guys, you... survived. Just a shame about the little planet and all of its inhabitants, really, isn't it? It's kind of weird to have the little planet be such a big part of the story and then just be kind of forgotten about. Well, if you do collect all the Chaos Emeralds, you unlock Super Sonic. No special ending, but... oh, by the way, yes, Sonic, I guess, just lost the Chaos Emeralds between episodes. This time to get them, you do the half-pipe stages, so it's drawing inspiration from Sonic 2. And once you get Super Sonic, he's fucking shit. He's not good at all. So what's the problem here? Every time you use a Sonic and Tails team-up move, it reverts from Super Sonic to Standard Sonic. And considering how often you have to use these, and that they are essential... holy shit, guys, what the fuck? You mean to tell me you couldn't have Sonic just stay in his super form when he does that? So yeah, enjoy all 10 seconds of Super Sonic. Trust me, it's not worth the grind for the Chaos Emeralds. Also, there's red rings in this game, which you can collect and you get nothing. Man, they really don't pay you for the grind in this one, do they? So one little footnote they advertise is that this game has lock-on technology, just like Sonic 3 and Knuckles did. It really doesn't work that way here. Basically, if you have both games, you can unlock Episode Metal. Basically, you play through 4 acts of Sonic the Hedgehog 4 as Metal Sonic. And there are a few minor changes here and there, and Metal Sonic's physics are, I guess, a bit better than Sonic's were in Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It kind of serves to tie the two games together, which it kinda does. It's just very unremarkable, really. One thing that was adorable about the marketing of this was that they tried to tie Sonic CD into the Sonic 4 saga. There was a remake of Sonic the Hedgehog CD announced, and in the trailer for it, it was like, see where the Sonic 4 saga began. No, don't do that. I guess another thing worth noting about Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 is that they did improve, not perfect, but improve Sonic's handling. He's a bit more reactive to hills and slopes now. So... that's something. It's just a shame that there's no kind of patch between these two games which gives Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1 the physics engine of Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2, or puts Tails in there or something. That would be real lock-on technology. Overall, Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is just two very thinly strung games that even if you put them together as one, which you can't, but even if you were to think of it that way, they don't hold even the slightest candle to any of the three Sonic the Hedgehog classic games. Even if you split Sonic 3 and Knuckles into the two half games, this game doesn't hold a candle to either of those. It doesn't hold a candle to Sonic 1. And it just makes me question how little must Sega have thought of their original flagship series to be able to put that label on this game. The Sonic 4 Saga games are not bad games, I really must stress that, but their worst enemy is their title. If they'd just called it something like Sonic Retro Blast or something, it would have been a completely different matter. These would have been really good little throwback games. Would they be as good as the classics? No, but would they have to be? Fortunately, it does seem as though Sega has swept this one under the rug with the Sonic Mania game. A game that very much serves as a continuation of the original classic Sonic trilogy and does a much better job of it. But for now, what I can say is Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is one of the few Sonic games that actually gets me nostalgic, because it's one of the few Sonic games that I put down for long enough to feel nostalgic about when picking it up again for this video. There is that old cliche saying that pretty much every game journalist at some stage in their career has said.
Oh, Sonic was great in the 90s, but he's been having a bit of a rough time since the transition to 3D.
And honestly, I think the transition to 3D had nothing to do with it. As when it came to 3D games, Sonic pretty much hit the ground running with Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Things started to go south a little bit when Sonic started trying to desperately reach out to every different audience he could because he went on to become a third-party gaming mascot, as opposed to being the mascot of his own consoles. It was safe to say that Sonic's journey across a multitude of different consoles had proven to be something of a struggle, with many bumps in the road, the biggest of which being Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, which attempted to reboot the franchise into a new direction, but was immediately rejected for its poor build quality, and for being such a far cry from what Sonic ever stood for. But believe it or not, Sega managed to get back up with another mainline Sonic the Hedgehog game for 2008. Many Sonic the Hedgehog patrons had abandoned all hope that Sonic would ever get back on his feet after Sonic 06. And at this stage in the gaming world, Sonic was something of a laughingstock. So in today's video, we're looking at the Renaissance era of Sonic the Hedgehog, the point where modern Sonic finally started to develop a consistent formula. So the four games we'll be looking at today will be Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Colors, Sonic Generations, and Sonic Forces. And Sonic Lost World will be covered at a later date. So our first stop,
Sonic Unleashed.
I see it, and now it's all within my reach. Possibility. I see it now. It's always been inside of me. Now I feel so free. It's possibility.
So at the time of Sonic Unleashed, a lot of Sonic fans had already kind of jumped ship at this point, with many believing that after Sonic 06 there was no hope left for this franchise. This is not the perspective that I had at the time that Sonic Unleashed came out. See, I grew up on Sonic 1 and 2 on the Sega Mega Drive and then never played a Sonic game since that. Sonic Unleashed was my very first modern 3D Sonic game. And you know, when I got Sonic Unleashed, I didn't actually set out to get Sonic Unleashed. I wanted to trade some old PS2 games in so that I could get the Xbox 360 version of Spider-Man 3 the game. It was my dad who persuaded me to give Sonic Unleashed a try, after he'd seen it advertised on TV. So at the time I bought Sonic Unleashed, I had no idea what this franchise had been through. And this may also be why I have a slightly more lax perspective on games like Sonic 06 than a lot of other people do, is because I know that that era did come to an end, whereas you guys were all living through it. So Sonic Unleashed had a lot to prove to Sonic fans that were very cynical after Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, but it also had quite a bit to prove to me as to whether or not I would continue to invest in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise going forward. So Sonic Unleashed is a pretty meaty Sonic game, which has a big emphasis on globetrotting. Story-wise, like the Sonic Adventure series, this gives us a little bit of extra background on Sonic's world and how it works. Dr. Robotnik shatters the Earth into pieces to extract planet, a life form that lives inside the Earth's core called Dark Gaia, which he uses to power Eggman Land. Sonic attempts to stop Robotnik but fails. Now exposed to Dark Gaia's energy, Sonic turns into a werehog at nighttime. After losing the battle with Dr. Robotnik, Sonic lands back on Earth, falling face first next to a chihuahua who's lost his memory. He joins us for the adventure and we discover new bits about him, and he kinda serves as Sonic's main companion for this game. So the two team up with Tails to put the Earth back together, restoring the power of the Chaos Emeralds, and defeat Dr. Robotnik once again. In terms of the game's aesthetic, yes, Sonic is looking a bit less lanky this time around, and Dr. Robotnik is back to looking cartoonish with the rest of the humans. But there is one thing here that does return from Sonic 06, and that is the CGI cutscenes, and my god, these are captivating. I think whether you love Sonic or hate him, like, you gotta admit, the opening cutscene of Sonic Unleashed is incredibly impressive. I'm not gonna go much more into depth about Sonic Unleashed's story and aesthetics though, as I've already talked quite a lot about that in another video essay. Now, this may sound like your typical fairly nonsensical Sonic the Hedgehog story, but at the time it was quite different because it didn't have an abundance of different Sonic lore characters in there. The only returning Sonic cast in this game are Sonic himself, Tails, Dr. Robotnik, and Amy Rose. Not even Knuckles makes an appearance this time. As well as that, Sonic is the only playable character this time around, as opposed to the abundant 9 characters that we had in Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Now, there is something of a loophole to this, as Sonic has a number of different playstyles in this game. There's a playstyle made for navigating the hub worlds in this game. Sonic's speed and abilities are very capped in this mode. These places are not designed for you to go fast, they're designed for you to explore. And there's a lot of hub worlds this time around, as you spend a lot of time traveling different continents on the Earth, as well as chatting with the locals, which works much better this time around as they've gone for more of a Pixar kind of an aesthetic this time, as opposed to realism like we saw in Sonic 06. It fits. So Sonic's main daytime gameplay in this game takes on a brand new form. Well, I say brand new, it did appear in the Sonic Rush series, but I guess brand new to 3D Sonic. As in this game, Sonic Team have taken the concept of Sonic being a fast character and really ran with it. God damn it. With the exception of the jump and the homing attack, Sonic's skill set has been completely changed for this game. Gone is the spin dash, now replaced with a boost of supersonic speed that is fueled by the rings. Sonic's entire moveset here is designed around the concept of going fast and maintaining that speed. And a lot of Sonic's functionality for stop-and-go platforming has been removed. He's also able to crouch and slide under low arches. Because naturally steering a character that's this fast is difficult, he now has a nifty drift. There are sections of this gameplay where Sonic will need to realign himself with certain track elements to avoid specific obstacles, which require a quick step left and right. All of this comes together to create a Sonic that is faster and more bullet-like than ever before. This is no ordinary platforming game, and Sonic now has a gameplay style that not only suits him to the teeth, but is also incredibly distinctive, different, and thrilling. It really feels like in one swoop, this character really got himself a new identity. But then the sun does admittedly set on that. As mentioned before, night falls, he becomes a werehog, and the werehog stages are very much more your run-of-the-mill platformer. Sonic's daytime stages feel a lot like Sonic 2, and the nighttime stages feel a bit more like zones from Sonic 1, which effectively makes Sonic Unleashed in many ways the best of both worlds. But what it's easy to forget upon playing Sonic Unleashed is that the werehog only gets better the more you play. There are different ways throughout Sonic Unleashed that you can earn EXP, which can be spent on improving your Sonic, and you can choose between both the normal Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic the Werehog. But to be fair, standard Sonic is pretty powerful as it is. I honestly recommend spending those skill points on new combat moves for the Werehog, as well as a longer life bar. It can take a rather repetitive button mashing gameplay with easy death and turn it into something very satisfying. And that is something where I do understand the criticism for Sonic Unleashed is the Werehog does stop the fast momentum of this game dead. Because much of the aim of the game for daytime Sonic is to not lose your speed and momentum, it does make the Werehog feel almost like a punishment for progressing through the game. But really, the Werehog has a different sense of speed to it in a way. If you play it well, you can get through these levels very fast, but if you don't, they can outstay their welcome. It's kind of about how you pace your combat and your combos. Once you've leveled Werehog up, again, yes, he's a lot more fun. But I can understand why Sonic fans would object to this.
A werewolf-style beat-em-up hack-and-slash thing is not really what you sign up for when you buy a Sonic game. At the same time, neither are mech shooting sections and treasure hunting levels. And to be honest, I do like the Werehog about as much as I like those. So it's inoffensive to me. I'm pretty lucky I like both playstyles. So Sonic Unleashed definitely has a good mix of RPG elements, racing-style gameplay, and platforming. I'd say the game has a good sense of progression to it with a really good difficulty curve culminating in a great final level, but one thing that definitely halts progression is the game never really states how important the Sun and Moon medals are. There's quite an abundance of these scattered throughout stages. They're definitely much easier to find in the Werehog stages, because let's face it, everything's going past you at 1,000 miles an hour in Sonic stages. You're gonna miss them there. But the game doesn't really tell you that these things are important until suddenly you end up locked out of the next world because you don't have enough Sun and Moon medals. This really punishes the player for playing through a Sonic game at a good pace. You can see the oxymoron there. And then there are the tornado stages, which are about as interactive as a DVD menu. These are basically like 7-minute long QuickTime events. Yeah, no elaboration really needed on that, that's all there is to it. I mean, it's really lame that this just is the way it is, that the fact that it just exists. It's especially lame when you consider that they've done 3D tornado stages in Sonic Adventure 1, and they were way better than this. Absolutely no control over the plane or anything whatsoever, you just press the coordinating buttons that appear on screen. It's like the equivalent of playing Simon Says for 7 minutes in the middle of a Sonic game. Fortunately, it only happens twice, and they're pretty easy. It's difficult for me to admit that Sonic Unleashed is not perfect. Why? Because this was the Sonic game that made me a Sonic fan. This was the one that got me back into the franchise. It was after playing Sonic Unleashed and loving it as much as I did that I went back and checked out every other Sonic game that I hadn't played. Because Sonic Unleashed was, and still is, one of my favorite games I've ever played. Sure, the game is pretty inconsistently paced, but there's a huge sense of adventure that comes with this game, partly because the story's pretty solid, but you really get to explore these worlds while speeding through them. While maybe the Werehog is a step too far, being able to explore these hub worlds at a more gentle pace really makes you feel like you're experiencing the adventure with Sonic. And even with that said, I still enjoy the Werehog. As far as I'm concerned, Sonic Unleashed is the best damn Sonic game since Sonic Adventure 2. And love it or hate it, I think most Sonic fans agreed that Sonic Unleashed definitely put the franchise in a better direction than we'd last seen it with Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. So let's move on to the follow-up,
Sonic Colors.
Tell me how to get out, and I won't try to understand. No words to say, well, much I can. Together we can take a stand.
Okay, just a disclaimer, I didn't own a Wii then, and I don't own a Wii now. But that didn't stop me from getting the chance to play Sonic Colors the whole way through. Sonic Colors very much follows in the footsteps of Sonic Unleashed with the return of the boost gameplay. However, there is no Werehog this time around. So that's it then, perfect Sonic game, just absolutely perfect. Well, one positive thing is that Sonic Colors started to really rebuild Sonic's positive reputation. This was the first critically acclaimed Sonic game in a very long time. For starters, the game is made up of nothing but the daytime stages from Sonic Unleashed. There's no big giant storyline this time around. Dr. Robotnik has built an interstellar amusement park to apologize for his previous misdeeds, but really this is a cover-up for the fact that he's taking aliens and using their power to fuel this. And it's up to Sonic and Tails to stop him. There's a definite change in tone for this one, from the voice cast to the fact that the overall writing and content of this game is definitely pitched at a more broad and younger audience. Which makes sense, I mean, he's a talking hedgehog. The story's simpler with more of a focus on humor, and yeah, the humor is very childish this time around. It's nothing that's going to be egregious to adult players. I mean, worst come to worst, just skip the cutscenes. I mean, you're not watching a movie here. This fits Sonic just fine. Yeah, I much prefer the over-the-top, almost kind of Ugandan blockbuster-style Sonic stories that are just really badly translated and really hilariously ill-thought through, which played with some really surprising themes and subtext. I love those for both good and bad reasons, but in the case of Sonic Colors, while I'm very lukewarm on it, I will admit that this is a style that would suit Sonic for the foreseeable future. I'm happy to step back and just say this is for kids. As for the gameplay, it all starts off pretty promising with a really good opening level and lots of 3D space to run around in. The art style is terrific, the levels are all very distinctive and creative. This game has its own distinctive visual identity when juxtaposed with previous Sonic games, and that's something I really like. Not to mention the graphics and presentation are really respectable considering this was running on a Wii. So as for the actual meat and bones of the gameplay of this game, the cracks were very apparent from the get-go to me anyway. Because while this game trims off a lot of fat from Sonic Unleashed, making for a more streamlined and well-paced experience overall, the quality of it just isn't quite there. So one thing worth noting is that Sonic's abilities have been changed ever so slightly. You can now only do the drift when prompted, and Sonic now has a double jump, and this is because he's been more geared up to do 2D platforming in this one, because this game is mostly 2D this time around, with a sprinkling of 3D here and there. The 2D segments are the meat and bones of this game, which in my opinion is a bit of a cop-out, because I much prefer the 3D segments, even in this game. The 2D is often used for very stop-and-go platforming, and it really doesn't complement Sonic, because there are very small platforms that are moving around a lot and you're waiting for them to come to you a lot, and then you end up overshooting your jump because Sonic's got so much momentum now. This is a far cry from the classic Sonic games, and it feels very much like they're starting to sort of reverse engineer the modern Sonic into the classic one, and it's just not working here. I think every Sonic game needs a certain amount of platforming and interactivity, which Sonic Colors has in spade. Heck, you can even interact with the title screen. That's crazy. But the platforming needs to suit Sonic as a playable character, and the kind of platforming in Sonic Colors is the kind of platforming that stops the player dead in their tracks. And this is most of the game. One cool thing that Colors introduces are the Wisps, which are the aliens that Sonic has to rescue. They also act as power-ups, allowing Sonic to do these different abilities to get through the stages, and since there's a lot of different versions of the Wisps, you can really kind of play the game in your own way, and that's a very cool thing. And use of the Wisps will give you a much higher ranking at the end of the stage. Speaking of stages, this Sonic game is quite a bit shorter than the previous ones, clocking in at about 4 hours long. There are 7 acts per stage, and that sounds like a lot, but a lot of these acts only last about a minute, if that. And I've gotta say, that's kind of unsatisfying, as I definitely prefer to have a stage with a bit more substance to it. And that's kind of my issue with Sonic Colors, is that there's a lot of little tiny baby stages, and I'm not very fond of them. They're definitely not a patch on any of the daytime stages in Sonic Unleashed, sadly. Which is a shame, because it feels like the idea of Sonic Colors on paper has the potential to be a perfectly streamlined Sonic game. But that doesn't mean that Sonic Colors is a bad game. And heck, Sonic Colors does come with a decent amount of content considering its shorter runtime. You've got the Sonic Simulator, which allows you to play through more 2D block platformy levels, but with a second player. You can also choose Sonic speed from the get-go, so you can find something that works for you. Or in this case, works better for the very stop-and-go block platforming. As well as that, for the first time in a 3D, or mostly 3D Sonic game, you can play as Super Sonic. And he's invincible, and he's got unlimited boost energy, and he's just great. Sonic Colors, stylistically speaking, takes Sonic in a very good direction. It's just several steps back with the gameplay, sadly. In terms of structure, it's a good evolution from Sonic Unleashed, but in terms of gameplay, it's quite a de-evolution from Sonic Unleashed. So let's just see how things go in the next game,
Sonic Generations.
Sonic Generations is Sonic's 20th anniversary celebration, and it's safe to say that coming 4 years after Sonic Unleashed, I picked a good time to get back into the franchise and do my research, or else much of what Sonic Generations has going for it would have fallen flat for me personally. So Sonic Generations has Sonic and his friends kidnapped and flung through time and space. So Sonic and Tails need to navigate their way through their own timeline to get to the bottom of this, rescuing friends and restoring life to the locations and timelines as they go. Once again, the boost gameplay returns, and it takes on a form much more akin to Sonic Unleashed. And the level design is the best it's ever been, with lots of 3D platforming that really complements Sonic's abilities. This is one of the most fun Sonic games to play in the 3D segments. Sonic feels fast, but still versatile enough to get the platforming done. But there is a second playstyle, much like what Sonic Unleashed had, with two different versions of Sonic to play as Sonic is joined on this adventure by himself from the past, Classic Sonic, which I guess was a neat way of tying over the two art styles, even if this is something of a paper-thin basis for a second playable character. And Classic Sonic plays very similar to what he did in the original Classic Sonic games. It's not spot on, but it feels authentic. The main differences now are that Classic Sonic doesn't really roll down hills very well, however he has a much more violent spin dash than ever before. There's a great deal of excitement that comes in going back to Classic Sonic locations such as Green Hill, Chemical Plant, and Sky Sanctuary as the modern Sonic and playing through these levels in 3D with remixed music. For me, that's definitely the most exciting part of the game. But this is of course a trip through time, so we go through all of Sonic's history as both modern and classic Sonic. I feel like definitely there's more that could have been done with this premise though. 20 years of Sonic history comes together for a 2-hour-long story mode? There are a lot of unfortunately missed opportunities, but I guess it does at least stay streamlined. And there's plenty of meat to this game that you can hunker down on after completing it as well, or while you're on your way, with lots of other level portals that you can play through, which all have their own unique challenges. One thing this game does very well that I praised Sonic Heroes for was that Sonic Generations has a very upbeat, almost party-like atmosphere, and that's partly thanks to how well done the music is. It's all remixes of songs that we've heard before in Sonic history, and it really all feels like the definitive celebration of that. I will admit though, it was around the time of Sonic Generations that I really started to kind of pine for the additional exploration and RPG elements that games like Sonic Unleashed delivered. Sonic Generations moves at a breakneck pace, and it almost feels like it's kind of over before it starts. There is a hub world in this game, but it's very, very basic. And I guess another thing I will say is having 2D sections in modern Sonic's gameplay is completely redundant now that Classic Sonic is on the scene. It would have made more sense if they had just committed to modern Sonic being strictly 3D and Classic Sonic being strictly 2D. Sonic Generations is an example of where playing it safe really works and can be a welcome change of pace for an anniversary event. This is very fitting for Sonic's 20th anniversary. And for what it is, if you accept that it is a smaller game than previous Sonic games, Sonic Generations is still terrific. So there's just one more game left before we look at the final scoreboard, to see how these games stack up. So our final stop is
Sonic Forces.
Sonic Forces was 3D Sonic's debut onto consoles such as the PS4, the Nintendo Switch, and the Xbox One. With new hardware capabilities come new opportunities. But rather than embrace this, Sonic Forces instead decides to play it safe, repeating the tricks from its playbook that proved popular in the past, but teaming that with a new story and one new playstyle. To its credit, the storyline tries to go bigger this time. The over-the-top, cheesy blockbuster spectacle of, say, Sonic Adventure 2 is back, but now it is ramped up to 100, as Dr. Robotnik and his alliance of familiar enemies have successfully taken over the world. And it's on the alliance of familiar Sonic characters to take back the world from the clutches of Dr. Robotnik. Now that sounds like a cool premise, but trust me, it's not as cool as it sounds. I really did like the idea of Dr. Robotnik just waking up one morning and deciding, fuck it, let's make 10 Death Egg robots and just trash up the place. Enslave everybody. Why not, you know? You've got all these inventions, so why not just use them all at once? Big assault. But no, that's not the case. It more stems on Dr. Robotnik assembling a team of familiar Sonic foes, including Chaos, Zavok, Metal Sonic, Shadow, and the new character Infinite, to ambush Sonic and, well, to the knowledge of his friends, kill him. And because Sonic's friends are completely useless without Sonic, it all goes to shit. And they form this kind of underground alliance to crush Dr. Robotnik once and for all, and my god, the wartime dialogue in this game is absolutely hilarious. Knuckles is the leader of this alliance, and he takes his job so seriously, I can't take him seriously. So obviously Sonic isn't dead, he's just been in prison for 6 months being tortured. We don't know how and with what methods, but he just is, I guess. Tortured... It doesn't belong in a Sonic game. And as I've mentioned, this plot has an alliance of different Sonic villains from the past, but there's not really any payoff for any of them. They're all just illusions. You get to fight Metal Sonic and Zavok, Chaos is killed off in a cutscene, they make a pretty big deal of Infinite, and you do fight him 3 times, but it amounts to absolutely nothing. So there's really no actual satisfaction to be had with the storyline here, and that's not a big deal because I'm not playing the game for its storyline. There's a lot of spectacle going on, and I think some of the really hilarious, ironic war dialogue from Knuckles and the other characters will go on to be quoted for decades to come. In terms of gameplay, Sonic is using the boost formula once again, but it's much closer to what it was in Sonic Colors, with the double jump and the complete omission of the drift. And there's one major flaw of this gameplay, which I'll go on to mention in a bit, but first I just want to cover the other playable characters in this game. Once again, classic Sonic returns, who's no longer Sonic from the past, but Sonic from another dimension. Weird retcon, but okay I guess. However, his controls are, they're much worse than they were in Sonic Generations, Jesus Christ. He is heavy, he's slippery, yet his jump is floaty. Classic Sonic is just an all-round shit show, and it's just made worse that he shouldn't be here in the first place, because he has absolutely no significance on the storyline. He's here to help. But that's all, he's there to be on posters, basically. Then there's the third playable character, who's a rookie, applying to aid the Alliance to crush Dr. Robotnik. And this rookie is whoever you want him, her, or them to be, as the game has a built-in character designer, with a lot of different options. And throughout the game, you can unlock an absolute abundance of accessories for this character. You can choose the species, the voice, the finale pose, everything. This character plays like modern Sonic minus the boost, but also has a gadget called the Wisp-On, which are Wisp-inspired weapons. Get it? The Wisp-On? A lot of them are very stop and go, and a lot of them really gunk up the controls a lot, so I just tend to stick to the flamethrower. You can also use the Wisp-Ons to get wisps to make explosions in the air. I don't care. I barely used it. I just played the game like a normal person. Like, the wisps were part of Sonic Colors' whole appeal, so it's kind of weird that they're just back here. There's also a grapple gun, but you really rarely get to use it. It's there to kind of give yourself your own little homing attack, but with anything interesting with the grapple gun, you don't really get to control it yourself. Heck, the grapple gun has a drift, but you only drift when the game says you can, and you don't really get a choice. Sonic forces you to drift. But the drift is really just one of many scripted events throughout this game where you can basically take your hands off the controller and just watch it for a while. And there is an abundance of this. And considering there are only 30 levels in the game, and most of those levels only last around about 1 minute, there's a surprising amount of Sonic forces that you don't actually get to play. Like, an egregious amount. Okay, so here's that little character flaw I was mentioning earlier, and the reason I didn't mention it earlier is because this applies to all of the characters. The momentum is no longer a gradual build-up. There's a slight gradual build-up and then it's sudden puffed into full speed. Yes, even for classic Sonic. And it makes it hell to determine your jumps. So really, there's everything wrong with Sonic Forces in many ways. But what's also weird is how redundant some of these levels are. You play through Green Hill and Chemical Plant again. We played them in Sonic Generations. We played them in Sonic Mania. We played them in the original games they're based on. We played them in the Lego spin-off. Why did they feel the need to do this again? To a less egregious extent, the Death Egg is back, but I must admit I really like how it's been designed here. And there's a level called Metropolis, but it's not Metropolis, so fair enough. And the game also clocks in at under 2 hours this time. The music is great, the presentation's really clean, but on a whole, this does not feel like a AAA game. This is definitely a AA budget game, which is also evident because it never released full price either. And with that in mind, it's kind of not so bad, I guess. I mean, there's something to be said for a game that expects very little of its player. You can pick it up, you can have a quick, breezy play, it's fun, I guess. Maybe this is the kind of juxtaposition they wanted for Sonic. Like, for example, you had Mario Odyssey released the same year, a game that's incredibly interactive, a game with a lot of attention to detail, a game where there's a lot expected of the player. Maybe Sega were just like, yeah, Sega does what Nintendo don't, so we just make a really quick game that you can just have a quick play with and feel a teeny bit satisfied with, I guess. The best way to play Sonic Forces for me is to just play it all in one sitting. It really doesn't take long, and it's really the only way you're going to get any substance out of your sit down. As well as that, individual levels just don't have very much replay value either, so you might as well just play the whole thing. Otherwise, there's very, very little reason to go back to it. The really sad thing about Sonic Forces is kind of just remembering where Sonic came from, and it's hard to ignore when this game features classic Sonic. This game spends a lot of its time harkening back to classic Sonic days, reminding us of the little Mario Buster that this character was supposed to be. And Sonic Forces, feeling like a little AA budget title, really just feels like Sonic has given up at even trying to compete with Mario now. And that's
That's just sad. The whole first level and the first impression of this game really sums up everything that's wrong with it. Remember Green Hill Zone in Sonic 1, how it was like this little playground where you could really just practice Sonic's different abilities with different structures and different kinds of obstacles you'd be facing in the game ahead. It gave you a little taste of everything that this character has to offer. In Sonic Forces, you're back in Green Hill Zone again at the very start, but it's chock full of just long empty pathways with nothing to do, and scripted events where you can just stick the controller down. It's like the complete opposite. And that is just a damn shame. What I will say is, if you're thinking of getting Sonic Forces, obviously wait for a bargain, but do consider getting it on the PC, I would say. Because when it comes to PC Sonic games, there's quite a big modding community that have very enthusiastically really remedied a lot of the problems with Sonic Forces. There's a mod with reimagined versions of the Sonic Forces levels, which really brings a little bit of life back to the overall structure of these levels. There's now a lot more you can interact with and play with. Right, so those are the 4 Renaissance Boost era Sonic games. It would certainly seem with Sonic Forces that the Renaissance era has come to a close. With that said, the wait between Sonic Forces and the next Sonic game has been a long one. In fact, it's still going on. So maybe there's a lot of franchise maintenance going on behind the scenes, who knows? Right, so let's do the ranking then. In 4th place, we have Sonic Forces. Definitely my least favorite of the modern Sonic Renaissance games. In 3rd place, we have Sonic Colors. In 2nd place, Sonic Generations. And in 1st place, Sonic Unleashed. It almost feels like every time they really started doing something well, they took a few steps back with other things, and it all kind of culminated with Sonic Forces, where everything just feels like a downgrade from what's come before. It's one thing to repeat the same old tricks twice, but another thing entirely to do them worse. But if it gives you any solace, think about this. History can be kind of cyclical when it comes with Sonic. Look at it this way, in 1996, Sonic and Mario both released 2 new games onto new hardware. Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo 64, and Sonic 3D Blast on the Sega Saturn after a little bit of a drought of Sonic games. And Mario absolutely humiliated Sonic that time around. Super Mario 64 is considered a classic. Sonic 3D Blast, it was backwards even at the time it came out. It was basically dead on arrival. But then after a long period of no Sonic games, Sonic came back with a new identity and the Sonic Adventure series. So consider this, Sonic and Mario once again released opposite one another on new-gen consoles at the time. Sonic Forces opposite Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey is an absolute Goliath of a game, and Sonic Forces is, again, it really doesn't make any use of the new opportunities it's presented with. So if history's anything to go by, hopefully we've got the next Sonic adventure on our hands next time around. So that concludes my retrospective on the main series Sonic games, but that doesn't mean I'm done. There's always going to be more to look at when it comes to Sonic the Hedgehog, so I'll see you guys next time. At long last, things were finally looking good for our spiky blue friend. Sonic Unleashed had introduced a brand new playstyle which many deemed the definitive 3D Sonic playstyle, the Boost formula. This then carried over to Sonic Colors, which changed the direction of the franchise entirely, being the first critically acclaimed Sonic game since the Sonic Adventure series, with a simplified and more kid-friendly focus, a more accessible Sonic. This then carried over to Sonic Generations, which took that formula, combined it with the classic Sonic gameplay as well, and brought back fan-favourite levels from the 20-year history of the character. At long last, it appeared that the Sonic the Hedgehog game series had some sense of direction, and the future was looking very positive. So I guess the logical thing to do would be to take the now perfected modern Sonic gameplay from Sonic Generations and make a full game based around that like they did with Sonic Colors, but with a brand new adventure and a brand new story. Brand new levels, right? Well, that's not what happened. And thus Sonic Lost World was born. For starters, Sega struck a deal with Nintendo that the next 3 Sonic games would be exclusive to Nintendo consoles, their current console at that time being the ill-fated Wii U. I never owned a Wii U, but fortunately for me, a couple of years later, Sonic Lost World would release on the Steam Marketplace. And since then, I have played the game the whole way through. Sonic Lost World is kind of seen as the red-headed stepchild of the Boost-era Sonic games. For starters, it didn't sell very well, and was basically just kind of passed off by reviews as being pretty mediocre. The critical reception was, the fan reception was, But looking back, does Sonic Lost World really deserve that reputation? Well, that's what we're here to investigate. Much like Colors and Generations, Sonic Lost World has a very simple story that's a bit more kid-centric. The kiddie humor from Sonic Colors is back in full force, but I will say even if it doesn't work, it's pretty evident that they tried to do something a little bit interesting with this one. Following a brief battle with Dr. Eggman, Sonic and Tails arrive at the Lost Hex, which is inhabited by a race of Zeti that Dr. Eggman is trying to enslave. 6 highly sadistic creatures. You've got Satan himself, Old Guy, Wildcard, Fat Dude, Angst, and Girl. I'm not even really trying to be funny there, that's just all they really boil down to. I mean, fair enough, you're not really supposed to think about it very much, but it's just, I don't know, you can't help but think, aim higher, guys, you know? And I guess these Deadly Six, as they're referred to throughout the game, are basically the equivalent to the ancient god of destruction that Dr. Eggman is working with this time. They've just gone for a less mythical approach this time. But the twist is that Dr. Eggman pretty much has them under his control until Sonic is the one that unleashes their true power. His hasty nature causes him to attack Dr. Eggman, freeing the Zeti of his command, and that's where they realize that the Zeti are a much bigger threat than Dr. Eggman, causing Sonic and Eggman to team up. Which for some reason puts something of a strain on Sonic and Tails' relationship at one point. Tails just kind of starts to think that Sonic likes Eggman more than him, and he lashes out. Meanwhile, we learn that Eggman definitely has something of a moral backbone. This isn't the first time that Sonic and Eggman have teamed up to take on a common threat, but it is the most time that they've ever spent with this premise. Some of the dialogue in this is oddly dark as well. So the story is very much like Sonic Colors if Sonic Colors were trying to prove something. It really doesn't work, but as far as Sonic game storylines go, There's a lot of just meandering around and them just talking. I think what defined Sonic stories was that they weren't wordy and that they were pretty action-focused. So when you've got this oddly wordy Sonic story that feels like it's trying to have twists and turns in it, and has characters describing violent acts that they want to do to each other, it doesn't really end up feeling like a Sonic story. It doesn't really end up feeling like anything, to be honest. It's simple enough to be inoffensive, and the cutscenes are quick and skippable enough for me to not really give a shit. Funny, we've only talked about the story and already we've got an But at the same time, I'm pretty on Sonic stories altogether, so let's move on. So I've already mentioned that the story doesn't really feel like Sonic, but then there's the curious case of the gameplay. And Sonic games are usually variations of familiar concepts. Up until Sonic Unleashed, the gameplay was very much variants of the adventure-style gameplay, and then after Unleashed it was very much variants of the boost gameplay. But with Sonic Lost World, what we've got is something completely new made for this game. And it's not just Sonic that plays differently, but the levels as well, as Sonic Lost World takes some inspiration from Mario Galaxy, with its gravity-defying platforming. Now, I don't mind the idea of Sonic taking on this concept. After all, there's always been similarities between Sonic and Mario, and we're seeing Sonic's way of doing that concept. What I will say, though, is that gravity has always played a role in Sonic's gameplay. It is intrinsic to Sonic's signature momentum-based movement. Even in the boost gameplay, there was a sense of momentum and velocity to it. But with Sonic Lost World being a gravity-defying experience, that is nowhere to be found in this game, as slopes and hills and loop-de-loops have pretty much no impact on Sonic. So while the momentum is gone, it's been swapped out with parkour. Thanks to a run button, Sonic can now run up walls, cling to surfaces, so I guess that the parkour is a means of building Sonic's signature athleticism into the gameplay. Because of this, while you do have speed, it doesn't feel very natural. Again, this doesn't feel like a Sonic game. But does that necessarily make it bad? Well, I'll say this, Sonic having a run button is kind of a good thing, because it allows the player to have more control over Sonic during tricky platforming sections. This is a good thing. Those platforming sections that were hell in Sonic Colors because of Sonic's very slippery playstyle are made so much more doable by Sonic's speed only being accessed when holding the run button. I'll say this, I think it could be implemented better though. I would rather have a slow button than a run button, because speed is intrinsic to Sonic after all. Rather than having a run button, how about a brake? Sonic's moveset has also had something of an overhaul. The double jump is back from Sonic Colors, but now the homing attack can home onto multiple targets at once, meaning that there's less player input, there's less you gotta do. Well, that's underwhelming. I mean, it is timing based, like the longer you spend in the air, the more your homing attack is charged up, meaning that you can aim at more targets, but The spin dash is back, which is great, but it never runs out of momentum if you just hold it down, meaning that
I don't know, it feels a little bit overpowered. The bounce from Sonic Adventure 2 also makes a welcome return. There are some enemies that can't be tackled by a homing attack. Sonic can now do an aerial kick, which can stun enemies before homing attacking them, which kinda remedies the lack of player input on the homing attack. But do you want like more player input or less? And also there's no visual thing that tells you that one badnik needs kicking before homing attack. You pretty much have to guess.
This is probably one of the most complex versions of Sonic yet, and from what I understand, this didn't complement the Wii U's control schemes at all. Well, I played it with a keyboard on my PC, and I didn't mind. It's nice to have all these different skills and abilities, and it's especially nice when those skills and abilities allow you to access a new area of the level. These levels are full of different paths, which reward the player for thinking outside the box. This is everything that Sonic level design should be. I just really wish that the slopes had some impact on Sonic's momentum. There are also areas that you can only reach by using the parkour techniques such as wall running. I'm gonna say this, I have completed the game and revisited it a few times, and I still don't know whether or not I've gotten to grips with the parkour gameplay or not yet. I generally avoid these paths where possible, simply because too often the parkour just doesn't work. And the times where I have managed to get it to work, it doesn't feel like it was actually me that did it. It feels like a fluke. While parkouring and running on walls, that's where you need to find ways to sustain your momentum. This can be done by leaping from wall to wall if there is one adjacent, but sometimes there's not, and I really am just confused as to what to do there. Also, for some reason, the wisps make a return. And it's just kind of like, there's already enough different ways of playing this game. You really don't need to introduce the wisps now as well. They're not essential, they have no bearing on the story, they don't affect your score to my knowledge. If they do, I don't care because you don't get ranked in this game. But the thing with the parkour, and the thing with the wisps, is there are red rings in this game, which are essential for unlocking Super Sonic. And Super Sonic in this game is great, because he's just like regular Sonic, except he has a boost. And that boost gives him a certain sense of momentum. This is the closest it gets to feeling like a Sonic game. What I will say is Sonic Lost World does a good job of keeping things fresh from level to level, as different levels come with different gimmicks and puzzles. There's a bit too much of this, and some are definitely better than others, but it still keeps things fresh. I would rather have these puzzles scattered around proper Sonic levels than have levels built entirely around these puzzles. But I think that's how they get some longevity out of this one, and to be fair, Sonic Lost World is a little bit meatier in terms of longevity than Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations. But like those games, the 2D sections also return, and frankly, they are a complete waste of valuable playtime real estate. This gameplay style in 2D is just pointless. This gameplay style doesn't feel like Sonic, but when you stick it in 2D, that's when you really realize, god damn it, this really doesn't feel like Sonic. Exploration and platforming are the best things about Sonic Lost World, and in 2D, that is reduced by a whole dimension. I don't understand the appeal of constantly throwing modern Sonic into 2D spaces, and I especially don't understand it here. In terms of the presentation as well, Sonic Lost World definitely takes on a different art style. While Sonic games have always been quite cartoonish, they've also been pretty textured. The environments are usually pretty detailed for what they are, and Dr. Eggman's contraptions usually look pretty functional. So, what the fuck happened here? They've gone full-on cartoony this time around, and it's not a bad art style, but these Sonic character models don't fit in here. Heck, I think even classic Sonic would look a bit out of place in these environments. For this game, you'd need a Sonic with like giant eyes or something. Musically speaking, they've definitely gone away from the rock route, and for something more contemporary, and well, as always, the music in this game is great, but there's no vocal theme this time around, and that's been kind of a staple of the Sonic the Hedgehog series since the late 90s. So, in conclusion, I can really see why this is treated as the red-headed stepchild of Sonic games. But at the same time, I would be hard-pressed to call this a bad game. Like, with the exception of the parkour mechanics needing a good tweak, and it not feeling like a Sonic game, it's all intuitive. I had a lot of fun with this. This is a good gameplay style, even if it's not ideal for Sonic himself. The level design is really great. There's a lot of good ideas here, and I like the fact that this game does understand that first and foremost, Sonic is a platformer, and speed is a part of that. Honestly, if you haven't played this game, I recommend trying it out for yourself. As a Sonic game, it's a strange one, but it is still a good quality product, with lots to explore. I mean, honestly, I would say I prefer this one to Sonic Colors and Sonic Forces. It's got a better balance of 3D to 2D than Sonic Colors does, and the platforming feels less arbitrary. And then just fuck Sonic Forces. So, yeah, I guess I recommend it. Why not, you know? Sonic Lost World. Why not? So after Sonic 3 and Knuckles had effectively bowed out the Sonic the Hedgehog trilogy in the mid-90s, everyone was wondering, what is next for Sonic the Hedgehog? The game was effectively changing as far as the video game industry went. There was an attitude of out with the old and in with the new, and what was new at that time was 3D gameplay. So while Nintendo were developing Super Mario 64 with great success, Sonic had a bit of a different story. Sega were working hard to develop Sonic Extreme, which was planned to be the very first 3D Sonic game. But it's safe to say things did not go to plan. The game was to be developed by Sega's Technical Institute. But there were two main factors as to why Sonic Extreme didn't go ahead. A, the staff visits from the senior higher-ups at Sega were not favourable with the way the game was looking. But on top of that, it was looking less and less likely that the staff would be able to deliver the game to meet the deadline. Welcome back to today's episode of Sega and the Ridiculous Deadlines. And so the game was scrapped in favour of developing a game with Traveler's Tales, which would still attempt to capitalise on the 3D market while sticking a little closer to Sega's more familiar architecture. Sonic would not be the only video game character to struggle with 3D architecture. As in the year of 1996, the year that Sonic would make his 3D debut, we also got Bubsy 3D, which was so bad that it killed the franchise. Looking back at Sonic Extreme, I can see why this was scrapped. The game just looks weird. Sonic is effectively running around spherical playfields, but it doesn't have that sense of speed and flow that Sonic is synonymous with. And on top of that, it looks uncomfortable to control. How are you supposed to judge your jumps with a camera angle like this? So, would the game we would get in the end make right on the shortcomings of Sonic Extreme? Let's take a look at Sonic's 3D Blast Flicky's Island. Now, I am aware that there are two different versions of this game, the game on the Sega Mega Drive / Genesis, and the game on the Sega Saturn. I have only played the Mega Drive version of this game. I don't know 100% what the differences between the two are, mainly just that the music is very different and the special stages are very different. So Sonic's 3D Blast must have been like a smash hit, right? I mean, it's got 3D in the title, and that's all anybody wanted at the time. Not to mention, maybe the most sexually provocative cover of any game. Oh my fucking god. See, now right there, that's a big opportunity for sales, but it's safe to say that Sega kind of fucked it. So the story this time is that Sonic has arrived at Flicky's Island to find that the Flickies are all gone and have been turned into robots. Obviously, Dr. Robotnik can only be behind all this, and Sonic vows to flee the Frickies. God damn it. Sonic pledges to free the Flickies from their robotic prisons. And of course, once again, crush Dr. Robotnik. The story, unlike previous games, is no longer told through motion sprites, but instead still frames of a 3D animation. This does mean that there is a little bit of waiting about before the game starts, which would go on to become a trope of 3D Sonic games going forward. But when the game does start, oh boy does it start, oh my god. But I mean, it does try to get its feet on the ground as a proper Sonic game. It begins with Sonic going through a loop-de-loop through a speed booster. You're not getting to do anything, but hey, you're seeing Sonic do something that Sonic always does, but now it's in
3D.
Now, as far as presentation goes, this must have been a pretty exciting thing to see, in reference to what the Sega Mega Drive is capable of. But as far as the Sega Saturn goes, on the other hand, this falls way short of what it's capable of. So the catch here is that Sonic's 3D Blast isn't really 3D, it's still made up of 2D sprites. There isn't a 3D model in sight. The main difference is that you're now playing in an isometric playing field as opposed to a side-scrolling one. So it's kind of like a pseudo 3D simulation, but using 2D assets, which is understandable as this was the Sega Mega Drive, but of course, moving over to the Saturn, again, not very impressive at all. As far as the gameplay goes though, it all sounds about right. On paper,
It sounds about right.
Sonic's speed is still a gradual process that you have to earn. He still jumps up into a ball, he can still roll up into a ball and play like a little pinball, he can still spin dash, pretty much everything you want Sonic to do is back in this game. As well as that, the elemental shields make a return, with the flame shield bringing us the debut of the homing attack. This is an attack that Sonic really could have used throughout the game because jumping on enemies is a lot more difficult in 3D than it is in 2D. But there is another major problem here, and it is that these environments are far too restricted and claustrophobic for Sonic, meaning that you never feel like you've ever reached his top speed. There's a lot of tight corners, bends, and pathways, and speed really isn't encouraged in this game. Not to mention, because you need to aim yourself to jump on the enemies with precision, you do end up having to kind of stop a lot to really judge your jumps. As far as the difficulty of the aim goes, this isometric over-the-shoulder kind of 3D gameplay really is the worst of both worlds. So when you pair that with level design that does not complement Sonic's gameplay in the slightest, you've got a big problem. But it also gets worse because the structure of this game is quite a bit different to previous Sonic games. This is not a matter of getting from A to B as quickly as you can. So one thing in previous Sonic games that they really doubled down on here is that when Sonic jumps on enemies, the animals that Dr. Robotnik has captured pops out of them. This game takes on a collectathon format, where you have to collect all of the flicky animals that have been roboticized before you can move on. Meaning that you can no longer just leave the enemies be, you have to destroy them. And these enemies can be fairly scattered and fairly hidden. Now, I know this does give a lot of challenge to the game that wasn't there before, but again, it doesn't complement Sonic's gameplay in the slightest. Sonic's 3D Blast is a game where you actively have to grind your way through it, and I have to say, going out of my way to find enemies and kill them to collect flickies is the video game equivalent of watching paint dry. One of the absolute worst feelings is when you think you've collected all of the flickies and make your way to the goal ring only to find out that you missed one that's all the way back at the beginning of the level. You find this out not because the game told you so, but because you really went back all that way. Horrible. Absolutely horrible feeling. And this happens regularly. Right, so outside of that, that's really all there is to say about Sonic's 3D Blast. It is a very minimalistic game. It is nothing more than just busy work. As far as the zones go, they're basically everything we've come to expect from a Sonic game. You've got Green Grove Zone, which is basically a Green Hill clone, Rusty Ruins, which is kind of like your ancient sort of civilization level, bit more akin to Marble Zone. Then you got Spring Stadium, and I'm noticing a theme of very similar to Sonic 1 kind of level themes. It's just that this one is an eyesore with how colourful it is. Diamond Dust Zone, which is a snow level. Volcano Valley, which pretty much speaks for itself. Gene Gadget Zone, which is like a research facility for Dr. Robotnik. And Panic Puppet, which is your usual mechanical final level. But then there is the final fight, and remember when I said that this game is way too grindy? Well, it's not just flickies that you have to grind. You can go speak to Tails and Knuckles, who will give you access to the special stages, which are pretty minimal. Run in a straight line, get as many rings as you can, and then you get a Chaos Emerald, a really weird looking Chaos Emerald. And then once that's done, you unlock the final fight, which is, to be fair, quite interesting and actually makes some good use of the isometric playing field. I have also seen what the Sega Saturn version of this final boss is like, and while they play identical, I much prefer the atmosphere of the Sega Mega Drive version. It's much more foreboding, the black background makes it feel much more mysterious, and the music just feels a bit more foreboding as well. This is like a Dr. Robotnik Swiss Army knife. It can do a bunch of different things that previous Sonic final bosses could do, such as hit you with its fingers, shoot flame boogers at you, and I do like that final still image where it just says prepare for the final fight. It really does kind of hype it up. So defeat Dr. Robotnik for the last time, and the game is won. Worth noting, there is no Super Sonic in this game. In fact, Sonic is the only playable character in this game, which I guess is understandable because it is a completely different architecture of game overall, so I get that they didn't want to mess about with different playstyles. Knuckles and Tails, as I mentioned, they are present in the game, but they are just there to take your rings and send you to the special stages. So overall, does the title Sonic's 3D Blast really represent this experience? I mean, it's not really 3D, but it is safe to say I definitely didn't have a blast with this game. It's okay to kind of check out from a curiosity aspect, but this game is boring.
the worst thing a game can be is boring. Like, this isn't even like a so bad it's good thing. It's not a fascinating thing to look at like, say, Sonic 06. It is just a boring-ass game. Does it have the excuse of being a product of its time? Kinda, but at the same time, Mario had his 3D debut and that went a lot better. As I mentioned, if this were just a Mega Drive Genesis game, as far as a 16-bit console goes, this is just a swing and a miss. But for the Sega Saturn, which was capable of a lot better than this, it's pretty embarrassing. And as it stands, the differences between the two are completely minimal. I think if anything, I honestly prefer the Sega Genesis version. From the grounds that, the Sega Genesis version does at least have a fairly original idea for its special stages, even if it is incredibly minimalistic. But as well as that, I prefer the Genesis chiptune sounding music overall. I think it suits the game a bit better. Far from the best classic Sonic soundtrack, but still, it's not bad. And then, of course, I just think the whole final boss event is much more atmospheric in the Sega Mega Drive version, so sue me. I don't know if that counts as a hot take or not, but hey, I'm taking it. So, after Sonic 3D Blast, there was kind of this interim period between 1996 and 1999, where there wasn't really a proper Sonic game. However, what we did get was Sonic Jam for the Sega Saturn, which did contain a 3D world that you could play about in, which I talked about briefly in my Sonic Adventure video, but just to kind of recap, it was a lot better than this. It was properly in 3D. It was much more spacious, there were no stupid flickies, it was just this little 3D world to kind of explore and demonstrate what could lie ahead for Sonic. And what did lie ahead was, of course, Sonic Adventure, so we know that everything was okay in the end. It's safe to say that post-Sonic 3 and Knuckles was a time of growing pains for Sonic. People tend to act like Sonic only had growing pains between Sonic Heroes and Sonic Unleashed. No, classic Sonic saw his fair share of challenges as well, and Sonic did overcome that, and we are at a time now where Sonic games are facing challenges again. Sonic Forces was nothing impressive, and it's been a very long time since that game came out, with very little in between it. But if post-Sonic's 3D Blast is anything to go by, I think everything is gonna be A-okay. So one little offshoot of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise that I think people are very fond of is the Sonic Advanced series. The late 90s, early 2000s was a period of change for Sega's Blue mascot, with the Sonic Adventure series bringing us a new look for Sonic as well as thrusting him into the third dimension. He could talk now. There were new possibilities. While the fall of the Sega third-party console market was a sad thing, the new possibilities for Sonic were quite exciting, with perhaps one of the most surreal prospects being Sonic games released exclusively onto Nintendo hardware. Enter the Sonic Advanced series, a series of Sonic games exclusive to the Game Boy Advance. And of course, with Game Boy Advance hardware being incredibly limited, we had the return of 2D Sonic. Now, of course, Sonic does have a history of trying to conquer both the main console market and the handheld market. When the Sega Game Gear was effectively dead and buried, Sonic was the guy still sticking around with new releases. And I think as far as Sonic's Nintendo exclusive handheld releases went with the Sonic Advance series, this was a worthy venture. So in this video, we're going to be talking about all 3 installments of the Sonic Advanced series, starting with
Sonic Advanced 1.
I think it was a genius move for Sonic's handheld releases to have the same gameplay style as the classic Sonic games that people already knew and loved. Because I think one of the best things about Sonic Advanced 1 is that it didn't reinvent the wheel, instead serving as a spiritual successor to the classic Sonic series, at a time when people weren't even that nostalgic about it. So unlike Sonic 4, this spiritual successor to classic Sonic doesn't jerk itself off. Wow, I really just went there with that one, didn't I? Jesus. So, while Sonic Advance is the successor to classic Sonic, it doesn't share the same art style, and as well as that, prides itself on a slightly larger roster of playable characters. I say slightly because the only addition here is Amy Rose, who is now playable for the first time in a 2D Sonic game. As you would expect, the different characters have different sets of abilities, with Tails being more flight-oriented, Knuckles being able to glide and climb walls, and Amy Rose has use of her Pico Pico hammer. And she plays a lot better than her at that time 3D counterparts. Probably the most important thing here is that it does feel authentic. The physics and the weight of Sonic all feel similar to what they did in the classic Sonic games. Not exact, but close enough. They at least still seem to make some sense. And all of the characters have picked up some new abilities along the way as well. Nothing too quintessential, but it's nice to have access to. There are 9 zones, which may have some fairly familiar themes to them, but at the same time they're not quite as nostalgia-dependent and unoriginal as the zones in, say, Sonic the Hedgehog 4. So the first zone is Neo Green Hill Zone, and no, just stop right there. I swear they are pretty original. I mean, beyond its name, there's not really much in common that this has with the original Green Hill Zone. It is far more coastal. Next up is Secret Base Zone, which is, well, it's very sort of industrial, and it feels kind of like a cargo base kind of a place. And it's ever so slightly similar to Metropolis Zone. But that only comes down to appearance, really, to be honest. Stage 3 is Casino Paradise Zone, and I swear, guys, I swear, it's not that rehashy. It sounds worse than it is. The 4th stage is Ice Mountain Zone, which I guess is kind of similar to Ice Cap Zone, but like, it's at least different enough, right? You just gotta try and tell me that every zone that has snow in it is the same. I guess I did say similar things about White Park though in Sonic 4 Episode 2, jeez. Well, what about the 5th stage, Angel Island Zone? It looks different though, I swear, it's a different zone, I'm not being biased here. You've then got Egg Rocket Zone, which is nothing like Launch Base Zone. It looks completely different and feels completely different, so don't go making assumptions. Cosmic Angel Zone has a very sort of a neon futuristic kind of vibe to it. And then you've got the X Zone, which you fight the first boss from Sonic 1 and bloody hell. Bloody hell. I mean, it's a very different location. It's a big space base that overlooks, fuck it, just fuck this. Okay, fine, it's a bit rehashy. And then if you get all the Chaos Emeralds, which are achieved by going to special stages through springs hidden in every level, yeah, weird way of doing it, but hey, it's original. Then you complete the X Zone again with all the characters, you get access to the Moon Zone, where you get to play as Super Sonic, for the only time in this game, against Dr. Robotnik's final boss mech, which is somewhat similar to Doomsday's. It's not really comparable. The only way it's comparable is because it's a 2D Supersonic final boss fight with a robotic mech and you're in space. But you're on the moon this time. Very different. Very, very different. Okay, so look. Just hang on. Yeah, admittedly, the level selection is pretty unoriginal. Okay, I found that out revisiting this. And it's like, why the double standard? Sonic 4 rehashed levels, and that was very highly criticized, so why is this okay? Well, for starters, Sonic Advance does it a lot better than Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Like, the level design is generally better than it is in Sonic the Hedgehog 4. There is more creativity in here, the gameplay is more authentic to the classic Sonic games. But also it's like Sonic Mania brought back a lot of levels, just shamelessly, didn't even rename them or anything. And why is that okay? And I think it does all fall down to the namesake. If you're going to call it Sonic the Hedgehog 4, there's the expectation that it's going to be a sequel, and it's not going to retread old ground. Sonic Advanced was a Sonic game marketed to a brand new audience that had probably never played Sonic before, so it made sense to introduce them with very quintessential Sonic environments that we all know and love, and Sonic Advanced 1 is very much a case of that. It's like Sonic is trying to prove himself to the Nintendo handheld market, and by doing so, he's delivered like a little greatest hits compilation. So how does the spiritual successor to classic Sonic hold up against, say, the big three, the original trilogy? If I'm being honest, it doesn't. This is a great game, and it's a game I'm always happy to revisit, but it is not as good as the original trilogy. Maybe if you remove the nostalgic component, maybe it stands a chance against Sonic the Hedgehog 1. It's obviously nowhere near as iconic, but Sonic 1 has a lot of very frustrating moments and level design that really doesn't complement this very momentum-based gameplay. This game does at least get it a little bit better, but the level design is still far from as good as it was in, say, Sonic 2 and 3, full of bottomless pits and a lot of trial and error. You gotta die a few times to just kind of learn how the game wants you to play it. So that's kind of that, I guess.
Sonic Advance 2.
So I mentioned how Sonic Advance brought back the classic Sonic gameplay for a brand new market. As really, classic Sonic is about as good as Sonic in 2D is gonna get. Why tamper with that perfect formula? I mean, it's a good question, right? In many ways, there is a very strong parallel between the progression between Sonic Advance 1 and Sonic Advance 2, and Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sonic 1 brought us an iconic game with an iconic character, but the level design didn't necessarily fit that gameplay in places, whereas Sonic the Hedgehog 2 brought us a much more kinetic experience with more speed. In many ways, Sonic Advance 2 very much does that same thing, as Sonic Advance 2 wants to prioritize the speed, the athleticism, and the kinetic experience of Sonic. Now, the gameplay engine has had some tweaks, but not as much as you would necessarily expect for how different this game feels. While Sonic the Hedgehog 2 definitely felt like an improved sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog 1, this does feel like a completely different experience, and that is because of the marriage of the tweaks made to the gameplay style, as well as the new level design. So the more rings you get in Sonic Advance 2, the more you can accelerate, and it kinda puts you into a boost-like state, where you are just going top speed and you can see speed streaks behind you, and it's all very thrilling. And the level design this time encourages a lot less exploration and more just go, go, go. Just keep on, like even from the start it tells you, go. Even down to the fact that the end of the level now feels more like a finish line after a race. Like, they've got rid of the signpost thingy, and it's more like a pitch of different colored floor, where Sonic will slow himself down and strike a pose for you, almost as if he's taking a little breather. Even the bosses are kinetic this time, with Sonic constantly running and chasing after Dr. Eggman. It is a whole new gameplay style for the boss fights, which can take a little bit of a learning curve to get familiar with, but at the same time it does lead to the bosses feeling perhaps a little bit samey. This time as well, it's all a little bit more story focused. Dr. Robotnik is kidnapping animals and turning them into robots as usual, but this time he's also kidnapped Tails and Knuckles. And it's kind of up to Sonic to rescue his friends along the way, as well as a new character, Cream the Rabbit, and her chow friend Cheese. Cream being a lost little girl that wants to find her mother, and that's a part of the story. Once again, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy return as playable characters, and are now joined by Cream the Rabbit, who is another flight-type character. And then there are, of course, the zones, and this time, once again, there are 9 of them. You've got Leaf Forest, which is very much in the spirit of Green Hill Zone, but it's only the first stage. I'm sure they'll get more original later on. Jesus. Oh my god. So then the next stage is Hot Crater, which it could feel more like Lava Reef, but it doesn't. It's a very different feeling level. You follow that up with Music Plant, which is probably one of the more fun stages of the game, as there's lots of musical gimmicks that you can play around with. Hey, okay, it makes a good alternative to your typical casino level. Then you have Ice Paradise, which is very festive and alive feeling, and I really like it. Sky Canyon feels very similar to Rail Canyon from Sonic Heroes, which is something we hadn't seen in a 2D Sonic game before. It's got that sort of very desert rocky kind of a look to it. Techno Base, which is arguably Dr. Robotnik's most psychedelic looking evil base yet. Egg Utopia, Dr. Robotnik's latest outer space base, again in concept fairly similar to Death Egg. This zone unfortunately has a lot of bottomless pits, so prepare for a lot of cheap deaths. And XX is where your journey ends if you have not unlocked all of the Chaos Emeralds. This plays host to a boss rush of every boss you have fought throughout the game. And then once you defeat those, you are confronted with Dr. Robotnik's latest mech. And then there is the 9th and final level, which is unlocked by collecting all of the Chaos Emeralds, which is of course a supersonic final boss against Dr. Eggman in space, in a bid to rescue Cream's mother Vanilla for the last time. So it must be said, Sonic Advance 2 did trim off a lot of the fat from Sonic Advance 1, admittedly. But then again, I don't think the level design has enough improvements over the real problems with Sonic Advance 1. Bottomless pits remain in an abundance, and once again, there's a lot of trial and error. I do think it's kind of interesting that rather than making a strict sequel to Sonic Advance 1, they instead decided to give it more of an identity of its own separate from the classic games. But I do think a lot of that exploration that was sacrificed in service of the speed and thrills was was still a pretty good part of Sonic Advance 1, and in a way, while they've trimmed off some fat, they've trimmed off an awful lot of meat as well. So I would definitely say I don't like Sonic Advance 2 as much as the first game, even if it is pretty easy to revisit because of its very speed-centric gameplay. Overall, it alright.
Sonic Advance 3.
Sonic Advance 3 makes a very strong first impression by being the only Sonic game to show us Tails' butthole. And it is, because of that, this is the best Sonic game. Nah, but for real, Sonic Advance 3... I mean... And that's pretty much my review of Sonic Advance 3. Alright, okay, look, I'm gonna start off with the plot. Alright, let's start there. So, okay, before I do this, let's talk about Sonic Battle briefly. Sonic Battle had a little storyline. It was the most story-centric Sonic game, I think, where basically Sonic meets a robot called Emerl, and he's of course he's a mean robot at first, but like he grows a sense of humanity, and he becomes friends with the Sonic gang, and it's all nice and stuff, until at the last minute Dr. Eggman's like, hey, no, we're gonna turn him evil, and then they're gonna have to fight him to the death. And it's probably one of the coolest things Dr. Robotnik's done, Jesus Christ. And Sonic Battle is a fun fighting game. It's pretty good. It uses kind of these, in some ways, like 3D, or at least pseudo-3D fighting fields. And, you know, different Sonic characters can just punch each other, and it's a pretty fun thing to do. I would recommend it. It's a good fighting game. The reason I'm mentioning this is because one of the main threats in Sonic Advance 3 is a new robot called Gmerl, a super fighting robot made from the same data as Emerl. So this is in many ways a sequel, more to Sonic Battle than it is to Sonic Advance 2, if you catch my drift. The same set of playable characters returns, except now you have to combine them. So you can never just play as one character at once, you always have to do it as a duo. Which is a cool way of going about it, I guess. It's an interesting way of changing it up. I would always be appreciative for the option to play as just one character, but hey, fuck you, pal. You know, that's what Sonic Advance 3 is all about, you know? Just fuck off and play one of the other ones if you want to do that. Jesus. Oh, my God. Now, the thing is, when you combine different character combinations, you get different character abilities from each of them, and this can be both a positive and a very, very negative thing. Sonic and Tails is a good duo, but like the rest, you don't want to mix some of these characters. Don't mix Sonic and Amy. Not a good mix. I don't recommend it. Now, there are once again 9 zones, but this time they have completely flipped over everything you would expect from zone traversal and structure completely on its head. And, it's different, I'll give it that. So, many of us will have been used to 2D Sonic games just going on a level-to-level basis. You complete Act 1, you go on to Act 2. You complete Act 2, you go on to the next zone, etc. This game is just like, nah, man, that's too simple. That's too simple. Now, when it comes to Sonic games, I am a good little advocate for a good hub world. But not here. Not in a 2D Sonic game. No. And not this many of them. Like, there's a hub world for every zone. Which means that, like, Sonic Advance 3 has no real pacing to it. It's all over the place. And this also plays into the special stage access as well. Like, the hub worlds are a very integral part of this gameplay. So in the zones you have to collect special keys which you take with you to the end of the zone, complete it with the key in hand, take the key to a special spring hidden in the hub world, and then you go off to a special stage that controls like a piece of dick. Got it? Got it. No, it's just one of those pseudo 3D simulator things. You never really line up with the rings very well. It's not good. Then you have your stages. So, stage 1, Route 99. Quite a nice change of pace from the traditional Green Hill-esque opening stage. A bit more urban, a very, like, pastel-colored, kind of almost cityscape sort of level. The second level, Sunset Hill. Sunset Hill. You couldn't fucking help yourself, could you? It wasn't the first level because it was the bloody second, you bastard. Absolute dick. And then you have Ocean Base, Toy Kingdom, Twinkle Snow, Cybertrack, Chaos Angel, before you go on to the final boss if you haven't got all the emeralds, Alter Emerald, where you fight Gmerl and then you move on to Dr. Robotnik's final robot mech before the game is won. Well, if you truly want to win it, you'll get all of the Chaos Emeralds, and move on over to Non-Aggression, where Gmail transforms into Ultimate Gmail, forcing Dr. Eggman to team up with Super Sonic to defeat him, and you do get to play as Dr. Eggman here as well, which is really, really cool. Now, when it comes to Sonic Advance 3, there's a lot more to talk about here as well, such as Chow Collection, but that's kind of the big issue, is there's too much in Sonic Advance 3. You've got the dual character gameplay and the different movesets that these come with. You've got the incredibly highfalutin way of getting from level to level. But then also, worse yet, is the level design. The level design is the worst it has been in the entire Sonic Advanced series. It feels cramped, it feels like you don't get much control over yourself because of all the different gimmicks, and once again, there is a huge over-reliance on trial and error. I don't feel any compulsion to ever revisit Sonic Advance 3. For me, when it comes to a Sonic game, the most important things are level design that complements the character gameplay, and to be able to speed through and explore those levels. I didn't ask for hub worlds in a 2D Sonic game, I didn't need this whole keys system, I didn't need the dual character system. It's too much. It's too much piled on top, and Sonic Advance 3 ultimately just crumbles under its own weight, making for an experience that just feels more like a chore than anything else. So ultimately, the Sonic Advanced trilogy was a noble effort. I realize it's a very experimental series. It started by returning Sonic to his classic 2D status quo before experimenting with that formula, and to be honest, they had it about right the first time. They just needed to improve the level design a little bit. Because when it comes to something that's been pretty perfected like classic Sonic, there's really not much reason to diddle about with it. Because Sonic Advance 1 brought us a worthy successor to classic Sonic. It had its bugs, but a warts-and-all experience, it was good. And then after that, they just kind of reinvented the wheel. But it has to be said, I played these games as a kid on an emulator. Really sorry guys, I didn't own a Game Boy Advance, and back then my parents wouldn't get me one. And I loved them as a kid, but this is one of those rare occasions where I came back to them as an adult and I was like, maybe it's okay to leave these ones in the past at this time, you know? I don't think they're bad games, but ultimately, when you've got access to the classic Sonic trilogy, it's a fun little offshoot, and it was an introduction for a brand new audience to Sonic, which took the modern Sonic and the classic Sonic ideals and put them together and created a pretty good little marriage between the two. It's a compromise. It's fine. It's okay. These are not ones I'll be revisiting often, but they are better than Sonic 4, which, you know, fuck Sonic 4.
What's crack-lackin', fellow homelogs? It's your boy, Sonic, and in today's video we will be taking a look back at the Sonic Boom series.
Sonic Boom is one of the most fascinating parts of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. In the mid-2010s, Sega's focus with Sonic the Hedgehog became making him more of a household name. They wanted to make Sonic more than just a gaming icon, so they teamed up with Wido Animation to develop a brand new Sonic TV series. And such, Sonic Boom was born. A retooled version of Sonic and his friends and his world made to appeal more to the mass market, with more Western sensibilities. And with that came an abundance of new merchandising opportunities and multimedia tie-ins. In the years between 2014 and 2016, the Sonic you would see on most merchandise, including t-shirts and lunchboxes, etc., would be the Sonic Boom version. With Sonic Boom, they effectively lightened the load when it came to Sonic lore. The Chaos Emeralds were gone, any sense of continuity was gone, the whole classic and modern shift was gone, and everything was more character-focused, but not so much just on Sonic so much as it was the gang of Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and newcomer Styx the Badger. While this new version of these characters retained the same voice cast as the traditional Sonic, their personalities were a little bit more fleshed out, with Sonic being a little bit more conceited and condescending, Knuckles being very much your lovable goofball knucklehead who makes up for his lack of brains with an abundance of heart, Amy being more of an insecure, hot-headed enabler type character, which, suffice to say, is an upgrade on her more common video game personality, which consists of the following traits: girl.
You've got Styx the Badger, who's a paranoid conspiracy theorist, and Tails, who, yes, is still a genius like in the games, but he's very much the straight man of the squad. Now, truth be told, did they really need to create a brand new universe to accommodate for these personalities? I mean, after all, I feel like if they just gave these personalities to the existing versions of the characters, I don't think anyone would really notice or mind. It's just Sonic, but it's funnier and more interestingly written. They created a whole new universe just so they could develop their characters a little bit. But that's not all, as these characters came with some really radical redesigns, by which I mean they added tape to most of them. Okay, generally their overall character designs are a bit more expressive than the typical modern Sonic character design that we'd all become accustomed to at the time. But like, does this really qualify as like a redesign? It literally looks just kind of the same, but a bit more expressive, which is, you know, again, like, you had to make a whole new universe just for Sonic and his friends to be a bit more physically expressive. The animation now being in more of a squash and stretch style, but at the same time, we've kind of seen that to an extent in any pre-rendered CGI cutscenes in previous Sonic games. So, Sonic has blue arms, some extra quills, and some bandages on him. Okay, that's the redesign. There you have it. It's just the Sonic characters, but with some accessories, and it's not like we haven't seen that before already. So I'm still honestly scratching my head as to why this needed to be its own separate thing. I guess Knuckles is the one that got the redesign treatment the most. I mean, he's always been the strong character in the games, and now you no longer have to take his word for it. It's communicated much more in the art direction. And that's something I will say is Sonic Boom has a very interesting art direction, but again, this wouldn't be the first time the art direction has changed in Sonic history, so again, why this whole new universe? I think what it boils down to is Sega basically wanted to try new things with the Sonic the Hedgehog brand, but they didn't want to risk tarnishing what they already had. After all, around this time, they were still kinda recovering from Sonic 06. But if anything, I think just creating a whole new universe as a dumping ground for more experimental ideas really just shows a lack of faith in your IP. I personally, though, really liked these changes to these characters. While I definitely wouldn't consider the new designs enough to really call a redesign, and don't see why this couldn't just have been treated as normal Sonic, I felt like this new take was generally an improvement, and can fully see why Sega wanted to lean into this brand a bit more. It was at least a fresh start for Sonic the Hedgehog, acting as kind of a reboot, but they could still fall back on the normal modern Sonic if all went down the tubes with this one. Again, weird lack of faith there. But then, in 2017, Sonic Boom effectively disappeared off of the face of the earth. The TV show ran for 2 seasons with no word of a cancellation, but it just was never renewed. While the ratings were nothing to write home about, the show was pretty positively received, gaining a lot of enthusiasm from a cult following, particularly into the 2nd season. One thing that really massively worked against the TV show was the schedule. They put this thing on at like 7 AM in the morning in the United States. But what is it that killed the Sonic Boom brand? Enter Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, the main Sonic Boom video game for the Wii U. Now, here's the thing, when it comes to kids' cartoons and popular brands, there's an abundance of terrible video game tie-ins. So a bad Sonic Boom video game doesn't necessarily have to cripple the entire brand, right? Well, there's such a thing as timing. Oftentimes, tie-in video games come in after the fact. They come in after the show has ran and been a success for a while. In the case of Sonic Boom, there was some confusion as to what was based on what, because Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was announced at the exact same time as the Sonic Boom TV series, with the game at the time being announced as Sonic Boom the video game, with the most common assessment being that the TV show was based on the video game, when really it's, it kind of goes both ways in some ways. We'll get into that in a bit, but first let's talk about the game itself. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was the one Sonic game I hadn't played until recently, when I did get a few hours of hands-on time with it. So now I can kind of piece that together with me also watching the game through. Again, I must stress I haven't really got the full experience, but I have got stuff I can talk about here. When it comes to what Sonic game is considered to be the most egregious in the entire series, it's generally a toss-up between Sonic 06 and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Yeah, right out
of the gate, one of the very first pieces of the Sonic Boom corporate puzzle ends up being considered just as bad, if not worse, than the most egregious Sonic game in the series. Way to trip out of the gate. As for my thoughts on it, you guys know that generally I am willing to give even bad Sonic games the benefit of the doubt. I wasn't even that harsh on Sonic 06. You guys know I'm not a rage critic. I kind of tried to make it my whole shtick is that I will view things on their own terms and appreciate them on how successfully they do that. Okay, build up over. Look, I'm not gonna try and tell you that there's a hidden greatness to Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Everybody has had their way with this thing, and it's pretty evident that this game just doesn't work. It's impossible to really recommend Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric on any level because it just isn't good. I don't think it's a pit of hell. I don't think it's a game that Satan brought to us, but it just is not good. There's no qualifying statement I can use to make this good. On paper, there are some ideas there. A Sonic game with more of a focus on adventure, it's got hub worlds, it's got more of a kind of an Uncharted feel to it. Sure, count me in, sounds good. Sounds like a return to the Sonic Adventure games, but no, it definitely is not that even in the slightest, not even remotely. Like, what are the basic things you expect from a Sonic game? You expect speed and platforming. It's platforming where you have to use your momentum to navigate and traverse. And Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric does not do that even in the slightest. Now, I generally don't mind change so long as it is done well. But at the same time, this is still a Sonic game. I know they kind of want us to think of this as it's the first one. It's the first of the Sonic Boom series, but again, how little faith do you have in your IP, Sega? Everyone knows what Sonic the Hedgehog is. And the game still has Sonic the Hedgehog on the cover. It's still called Sonic Boom. It's not just called Boom. It's not just called the Sega Pals Boom Adventure Rise of Lyric. What a good title, though. I should work in marketing. So what have they changed it to? Well, there is speed and platforming, but the two never correlate. The platforming is very much the main gameplay style, and when in the platforming and exploration, Sonic is just capped at a gentle jog. You cannot go fast, and considering how big and empty some of these environments are, you really could have afforded to go fast, guys. At least give him an accelerator button or something. I mean, he's got a spin dash, but it doesn't give him momentum or anything. Like, once he's done and stopped, he's stopped. But it also really depends on what you're going to be doing with this gameplay style, and sadly, nothing we've come to expect from Sonic is really here. You whack some buttons, explore an area, you find some goodies. You move into the next area, but one of those areas might be filled with enemies. And thus, Sonic now has a punch button and an electronic whip. I will say this, I don't actually mind the idea of Sonic having a punch button. He has one in LEGO Dimensions, and that game is pretty awesome. Now, because of that punch button, the enemies do take a bit more of a beating. Now, it does try and kind of delve into beat-em-up territory, but with beat-em-ups, to make it fun, you kind of got to have some combos in there with rewarding animations that can beat enemies quicker, and a sense of satisfaction, and this game doesn't have that. It's effectively a one-button beat-em-up. You keep smacking that button until all of the enemies are gone. So as far as a combat-based platformer goes, it's nothing special. I guess one fairly interesting thing is that you need to switch to other characters out of Tails, Amy, and Knuckles to traverse to certain areas. Amy can reach certain areas with her triple jump, Tails can reach certain areas with his glide, and Knuckles can reach certain areas with his climbing, but other than that, it's more or less a one-size-fits-all gameplay style, which I suppose is fair. I like the fact that hub worlds are back, but there's nothing to do in these hub worlds. They're very big and very empty, and you can't go fast in them. So you're just really going to be slowly chugging along these hub worlds for a good long while, trying to find a specific individual or informant to talk to, with a map that at best just isn't very helpful. Now, this doesn't mean that speed isn't in the game at all. There are sections where the game will allow you to go fast as Sonic. Sorry, I said allow, I really meant force. Sonic and his friends will begin running automatically to chase after, I don't know, Lyric or Dr. Eggman or Metal Sonic or whoever. And the gameplay is pretty much identical to Sonic Dash. You know, that game you can play for free on mobile. So if you want to do what Sonic is known for and actually go fast, you get to do a simulation of a game that you can play for free on your mobile phone. As a matter of fact, there is Sonic Dash 2 Sonic Boom, a Sonic Boom themed version of Sonic Dash, and it actually plays better than Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Oh my
fucking god. But okay, so I do think, like, fundamentally a lot of the ideas on paper with this game just don't work. It's just not a clever idea to take Sonic and take away all of the things that make him Sonic, but only add them back in teensy little increments, which play like nerfed versions of a mobile game. I'm not gonna try and defend this and say, oh yeah, the idea was there. Gameplay and structure-wise, this just shouldn't have been done. But while I may disagree with that, is the game, you know, on an objective level, like presentation-wise, okay? Of course it's not. Why even ask that? This review has come, what, 6 years after the game released? Everybody knows by now that Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric does not run well at all. Now, I myself didn't encounter glitches, but I have heard about some seriously game-breaking glitches that you can just kind of run into, but I guess I just didn't get that far. But for me, the game just didn't run correctly. I'm not a stickler for a frame rate. I'm not a person that thinks, oh, it needs to be locked at 60 frames per second. I need it to be smooth. But this game was just ridiculous, especially in the speed sections. I can play Sonic Dash on my iPhone 5S, and it will run better than this game on a devoted piece of hardware. How does that happen? We're actually going to answer that question later in the video, though. This isn't a rhetorical question here, I'm going to answer this. But first, let me give some credit where it is due. While the graphics are not great, and they clearly don't run very well, the animations for Sonic and the rest of the characters, with the exception of, I guess, Amy, who looks a bit too much like a Muppet, the animations are actually an improvement on what we've seen in the main series. The squash and stretch animation from the TV series actually carries over into gameplay. This is a good thing. And while the voice actors all carry over from the main Sonic series, their performances in this one are just the best they've ever been. And the dialogue at the same time is probably the best it's ever been as well.
Great! Metal Sonic has to show up right when Eggman is springing a surprise attack on us!
Can you help get me reelected?
Politicians. I'd rather vote you off the island.
Take the road to the left!
I want Rocky Road ice cream!
What are you talking about?
I never get what I want!
With some exceptions, these characters during gameplay do not shut the fuck up. Name the most arbitrary thing Sonic does all the time. Collect rings. But he comments on it every single time he collects rings. Now add to that him commenting every time he jumps on a bounce pad, and every time he runs around a loop-de-loop. The most egregious thing is that they sometimes say, ooh, can't get enough rings.
Can never grab too many rings.
When funny enough in this game, the rings are capped at 100, so you evidently can get enough rings. Why are you lying to me, guys?
Why are you lying to me like this?
Rings do still act as health, but they fill up a health meter as opposed to you just dropping every single one of your rings when you get hit. I mean, that works. Generally, the soundtrack gets a lot of flack as well. It's strictly orchestral and atmospheric music this time around, so it's not your typical Sonic soundtrack. But I mean, as far as atmospheric orchestral tracks go, this certainly isn't bad stuff. It just doesn't have that Sonic signature. And another thing I will say is I think the art direction of this game is absolutely fantastic. These environments look really, really cool. If you know, imagine them rendered well and under a good engine, you know. So overall, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric just is not good. The gameplay concepts completely defeat the entire point of Sonic the Hedgehog and lack any kind of distinguishable appeal. And this game is just unhealthy. How could they let it get so bad? Well, here is the answer. What came first, Sonic Boom the video game or Sonic Boom the TV series? Well, to answer that, Sonic Boom the video game. The game that would become Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was in development long before the Sonic Boom TV series with Widow Animation. However, it was not originally a Sonic Boom game, going by the working title of Sonic Synergy, suggesting that you would play as multiple characters throughout the game, with some switching. This was Sega's early idea of having an alternate timeline for Sonic and Friends, which would be a bit more story-focused and adventure-focused. The game would feature legitimately radical redesigns for Sonic and his friends, and would serve as an origin story, explaining how Dr. Eggman came to be, explaining how Sonic got to know his friends. That sounds interesting enough. The game was developed by Big Red Button, a young game studio consisting of former members of Naughty Dog. A common excuse for Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is that, oh, it's not even developed by Sonic Team. No wonder it's bad, it's by Big Red Button. But to be honest, development on Sonic Synergy was pretty healthy until Sega stepped in and said, guys, we struck up this deal for a Sonic Boom TV series. Can you retroactively make this game a Sonic Boom game? And so retroactively changing everything they'd done had made things a bit difficult for Big Red Button Studios. But it gets worse, as Sonic Synergy was being developed for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, using CryEngine 4. CryEngine 4 being an incredibly advanced engine for video games to run off of. But then things got worse, as in 2013, Sega came back to Big Red Button and said, we've just struck a Nintendo exclusivity deal. We need you to reverse engineer this game from a PlayStation 4 and Xbox One title running on the CryEngine 4 to a Wii U game running on the Wii U's architecture. Converting a game from CryEngine 4 to Wii U architecture was something that had never been done at the time and has never been done since. And honestly, it's nothing short of a miracle that this game even runs at all, let alone in the condition that it's in. But unfortunately, being one of the first pieces of Sonic Boom media out of the gate, and initially being marketed as simply just Sonic Boom the video game, this quickly became the most talked about part of the Sonic Boom brand, and eventually the most associated thing with the Sonic Boom brand, which meant that Sega's big Sonic mass market experiment had stumbled out of the gate. Things were done to try to salvage it. Sega did apologize for Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, stating that they wanted to win back consumer trust, and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was not the only Sonic Boom game to release. There was also Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal on the 3DS, as well as the sequel Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, also on the 3DS. And while both of those games are okay, they're very overlooked simply because most people lost interest in the Sonic Boom brand by the time Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric came out. That game had a lot to prove, and sadly it proved all the wrong things. Which means that sadly a lot of the good things that also came with the Sonic Boom brand do seem to be dead and buried. At least for now. Which is a dang shame, because I think outside of that game, the Sonic Boom brand was generally a step in the right direction. Sega haven't given up on their multiverse project though. While the Sonic Boom universe died, they still opted to have another universe running parallel to the main series. Another version of Sonic that had his own video game, an animated series, and a ton of merchandise. And as such, the Sonic Boom universe gave way to the Mania universe. Classic Sonic was changed from being Sonic's past self to being another Sonic from another dimension, allowing Sega to take the classic Sonic universe and simply run with it. And not to mention, the Mania universe seems to have learned a lesson from the Boom universe. That first game really does need to prove itself, and Sonic Mania did prove itself. It's also an instance of where it was pretty clear the game came first, the series came second. So that is the sad and sorry death of the Sonic Boom universe.
I've recently seen people trying to claim that something like Lost World is some forgotten Sonic game. Like, what the f***? Everyone and their grandmother knows about Sonic Lost World.
Okay, well, let's see if you remember this one, Splash Dash. It's possibly the greatest crossover in video game history, and everyone's favorite blue blur is a part of it. Welcome to LEGO Dimensions. Now, let me back up for a second here. LEGO Dimensions was an ambitious project by Traveller's Tales that came about during the heyday of the Toys to Life fad, where video games would interact with other physical media, such as toys and action figures, in order to expand upon the base game, usually requiring the purchase of a starter pack with just your basic characters, enough to get you by in the main campaign. Beginning with games like Skylanders and Disney Infinity, it only made sense that LEGO would get in on this fad as, well, LEGO is a toy, so, you know, quite a bit of potential overlap there. Now me, personally, I've got some pretty mixed views on the Toys to Life genre. While it is clearly the brainchild of some sinister capitalist mastermind, I do feel that my enjoyment of a Toys to Life product depends entirely on the value for money. So long as the base game is as substantial alone as any other game, and the additional toys are worth the asking price, consider me a fucking sucker, what can I say? So, comparatively, the LEGO Dimensions base pack doesn't come with as many playable character options as other IP-themed LEGO games, but I'd argue that there is enough there to make it worth the asking price. So, yeah, color me an apologist for this trend.
although I am somewhat relieved that it didn't last long enough to become too extortionate. I get the sense that maybe early on, people saw right through this as more of a greedy gimmick than anything else. Now, part of what sets LEGO Dimensions apart from any other LEGO game is the sheer scope of this crossover, which, admittedly, must have been a nightmare to fund all of those licenses, again giving some level of justification to this being a Toys to Life title. This wasn't exclusively a matter of just purchasing new characters with new abilities either, as the more expensive packs came with their own story bundle, and different lone character packs could still unlock new locations. So if you just wanted to explore Springfield on the cheap without shelling out for the level pack, there's always the option of just buying Bart Simpson as a character minifig instead of the entire Simpsons level pack. And for real, in what other game can Batman and Gandalf hang out with none other than Sonic the Hedgehog, who got his own little devoted level pack for this game? These level packs serve effectively as their own mini standalone LEGO game, and another case for this is that we get to see LEGO take on IPs that they do not yet have their own devoted LEGO game, with this serving as a little taster or maybe backdoor pilot as to possible LEGO video game spin-offs for the future. Surprisingly enough though, nobody really talks about the Sonic pack. I think it's as I stated earlier, this did come about at the heyday and towards the end of the Toys to Life video game fad, and I think people saw right through that and didn't bother. So if people aren't bothering with the base game of LEGO Dimensions, they're certainly not going to bother with the Sonic the Hedgehog pack. But admittedly, it was worth picking up just for the minifigure of Sonic alone, as he's incredibly lovable and he's shaped like a friend. Well, I was happy with my purchase anyway. Hey, this I think is going collectible. So if anybody wants to buy it, I mean, I never said I'm selling it, I just wanted to know if anyone wants to buy it. Doesn't mean I'm gonna give it to you or sell it or like... Don't make assumptions, guys, please. So like the rest of LEGO Dimensions, Sonic's level pack, or in other words, as titled, Sonic Dimensions, was developed by Traveler's Tales, and surprisingly enough, this is not their first endeavor with the Blue Blur. In fact, it's the third. Experienced Sonic veterans that they are, with their brilliant back catalog of Sonic's 3D Blast and Sonic R. Well, okay, here's hoping that the third time's the charm. Like any Sonic game post-2010, the game begins in Green Hill Zone, but I'm gonna throw this game a bone here. This is a cross-license thing. It's a crossover, so naturally they want to bring in some quintessential Sonic stages that will be immediately recognizable and synonymous with the Sonic brand. Also, given that this released prior to Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces, these familiar level themes weren't quite done to death just yet, more at death's door before gracefully diving off of a cliff with Sonic Mania and crawling into the deadly infested seas with Sonic Forces. So, shortly after that first Green Hill rehash, we thrust into the story. Dr. Eggman has control of the dimension warping keystone from LEGO Dimensions' main story and is manipulating the dimensions to crush Sonic and conquer the world. The usual shtick. But here, the dialogue and the humor is arguably the best it's ever been. LEGO games can be pretty well written and witty when they want to be, and Sonic Dimensions fortunately fits this style like a glove. It's packed to the brim with references from Sonic's history, more so than the nostalgia-themed stories of the canon Sonic games, which is a nice surprise after Sonic Generations basically wrote the book on how you can miss every opportunity that comes your way. Hot dog, this game actually utilizes its environments in a narrative fashion, who'd have thunk it? Another great thing this game does is that it extends the gaze of nostalgia past just the Genesis classics, taking a fair amount of inspiration from Sonic Adventure 1 on the Dreamcast, with many of the character themes being lifted from that game. Although I will say, the music is a bit of a strange case this time around. While the adventure tracks are lifted straight from the original game, the Genesis-inspired levels get new compositions that are inspired by the originals. I think this has something to do with Masato Nakamura holding the rights to the original tracks these levels are associated with.
The new tracks get a lot of flack, and yeah, they are just off-brand versions of the classic themes, but they fare up well enough and suit the needs of the game. It's honestly nice to have something new in that department. Although it does get a bit confusing when we head to Labyrinth Zone, and they're using the Lost Labyrinth music from Sonic 4. Given that Sonic 4 was basically just an off-brand Sonic 1 and 2, and that this game has mostly levels from Sonic 1 and 2, you'd think they would just use the Sonic 4 counterparts altogether, you know, Splash Hill for Green Hill, Mad Gear for Metropolis, whatever. I appreciate the effort regardless, and it gives Sonic Dimensions a musical identity of its own for the most part anyway. Now, admittedly, it's pretty easy to gush over Sonic Dimensions for its loving tributes to the Sonic series over the years, snappy dialogue, great musical cues, and all of the fun puzzles you'd expect from a LEGO video game, as well as, of course, Sonic's friend-shaped LEGO form, and the freedom to fuck up other Sonic characters, and sure, they've got the Sonic aesthetic down, but this isn't a totally perfect experience, as then we come to the gameplay. Okay, that might serve as somewhat a misdirect though, as the gameplay isn't really bad by any stretch, but still, it's not perfect, quite far from it. LEGO's take on Sonic pulls much of its inspiration from the classic games. Sonic's speed is something that builds up gradually through momentum, just like in the classics, and this does feel authentic and comfortable in the right environments and situations. In the main story of Sonic Dimensions, there aren't too many opportunities to go full speed. Remember, this is a LEGO game at the end of the day, and these games are comprised of significantly more puzzles and platforming than they are speed sections, so it was a matter of adapting Sonic to this gameplay style, and not the other way around. He does translate well enough though. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that there's rarely an opportunity to utilize your momentum. This can lead to Sonic feeling slippery and sluggish, as you try to maneuver him through some pretty tight and compact areas. Giggity. As well as this, scripted moments from the Sonic games such as jump pads and spring chains can just feel a bit awkward this time around, and they can require some really bizarre timing in places. This is definitely chalked up to the LEGO games going outside of their comfort zone, Act 1, for the sake of offering an authentic Sonic experience, but just in some areas, these bricks just aren't quite clicking together correctly. It's nothing game-breaking, but I did find that there were instances where Sonic was caught in a scripted event and just didn't feel responsive enough to the controls, leading to some fairly bullshit deaths. Between the main stages, you'll enter the half-pipe special stage from Sonic 2. This is a gameplay mechanic I'd usually be sick of, but again, in a crossover, it's a different matter entirely, and they're incredibly easy this time around, serving effectively as a short bookend from stage to stage. I do feel like they missed an opportunity by not adapting the red sphere, blue sphere to maybe red brick, blue brick, but I guess the half-pipe is just more iconic. The boss fights this time around are legitimately great, comprising of an all-star cast of different Sonic enemies from just about every different metal doppelganger you could ever ask for, through to not perfect chaos, but I guess just big chaos. The boss fights are very intuitive and well put together and suit this playstyle for Sonic, so I'd consider them a big win. Sonic has his iconic moveset of the spin dash and homing attack, as well as going supersonic, but it's also a refreshing change of pace for Sonic to have a punch button. Also available are Sonic's Speedster from the Sonic Racing series and the Tornado. They both come in handy during the story, but are also great for navigation. Now, with these character packs, the little mini story you get is really just the beginning, as also available is a Sonic World. Like with other packs, Sonic gets a little open world for you to explore and participate in little missions for side characters, little odd jobs. This open world plays host to several other iconic Sonic levels, including ones from Sonic 3 as well that weren't in the main campaign. It has to be said, with the exception of the loops, Sonic does handle better in this more open environment with the camera behind him, and a number of the challenges are speed-oriented here, so it gives you the opportunity to go fast with Sonic and showcases how a 3D classic-style Sonic game could potentially play out, also making a great case for a 3D classic Sonic game. Again, not perfect. He handles some areas better than others, but the basic stuff is all here. This game also arguably has the best character progression for Shadow since Sonic Adventure 2, with him now wanting to arrange flowers in tribute to Maria to bring joy to humanity. Much better than the friendless edgelord we commonly get in Sonic games today. Overall, Sonic Dimensions does a good job at balancing all of the hallmarks of a Sonic game with all of the hallmarks of a Lego game. It's not a marriage made in heaven by any stretch, but they make it work for better or for worse. And I think with just a little fine-tuning, Sonic Dimensions makes a case for more Sonic games like this, perhaps a more expansive LEGO Sonic experience in the future. I really do think that Sega would do well to pull a few cues from this one. A more platforming-oriented Sonic adventure with a punch button could function really well. Obviously on the condition that you don't completely balls it up. With all that being said, Traveler's Tales absolutely nailed it, showing this installment a lot of love. I guess the third time really is the charm, as this mini installment is easily the best 3D Sonic game of the 8th generation of consoles, out of the 2 that there are. What a weird generation that has been for 3D Sonic. Also, you can deck Doctor Who, so there really was no competition. Mario and Sonic are 2 of the biggest icons in video gaming history, with a long history of rivalry. With their mascot Mario, Nintendo were at the very top of the video gaming food chain, but there was also Sega, who did what Nintendo didn't. Okay, not a catchphrase that works in the past tense, duly noted, and proved a worthy rival for Nintendo. But obviously, Sega pulled out of the video game consoles race and became a third-party developer, freeing up Sonic to appear on Nintendo consoles and handheld systems, which at that time must have been pretty mind-boggling for fans of the Sonic Advance series. But if that wasn't bizarre enough, no one could have foreseen 2008's announcement of Mario and Sonic crossing over for the Beijing Olympic Games. This would also be the first official video game tie-in for the Olympics, and Mario and Sonic were entrusted with the honor of carrying that torch, and gotta say, that's more than a safe bet. If an official Olympic game video game tie-in wasn't gonna sell, giving it a Mario spin sure as hell would, giving it a Sonic spin sure as hell would, but giving it both Mario and Sonic treatment, this was a surefire hit. I'm not going to lie though, being a sports video game, this isn't going to really be a platformer like both Mario and Sonic are known for. Both of these guys are going outside of their comfort zone and venturing into the world of sports video games, meaning that neither Sonic or Mario can do what they do best effectively, which I guess almost kind of feels like a waste of a great crossover. Now, I'd love to talk about Mario and Sonic in the Olympic Games as a full series, but this is the only Nintendo console I've ever owned, and this is the only Mario and Sonic game I own with it. But don't worry, this video will be about the Mario and Sonic Olympic Games video games as a whole. You'll just have a different guide for that leg of the journey. And since all the American Sonic tubers were too busy getting circumcised, I had to forge a pretty uneasy alliance. So, buckle in, folks. I really want to preface this part of the video with a content warning. This includes stuff that will be offensive, hurtful, and disturbing. I swore I'd never platform a person like this, but here goes.
Alright, hello, I am here. Unwillingly, as Pub Overlord has threatened to cancel me on multiple occasions. And I'm now doing this as leverage, so here we are. Now, the older games in this oddly entertaining spin-off are arguably some of the best that the series has to offer. You got the original game for the Beijing 2008 games, pretty solid all around for both Wii and DS. Then there was the fantastic 2010 Vancouver Winter Olympics with enthralling winter events and a long and vastly entertaining story mode if you're on the DS port. And lastly, the one I'll focus on in the... Okay, I better hurry up. London 2012 was a really solid title for the series, featuring numerous events from the regular Olympics, while also incorporating a hell of a lot of Dream events, arguably one of the best selling points of the games. I mean, Dream Long Jump in Yoshi's Woolly World, Dream Horizontal Bar being hosted in Metropolis, Dream Fencing at Seaside Hill. The references are plentiful and the gameplay is competitive. Beyond that though, you also got London Party, incorporating events and minigames involving luck, skill and even general knowledge about Mario and Sonic, the Olympics and even the UK, going painstakingly in detail about how fucking stupid our traditions are. And the rewards? Challenges to do in general, music and suits to unlock for your Miis, yes you can insert yourself into this game cuckshow, and a sticker collection. Because why the hell not? It is a collectathon like the Spirit List in Smash Ultimate or the Pokédex, but it is straight up addicting seeing those slots get ticked off. And this is all just in the Wii port alone. The 3DS iteration is something else. For starters, this handheld port removed Dream events in their entirety, focusing solely on regular Olympic activities. There are a lot of mini-games here at your disposal. However, it comes at a cost. Events are divided into separate categories of players: the heroes, the girls, the tricksters, the tanks, and the leftovers that were thrown in just for inclusion. So if you wanted to do a 100-meter sprint as Bowser on the 3DS version, you can't. So much for diversity. What's more, the games like football, they aren't like regular matches, they're penalties. I mean, who's complaining? This is epic. You're doing God's work, Sega. And finally, there's the bonus shit. A story mode with more references up the arse and more lore to boot for the series. You know, I always used to wonder why the DS games always got the story modes and the Wii got party games, not vice versa. But that's just because the console versions are intended to be played by multiple people as a sort of party game, whereas handheld is preferred to be played solo. Pretty nice design right there. Overall, the early days of this series were still up to a high standard as a party game, a good choice amidst others in the genre, with certain iterations having completely different experiences. Although, why the Olympics were chosen to be the collaboration... Oh, bollocks. Oh, well, I guess I'm off. I'll see you next millennia, whenever I decide to creep out of my burrow again. Alright then, see ya.
Alright, you can take a breath now, it's over. Now, there is one way of fighting fascists such as Tom Topics. Sometimes you gotta kill them with kindness, and Tom has promised that he will give up his fascist ways if you all subscribe to his channel, so I suggest you all do that now, for the sake of a better tomorrow for everyone. So that brings us to my leg of the journey. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games 2020. And like Tom Topics, this Olympic Games was cancelled. So Mario and Sonic aren't just getting a slice of the action, they're getting all of it. This isn't just a tie-in, this is the Olympic Games for 2020. So immediately this one has quite a task on its shoulders. How do you represent an event that never actually happened? Well, the same way every video game story works pretty much. The glory of fiction, eh? So the game begins with a really amazing cutscene, and you would be forgiven for mistaking this for pre-rendered CGI. The first observation is the in-game graphics here are absolutely phenomenal. The presentation is gorgeous across the board. The character models are some of the best they've ever looked, with Sonic's models actually topping the ones from Sonic Forces, a game that released also on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. The environments look really nice. I don't know what Tokyo actually looks like, but this looks gorgeous. And I really love that sunshiny feel that this game has. You almost kind of get the feeling of butterflies in your stomach as you're about to participate in some of the events. It does have that feeling, the atmosphere is down. Also helped by a really good music score. The UI is nice and clean. Yeah, presentation, this game's got it down. Past all that though, it's what you would expect, it's mini-games. Some of them are incredibly simple, and others require a surprising amount of skill and input. Now here's the funny thing, again, I only own the Nintendo Switch Lite. My girlfriend owns a big one, but it's all the way in Germany at the moment, so I've got no way of playing this with motion controls like I think the game was probably intended. So I get the feeling that some of these video games will be a lot more involving with the motion controls, but as just a handheld thing, they also work just fine. The easier and simpler ones generally feel like you're just doing sort of little video game exercises in a way that can require some good timing and reflexes. I wouldn't say that many of these boast much replayability on their lonesome though, but as far as this banquet of little mini games goes, there's nothing here that I didn't get any enjoyment from. Dream events also return, but my understanding was that these were considered to be the best thing about the previous games, and they are very, very, very few in this one. My understanding was that the Dream events were kind of the bits where you're going outside of the map of Tokyo or outside of the Olympic game setting and just doing some competitive activities within the worlds of Mario and Sonic. Kind of the closest thing you'll get to a proper Mario and Sonic crossover outside of these mini-games. What's here is good, but there's very, very, very little of it. I enjoyed the shooting game, I enjoyed the karate mini-game, and it was nice to see the Metropolis stage from Sonic Forces get a little bit of redemption here in the boarding racing game. Now, while they have trimmed down massively on what was considered to be the best part of previous Mario and Sonic games, there are some other different things in its place that Mario and Sonic 2020 really brings to the table. Now, the controversial and crude YouTuber Tom Topics did state that the handheld Mario and Sonic games had a story mode to make it more involving for players not using motion controls of the Wii. But the glory of the Nintendo Switch offers multiple ways to play, both handheld and using motion controls. Unless unless you're like me and have the Nintendo Switch Lite, in which you're just sticking with handheld. To compensate for this, they included a story mode, and it was a surprise to me that this didn't just consist of the little mini-games bookended with awkward dialogue exchanges, as the game gives you a full map of Tokyo to explore, where you can interact with other characters, collect event passes, and learn some trivia about both game franchises as well as the Olympics. These little hub areas are pretty basic to explore, and the controls in these exploration areas are limited to just jogging and running, but they're really well realized, and it's still a really nice way of tying this all together. As far as those dialogue box cutscenes go, yeah, they are kind of awkward, and the story is obviously pitched down at kids. Mario games aren't exactly known for their stories, but as far as recent Sonic game stories go, this one is actually a little bit of an upgrade, and it utilizes its Olympic setting pretty well. If you're also one of the people who's not too fond of Tails' current characterization in the Sonic games being a little bit more cowardly, this game definitely seeks a little retribution for that. As a matter of fact, I do think a more appropriate name for this game would be Luigi and Tails at the Olympic Games, as it's really their story first and foremost. Even so, I must admit, it does feel like the Sonic cast got the preferential treatment here, as it feels a bit more like a Sonic game that just happens to have Mario characters along for the ride. Another great feature that Mario and Sonic 2020 brings to the table is the past. Now, yes, this does mean we have another instance of classic Sonic appearing in a modern game, but we also have classic Mario as well. God, it has to be said, as far as quality goes, there was a world of difference between classic Sonic and classic Mario sprites, wasn't there? I mean, Mario is older, to be fair, so it's, you know, equals pequals, but still, Team Sonic, right? Now, to be fair, this is as good a reason as any for classic Sonic and classic Mario to make a return. And there's no interdimensional stuff going on here. This is not like Sonic Generations or Sonic Forces. As far as the story goes, Dr. Eggman has devised a console that will send Sonic and Mario back to 1964's Olympic Games. Bowser is also there. But the plan goes wrong and they all get trapped in the past within this game console. And it's a race between Team Sonic and Mario and Team Eggman and Bowser to escape the console using gold medals. Just go with it, okay? But of course it is a race against the clock, as the console does have a battery life. So it's up to Luigi and Tails to power up a battery fueled by excitement. Again, just go with it. So conceptualize this. Mario and Sonic had their first Olympic crossover back in the 90s on 16-bit consoles. Obviously that didn't happen, but now you can kind of simulate that through Mario and Sonic 2020, and it all feels pretty authentic. Another thing the story mode brings are different games that can be accessed in the game room. These are contextual games to the storyline, and while they loosely tie in with the Olympic theme, they're more based around the map of Tokyo. These can range from Sonic chasing after Dr. Robotnik in a taxi, through to Mario doing stealth, through to Tails having a mass brawl with a bunch of Shy Guys. Okay, I really like that. That might just be the highlight of this game. So I'll say this, at full price, it's iffy as to whether or not I would actually recommend Mario and Sonic 2020, but I must say, as a fan of Sonic and kind of an up-and-coming fan of Super Mario, this was a good purchase. I was happy with this. The story mode definitely did a lot to sweeten the deal. I also really like the retro side to this story as well. It didn't feel intrusive or cheap. I'd love to do multiplayer on this, but literally no one is playing this at all. The online multiplayer is absolutely desolate, but it's enough to keep a fan of either Sonic and Mario entertained, and it's enough to keep a kid entertained. I mean, it is a kid's game after all. What the hell? I don't know, guys. This is a horny game. Why does a children's video game about woodland critters have this in it, though? That is a valid question. Ow, ow, ow. Wisdom tooth coming through. So much pain. Someone please distract me. Well, I think I might have found something appropriate enough anyway. There's a really great Sonic game that you can play on your PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. Sorry, Xbox, Nintendo, and PC fans. Dreams is a game development kit that you can get for the PlayStation 4 and 5 from the makers of the Little Big Planet series. The series of games that offered players the chance to make their own levels. Now you can just make the whole last game. I haven't tried doing this yet because I just don't even know where to begin. But other people are way ahead of me, evidently, as there's a giant community base of games that you can play on here. And inevitably, there were Sonic games. I mean, you know what the Sonic fan base is like. Give them a pencil, they'll make dozens of works of art. Give them the tools, and they'll find some way to represent their favorite blue boy. And with all of the controversy surrounding a certain other Sonic game, whether or not this thing is the greatest thing ever made or just the worst thing ever to come from hell, I figured, you know, let's lend a spotlight over to a game that I just have a good feeling about. Okay, not that one. No offense, that's not the one I'm talking about today. Sonic Venture Plus. From users Bandicoot Love and 3 others, I guess. Ever since around about 2003's Sonic Heroes, there's been a high demand for the Sonic Adventure style of gameplay to come back. And it's pretty obvious why. The RPG elements such as hub worlds were very immersive, and the gameplay was very versatile. And ever since Sonic Adventure 2, the demand for some kind of continuation or a Sonic Adventure 3 has been high. So I'm just gonna give my stance on this real quick. I personally love both the adventure and the boost styles of gameplay, and think great things can be done with either one of those gameplay styles. So of course, I would be more than game for the Sonic Adventure style of gameplay to make a return, all the while I do still enjoy the boost formula provided it's done as well as it is in Sonic Generations and not like Sonic Forces, for example, where it's just completely naff. Ha! You hear that? I managed to get a pot shot at Sonic Forces in my video. Aren't I clever? Can tick that off of my list of daily routine things to do. I've always said that a great thing to do for Sonic's 30th anniversary would be to give the adventure games the Mania treatment, where it's not necessarily a Sonic Adventure 3, but a return to that gameplay style with some remixes of familiar levels and brand new levels in the mix, and Sonic Venture is basically that dream come true. But at the same time, so much more. For starters, as far as fan games go, this is easily one of the most packed fan games I've ever seen. There's so much content here. I've spent a few hours playing this, and I still don't think I've exhausted all of the content that this game has to offer. I think in the time I've spent diddling around with this, I could have completed Sonic Forces a few times over. Right off the bat, it is worth noting, no, the game is not finished or finalized. You can play through the levels in any order you like, and it will say whether the level is completed or whether or not it's still a work in progress. So while I do have a few little critiques on the level design, it's all well underway. They're working with it. As a matter of fact, they have quite a good little Discord community, which I went in and chatted with and gave them a few little bits of feedback, and they were very receptive. They're really nice people. Basically, like, my number one kind of criticism is this. I like how many alternate pathways there are, and the level design is really involving, which I really like, and it's quite big. However, I never feel as though I should be lost in a Sonic game. That's one thing that's kind of an issue with a lot of fan games, actually, is there's sometimes just points where it's like, am I going around in circles, or have I reached a dead end? And I feel that's not something that should, you know, a Sonic level should be populated with lots of multiple paths and stuff, but there should still always be like a very clear way forward. And there are some times in this where I think, okay, where the fuck am I actually going? To its credit though, there's a bunch of instances where the level design rewards you for thinking outside the box, which I really like. There'll be times where it's like, okay, have I reached a dead end? And then you'll do like the bounce bracelet, and then you'll realize, oh, there's a path above me that I can reach. That's awesome. I love that kind of stuff. The level design definitely incentivizes exploration. It needs tightening up in a few areas. As well as that, the difficulty curve on some of these, I'm guessing this is because maybe these levels are intended to come later in the game, but because you can play it at your own leisure, like I'm just playing this off the get-go, I'm just like, whoa, this is a big old challenge. So I look forward to knowing what kind of sequence order these levels are supposed to come in. And I'm just gonna say this, the Dreams engine is very limited in terms of getting visuals, and there are some problems with the lighting in this, and that kind of goes across the board for most Dreams games, but I think they've really done a great job at creating their own very distinct, very bright art style for this game within the Dreams engine. Presentation-wise, the game looks gorgeous. I'm gonna be a little critical here though. I think sound-wise, the game, it could be a little better. The sound effects are fine, but I can't help but feel that the music is just a little overproduced in places. It's not bad, it's definitely a million times better than anything I could do, but I feel like maybe it's just a little on the noisy side. There are times when it feels like I'm just having my ears slapped about rather than actually listening to music. I think that can just be the work of, I guess, different instruments kind of fighting it out to be the lead instrument in there. I don't know, maybe just reducing it a little bit could let it breathe a little bit more. As I say, I'm no, music whiz or anything, so what I'm saying here is probably not helpful at all, so really sorry about that. By no means is it bad or anything, I think a little reduction could do it good. But of course, what good is any of that without the player engine being good? And that's an interesting thing about this is, of course, it does bring back the Sonic Adventure gameplay style, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, this is the best it has ever felt. Like, it feels really, really good to control Sonic in this game. The Sonic Adventure games were great, but they weren't without their janky sides, and this feels a lot less janky than those do. This is a much cleaner feeling experience. It's obviously based a lot more on Sonic Adventure 2's style of gameplay than it is Sonic Adventure 1's, as Sonic's a bit more kinetic, he's got the bounce bracelet, the light speed dash is an instantaneous thing, but it just all feels that much more polished and precise, One of the things I really sing the praises about with this game is the homing attack. This is one of the best homing attacks we've ever had. Because not only is it really precise, and not only is it really responsive, but it also kind of allows you a second chance. In Sonic games, there's kind of been that thing where it's like you mean to do a homing attack, but you're just off by slight, and you do an air dash instead, and that can be the difference between you falling to your death and succeeding. In this, you're always given a chance to do that homing attack. Even if you've just air dashed, you've still got the opportunity to correct it, which is great because it rewards a good reaction time. It's not as punishing because of it. Which is great because the game across the board really rewards you for getting in sync with Sonic as a player. You use him to explore, and you use his abilities to find new areas, and it's rewarding. You have good reaction times, you use the homing attack effectively, it's rewarding. And I think that's something where the Sonic Venture team have absolutely nailed it. Now, one thing that is a little strange is that Sonic now has a health bar as opposed to the typical ring system of dropping your rings and recollecting them. Rings do refill the health bar, however, it's still a health bar and not the typical way of doing it. At the same time though, once again, it does make the game a little less punishing. But that doesn't mean that it's devoid of challenge, because as I've said, with some of these level designs, holy fuck is this game challenging. There's also a little demonstration boss fight, and yeah, it's okay. Like, it does just feel kind of like a demonstration of what a boss in this engine could be, but it's pretty good. I'd be interested to see where they could take that concept. We're not even near the end of what this game has to offer yet. There's an abundance of hub worlds in this that are all really well interconnected. The Ancient Ruins makes a return from Sonic Adventure 1, as does Station Square, and they're both really well done. I like that they've got NPC characters hanging around, and there's also a marketplace in Station Square where you can get new shoes, gloves, and accessories for Sonic. There's also a water park, which just, yes, that's what I want. That's awesome. Love that. And, it's a way of navigating to different levels, of course. I think the water park is probably the most populated in terms of level gates, and I love that they have little indications of what levels are in these hub worlds. And it's just, damn, this, they've got it. They really do get Sonic here. They know exactly what a Sonic fan like me wants. Hang on. Is Zeti Kingdom? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no! They did it again! Okay, so I'm being hyperbolic. While I personally don't care for the Zeti, I mean, it's the Zeti hub world in this is really cool and really atmospheric. And just the fact they went into the trouble of putting these guys in the game, not just fucking Zavok, that's great. That's fine. Also scattered around every level is red rings. Yes, the red rings from pretty much every Sonic game after Sonic Colors make an appearance in this, and they unlock all sorts of different stuff. From additional playable characters to unlockable skins for Sonic. I haven't successfully unlocked anything yet. I'm not that good at this. However, in the ZD Hub world, there is a level devoted to Knuckles, and Knuckles plays really well as well. Once again, like a really polished version of his Sonic Adventure 2 counterparts. So as I get more stuck in, I can't wait to see what some of these other characters have to offer. To unlock these guys, you go to Resistance HQ, which is in the ancient ruins. Resistance HQ, remember that from Sonic Forces? Well, now you can actually explore it, and it's a worthwhile place to explore because as well as having all of those unlockables, there's also a little museum in there, which is just plain awesome. I've always wanted to see more of a focus on kind of museum aspects in Sonic games, just to kind of make it more interesting than just navigating through menus to look at certain rewards and art pieces and stuff. And this is an awesome way to do it. Just overall, this is an awesome game. I know there's that very much that stigma of Sonic fan games, and you know, you kind of look at them with kind of a lower standard in mind because you're aware they're not professional, and a lot of people do the whole Sega hire this man routine. That's not what I'm doing right here, but I will say this. The game is well worth playing, and yeah, I would go as far as to say I prefer this to Sonic Forces. Like, we've already got more content here on hand to offer, and it's just the gameplay style is really good as well. Obviously, it's not a complete thing. It's not finished. A lot of the level design does need a bit of work, and you know, but like, the thing is, right now, it's promising. If they complete this, they got a damn good Sonic game on their hands right here. This is just fun to play around with, you know? Like, I'm happy just playing around and experimenting and seeing where they're going with it, you know? And I guess that's kind of the kind of standard we should approach this with, but it is really good what they've done so far. It's not the most well-known Sonic game on Dreams, but it's definitely my favorite of the bunch. But that's not to say there aren't other noteworthy contributions as well. You can pick up Dreams pretty cheap nowadays, which is great because, like, the amount of games you have to play on provided by the community, you're gonna get hours worth of fun out of that. So I highly recommend it. I highly recommend checking out Sonic Venture, and a big shout out to all of the folks behind that. It's a great project. You guys should be really proud of yourselves, and I can't wait to see what you come up with. So I don't forget in the editing phase, I'm just going to give myself a quick heads up. The video footage in this review comes from FC Playthroughs. I don't own any of this footage, and FC Playthroughs plays the game way better than I do. They are clearly more experienced with this than I was. Okay? Okay. So let's get the obvious out of the way first. Sonic Rush was the very first Sonic game on the Nintendo DS family of consoles. And it is a side-scrolling platformer, but believe you me, this isn't your parents' Sonic, that's for sure. See, they gave this game an urban kick. The rhymes are fly, the beats are sick, the crew is big, it keeps getting bigger, that's cause Sonic the Hedgehog is my friend. Yeah, so while this Sonic may be 2D, it is by no stretch a return to roots, and is definitely quite a major departure from the classic games or the Sonic Advance series, which was handled by the same developers as this one, Dimps. Sonic Team's companion developer when it came to doing handheld stuff, or anything that Sega just don't really give a fuck about. After Sega's console market went down, they just wanted to get this Hedgehog absolutely everywhere, on every single device. So while Sonic Team worked on such console classics as Shadow the Hedgehog, Dimps would work on more of the handheld Sonic market. And for a long time, Dimps were in many ways the keepers of the 2D classic Sonic legacy. They were the ones who brought us that fabled fourth installment to the major 2D classic Sonic games, Sonic Advance, which went on to become a trilogy of its own, and good as it was, it definitely had some Dimps hallmarks, areas where it showed that Dimps had a different attitude to what the Sonic team of the 1990s did towards the overall game design. Sure, while a game like Sonic Advance felt like a classic Sonic game in terms of how Sonic controlled, the level design was quite a different story with much more bottomless pits than what we'd come to expect in the original, say, Genesis trilogy. And these design choices were not as well received by fans, but did Sonic Rush fix any of that? Did it fuck? I didn't do much research on this one going into it, but I heard nothing but glowing praise for Sonic Rush, with friends of mine saying, this game was my childhood. Now, let me just quickly preface this. I hate using the term overrated, because I feel like that implies that someone is wrong for liking a certain product more than I do. I also hate to assume why people that do like something more than I do like it more than I do. I would much rather listen to what they have to say. But I'm gonna say this, I do think Sonic Rush is a little overrated, and I do think some of that falls down to nostalgia. Now, this isn't a concrete statement. What I'm saying here is not like a 50-ton brick, okay? Like, it's easily penetrable by your feedback. It can easily be dismissed by the facts. But my reason for saying this is that Sonic Rush is home to various hallmarks of Sonic game design that Sonic fans don't typically tolerate. I'll go into this further, but for now, let me just make one thing apparent. While I do have issues with Sonic Rush, they don't necessarily hold a huge amount of stake on my overall gameplay experience. My opinion of this game definitely changed the more I played it. In fact, look, some of my favorite Sonic games I didn't necessarily have the best first impression with. The first time I played Sonic Adventure 2, I got to Pumpkin Hill and dismissed it altogether. And I left it for a good few years, and I wouldn't pick it up again until just very recently, and I love that game to bits. It's now one of my all-time favorite video games. So Sonic Rush was very much the progenitor for what modern Sonic would go on to become throughout the 2010s. It does command some respect because this is easily one of the most influential Sonic games ever made. Because while this is a 2D side-scroller, it definitely doesn't play like the classic Sonic games. Instead, we have boost gameplay. There's a big emphasis on stunts and tricks. You perform tricks when hurtling off of ramps or bumpers, and it fills up your tension gauge, which gives you boost energy, where you can just slash through these levels at bullet speeds. And that feels great to do, even in its very early, very primitive form in this game. It feels great. I love the boost gameplay. I'm a huge fan of the boost Sonic games. I think they tend to get a bit of a bad rap simply because Sonic Forces disappointed everyone, but I think prior to that they had a really good thing going on. And yeah, in this game it definitely works really well. Aside from the boosting, Sonic also has his usual skill set. If you don't have much boost but need to get a quick burst of speed, you can do so by doing the spin dash. Sonic also has what I call the part-time homing attack. I call it this because half the time it doesn't fucking home onto anything. And half the time, it also leaves you very, very vulnerable. While Sonic Rush definitely laid down the groundwork for some really positive things to come for Sonic, it also laid down the groundwork for some more negative things to come. For example, the physics engine in this feels very Sonic 4-y. He doesn't do all that well with platforming. He doesn't feel very equipped for it. It's not terrible, but it definitely doesn't feel like that signature Sonic platforming gameplay set. Also, I can count numerous times when I was rolling down a hill and losing momentum, which just doesn't make any sense. Now, you would think, okay, you're going to be spending most of your time boosting in this. This is a game that encourages you to go fast, right? Well, like I said, I went into this one blind, but then I realized it's not a good idea to play games if you can't see, so I opened my eyes. I played it and discovered everything for the very first time. And it needs to be said, this game is not kind to newcomers. Sonic is no stranger to having difficulty curves and a lot of learning curves, but this game is pretty intense for first-time players. First things first, screen crunch. You're playing this on a Nintendo DS or 3DS. I was playing on a 3DS, and I still found screen crunch was a problem. Even with making use of the two vertical screens, it still had its hindrances when looking out for things even above and below me. You'd think with two screens that wouldn't be an issue, but it especially becomes an issue in some of the parachute sections in Altitude Limit, where you really need to take a leap of faith and just go down, and then you'll find the platforms are there. Now, the reason this is so bad is because oftentimes you can't see anything below. It's a bottomless pit that this game is absolutely abundant with. Let me just say, a bottomless pit is such a punishing fucking obstacle. It doesn't challenge the player. It's not a platforming challenge. It's not something to test your skills. It's just a dick move. And it often just falls down to the telegraphing. You don't necessarily know soon enough that there is or isn't a platform below you or ahead. Even when you're not going at extreme speeds, there's often very little warning of obstacles ahead. And this is a problem throughout the entirety of the game, but especially in Altitude Limit. Gotta be said, that level is like, it's a well-designed level. It's just, with the amount of bottomless pits and stuff, it doesn't lend well. If it had like a warning for the bottomless pits, it would really help things, and I can kind of forgive it given the theme of that level. But it's just like, there's a lot of trial and error in this game. And it's all well and good to have a game that's got a lot of trial and error, but then it wants to have its cake and eat it too, because it's got the live system returning from the classic Sonic games, which they would later down the line get rid of, but the fact is, you got the live system in place right here, and as well as that, if you do die, prior to the boss, you've got to do the entire stage all over again. So let's say you've beat Act 1 and you die on Act 2, you're going to have to do Act 1 again. But it does fortunately kind of save your progress before the boss fight at least. As long as you get past Act 1 and 2, you're fine. But as I say, there's a lot of trial, a lot of error, and it's very punishing for it as well. The more you get to know the stages, the more fun you will have. The game definitely rewards you for knowing the stages and replaying them. And there was never like a point where I was like, well, what the fuck do I do after multiple attempts? Usually, if I'd done something wrong, I could easily correct it on a later playthrough. It's just that if you're a first timer that doesn't know these levels, you're gonna die a lot. And I personally would say Sonic games are at their best when you can complete them without dying too many times or getting too many game overs as a first time player, but you're rewarded for really mastering them. So it's like, you can play them as a newcomer, but you play them well upon revisit. In this case, you're not gonna get very far as a newcomer, and you're really gonna have to do a lot of trial and error, which can be very frustrating, and involve a lot of going backwards and forwards to places you've already been before, which can be both frustrating and discouraging. And in terms of kind of trial and error, I think what really typifies this is the boss fights. The boss fights in this game are not very good. There's often great concepts at play here, but there's just some things about these bosses that make me go, Jesus, you think this was maybe just a bit much? There's a lot of attack phases, very much a turns-based thing. The boss will take its chance to attack you, and then you get your window of opportunity to attack the boss. And I have to say, I much prefer the Sonic boss fights where you can gauge when you're going to attack the boss. It's a much more fun experience, and you can really speedrun those things. Here, you just gotta wait your turn. But I find these bosses to be pretty unfair. For starters, the very first boss in this game has 2 instant kill moves. You think that might be just a little bit much for the first boss? The second boss in Water Palace has a belly flop move where I can't for the life of me figure out how to dodge that. It's just kind of a matter of taking the hit and collecting your rings afterwards. That's bad design. And I find that oftentimes the telegraphing on the boss's attacks aren't great. Like, you'll see it do something, but you have no idea what kind of impact it's going to have. Like, again, the Water Palace boss fight. There's a phase in this boss where the head removes from the body and it stretches around and you think, okay, I'll jump on the head. What I didn't realize was you don't immediately get the opportunity to jump on the head. If you do it too early, you're gonna get chomped. And if the boss does get its attack on you, you're not gonna get much chance to attack the boss back. Your post-hit invincibility is pretty debilitating. There is one boss in the game which I can safely say is good, and that's the Versus Blaze fight, which happens just before the final boss of Sonic's story. It's a pretty well telegraphed battle, and it does feel like an intense kind of character battle that we don't see all too often in Sonic. But then you follow that up with the worst boss in the game, which is the Final Zone boss, which has multiple unavoidable attacks. I can't for the life of me figure out how to escape the electrical attacks without losing rings. Some of the attacks are just too fast to dodge, and it's very, very difficult to get a hit in because you get a very tiny window of opportunity, which is another problem with many of the bosses in this game, is you get such tiny windows of opportunity to attack. But then we have a second playable character, who basically plays the same story again but in a slightly different order, and that's Blaze the Cat, the newcomer to this game. She has a higher jump than Sonic, which really, really helps out on the boss fights. As well as that, instead of the part-time home attack move, she's also got a hover move, which saved my ass from a few bottomless pit deaths. She's a much more fun character to play as in this. Although I'll say this, when it comes time to fight Sonic, he can do things that you as a player can't do as Sonic, and that always pisses me off. He can make tornadoes. Why can't I make tornadoes? I just played as him. I didn't make a tornado. That's so very 2005 of you. Blaze's stunts can also grant her quite a bit of height. I am admittedly a little confounded by the fact that her fire abilities work underwater, but hey, all the better for it. In terms of the story, it's fine as well. So basically there's 2 dimensions converging, and we've got Blaze entering this dimension from her own soul dimension, to retrieve the Soul Emeralds while Sonic collects the Chaos Emeralds, and they need to take down 2 Dr. Eggmans. One Dr. Eggman is from our world, and that's, the familiar one. The other one is... I can't say that out loud. That's just gonna give people ammunition. I get that it means negative, and it's not a problematic word, but it sounds problematic, so I've decided, in light of him having a very problematic sounding name, I've given him a new name. Eggman Fegid, or Fegman for short, who is the Eggman of Blaze's dimension, and it's quite fun because when playing as Sonic, you'll be fighting against Fegman most, and when you're playing as Blaze, you'll be fighting as Eggman most. Now, Sonic has to collect the Chaos Emeralds through going through special stages, which are basically the fucking half pipe again, except you use your DS stylus to control Sonic, which is very convenient, but they throw a lot at you in these special stages. As for Blaze, well, she gets the Soul Emeralds back from Dr. Eggman by force. Like, when the boss is over, she goes after him and gets the emeralds back. Sonic, on the other hand, just snaps his fingers, as if he just lost a dance battle down an alleyway. Let me just say, I prefer Blaze's way of doing things, far less time-consuming. To get to the special stages, though, you have to use these turnpike thingies. And you boost so fast that you enter another dimension. The dimension of the half-pipe. Can I be real, you guys? I didn't bother. I got, like, the first couple of emeralds and then I gave up. Look, man, I don't have time for this. I'm an adult now. I might have done this on a long car journey back when I was, like, 10, but no. It's not worth it. I mean, okay, you get, like, a Supersonic and Burning Blaze boss fight, and she shoots projectiles and he does supersonic things. I'm just citing Garrulous64 for this bit. Very addictive channel, that. Go check him out. Oh yeah, okay, it's also worth noting, both Sonic and Blaze have their own little companion characters that come with them for the adventure. Sonic has Tails, who does not shut the fuck up during boss fights. Please, Tails, shut the fuck up. And then there's Cream the Rabbit, who just completely makes herself completely vulnerable to any kind of predator out there, and just becomes friends with strangers unconditionally. Blaze happens to be that stranger. You know, one thing I really like about Blaze's story is just this fish out of water thing that she's going through. She's in this dimension where everyone acts wacky, like Knuckles and Amy, and no one shuts up about this Sonic guy. He's this absolute Gary Stu that she's just sick of hearing about, to the point that when she does finally meet him, she wants to kick his ass. Gonna say, though, pretty unreasonable that. Blaze, it's no way to be, okay? He's not responsible for his reputation. He's a very competent dude, and just, like, I don't see this guy and think, God, I want to fight him, you know? No, leave him be. They fight because he offers to help, and she just does not like being helped. And her whole arc is like, you've got to accept help from people. And she's like, no, I don't need no help. And then at the very end, Sonic's like, I'll help you. And then they fight, and then she loses or something, depending on which story you're playing. And then Sonic's just like, look, dude, just accept the help. And she's like, you know, okay. So on a whole, Sonic Rush, a game I have some issues with. But as I say, they don't hold that big of a stake in my experience with it. It's a fun one to revisit. Once you understand these levels, you'll have a good time, you'll feel awesome in the process. It's just there's a lot of telegraphing issues in this one that persist throughout the entire experience, and that's really unfortunate. But you know what? It's fun, it's innovative, it's thrilling, it's very stylistic. Can I also just mention the music in this one? Everybody gushes about the music. To me, it's weird. Weird music. They got these weird sort of rap lyrics to them, and I don't know what any of them are. I have no fucking clue what anyone is saying. And sometimes they just sound really obnoxious. Like, I feel like I would love this soundtrack a lot more if it didn't have these vocals on them. But hey, again, it is what it is. I appreciate the art behind it. Very good. Good stuff. Okay, right, we're packing it up now, boys. Great, thank you. Is Sonic Rush Adventure as bad as they say? So, just like the previous Sonic Rush video, the gameplay you'll be seeing in this one is not my own. It comes from World of Long Plays. I couldn't pass it off as my own, even if I wanted to, because they're way more skilled than I am. Well, anyway, just shut up. We're gonna do the video now. 2 games in, and already my journey through DS Sonic games has been a bit of a wild one. Just talking to fans of the different handheld Sonic games, you get some really interesting perspectives. For example, the original Sonic Rush seems to be very popular amongst its cult following. I've even had some people tell me it's a masterpiece. I played the game and thought it was pretty good. I praised its distinct style and its new gameplay, however, I thought the level design was way too reliant on do or die situations and bottomless pits, and there was a lot more just came down to memorization than skillful play. I also thought that the telegraphing, especially in the boss fights, needed much to be desired. Going into Sonic Rush Adventure, I was kind of treating it as more of an obligation. I was buying Sonic Rush, I was buying Sonic Colors, so for the sake of collection completion, I'd get Sonic Rush Adventure as well and form my own perspective, because I'd been told by a lot of people that it was a massive downgrade from the original Sonic Rush. Some people recommended that I skip it and go straight on to Sonic Colors, and it's considered by a lot of Sonic Rush series fans to be the lesser of the trilogy if you count Sonic Colors as a part of the Sonic Rush trilogy. So, Sonic Rush Adventure, what were my thoughts on Sonic Rush Adventure? I don't know why I'm asking that, I already know you ask. I'm waiting. Looking at the core gameplay, Sonic Rush Adventure is very much more of what Sonic Rush delivered. Performing stunts and tricks to fill up your boost gauge and just feel awesome running through these levels. Playing as Sonic and Blaze is pretty much unchanged from the previous one, but one very notable difference is the level design this time around. It's a lot better. The levels have a much more seamless balance of speed and platforming. I didn't really encounter any bottomless pits until the last two stages. I didn't really have many issues with screen crunch either. They were just really well-designed levels that would test your quick reflexes and felt really rewarding to just speed through. So right off the bat, the most important stuff is a million times better than it was in the previous one, as far as I'm concerned. You take the great gameplay from Sonic Rush, ditch the lackluster level design, replace it with great level design, and the level gimmicks as well feel really well gelled with the level themes. Like, there's a great sense of world building to the stages this time around. And I had a lot of fun with some of these gimmicks, from the bouncy plants of Plant Kingdom to the ride-along dolphins of Pirate Island. One of the things I praised about the original Sonic Rush was that it had a very distinct identity, being a bit more of an urban Sonic game. This Sonic game also has a very distinct identity, even more so than the first one. The game's called Sonic Rush Adventure, and this game is exactly that. Sonic has dived headfirst into a fantasy adventure with pirates and ghosts and Vikings. There's even a dinosaur at one point. There's automatons. Like, all of these stages feel cohesive to each other, and that's just awesome. I love the level themes. I just love the identity of this one. Every new stage had me going, wow, that's awesome. And again, the quality of level design is definitely a big step up from the first Sonic Rush. Although I will say they don't keep it up very well. Once you get to Sky Babylon and Pirate Island, you start to see old habits creeping back in. It's not as bad as anything like Altitude Limit from Sonic Rush 1, but there were definitely some instances where memorizing the level was what you really needed to do more so than anything else. As for the boss fights, again, a million times better. The bosses still have these attack cycles, but there's less instant kill attacks this time around. It's all telegraphed way better this time. And there's less waiting around. There's way more chances for you to actually attack the boss, and it feels organic to the fight as well, as opposed to kind of the wait your turn mentality that I think the bosses in the original Sonic Rush had. So again, across the board, a much more well-designed experience here. So it's like, okay, surely that means everything about Sonic Rush Adventure is superior to the original Sonic Rush, right? Well, this is where things get a bit polarizing. It's called Sonic Rush Adventure for a reason, and that's because it introduces adventure elements not only to the story, not only to the levels, but to the gameplay on a whole as well. There was really a big focus on story and world building within this game. Remember when I said that the stages had a certain degree of cohesion between them? They really doubled down on that, in that you have to discover these new stages in a way that isn't just stage to stage like your conventional Sonic game. There's a lot more focus on story this time around, and you will be kind of wading your way through a lot of text box cutscenes. Fortunately, they're pretty well written. Sonic and Tails get caught up in a storm and find themselves washed up in the Windmill Village, where they meet Marine the Tanuki, who's basically an Australian stereotype. And I gotta say, I had a lot of fun with this character as well. Between Blaze and Marine, I think the Sonic Rush series has really brought some good new characters to the series. So Sonic and Tails basically set up camp in the Windmill Village with Marine as their leader, reluctantly might I add, and they go after a band of pirates led by Captain Whisker, who definitely has no relation whatsoever to a familiar character in any way. I'm pretty sure everyone that's reviewed this game has told that joke already, but basically Captain Whisker wants to get the Jeweled Scepter to fuck. I'm pretty sure it says somewhere in the game, but my memory's... He wants to... Yeah. My guess is that there's someone behind all this. Well, anyway, it also transpires that Sonic and Tails are actually in Blaze's dimension, and Blaze is there to pick up some of the slack as well, in a big team-up. I gotta admit, she doesn't contribute very much to this story this time around, but her presence is nice, and it is nice to see how far her dynamic has come from the previous game. She's working alongside a bunch of people now, including a bunch of koalas as well. They really went the whole hog with the whole this is pseudo-Australia theme to this game, and I gotta say, it gives me some Thai vibes. When exploring the hub world and talking to the koalas and Blaze and Tails and Marine and all that, it almost feels kind of like bush rescue, you know? Absolutely adore the vibe that has. And the hub world is a lot of fun to explore as well, with lots of different little locales to just walk around in 3D, might I add. But then there's also the discovery aspect, in that you have to discover the new levels, which are islands. And to do that, you have to set sail in one of 4 vehicles. So yes, there is mandatory vehicle play in this game. Yep, this is definitely a 2000s video game sequel. I don't have the exact names of the vehicles memorized, so bear with me here, but there's a jet ski. Okay, I got that one down. There's a big boat with big cannons and stuff on it. There's a hovercraft and a submarine. Tails gives them special names, but I can't for the life of me remember them. This is what too much sleep does. It rots your brain, guys. It rots your memory. Don't be like me. Don't be an insomniac. It's currently 8:20 in the morning, which that seems fine. That seems productive, but bear in mind, I woke up at like 5. Again, with the what are you notifying me of? Singles in your area? I don't want singles. I don't want singles. I just want to play Sonic. Right, so, okay, I will say this, safely, I can say, only one of these vehicles did I not have much fun with. I mean, I don't mind it, it does feel out of the spirit of Sonic. So, let's go through them. The jet ski is actually a lot of fun. I really like the jet ski. It's all 3D play, and it feels very much in line with the kind of thing Sonic would do. The big boat, on the other hand, not so much. It's okay, but it definitely feels out of place. So you just shoot targets with your cannonballs and your bullets and your flamethrowers and shit. And yeah, no, I can't really see Sonic agreeing to that. As for the hovercraft, it's like the jet ski but worse. And then there's the submarine, which is, well, it's like the jet ski, but it's underwater and worse again. The jet ski is the best one. It's the best one of the bunch. It's the most Sonic-y one of the bunch as well. I can imagine him on a jet ski. He'd enjoy that. That's right up his street. Now, I think this is the thing people hate the most about this game, is these vehicle sections. But to be honest, I didn't find them as bad as I think a lot of people made them out to be. At least, not in my opinion anyway. They don't take up a lot of time. They're usually about a minute at best. And I know it's something that people didn't like, is that you have to draw your little path out, and if you're slightly off of your location, Tails will basically just send you back where you came from. But I found you could, A, reroute, which was helpful, unless you run out of ink. That's something, like, they do have a certain mileage to these vehicles. And, but the truth is, I didn't really encounter situations where Tails would send me back. I've only heard about that. Maybe I'm just really fucking amazing at, like, hand-eye coordination. So it doesn't surprise me that the singles will want me, because I'm just really good at using a Nintendo DS stylus, it seems. All of these are controlled with the stylus as well, which is, it's a good way of dealing with it. Now, like, I get it. In a game where you just want to go fast and you want to play the levels and stuff, this is all a lot to take on. There's the vehicle stages, there's the thick amounts of text box story cutscenes, And then you also throw this into the equation. To build some of these vehicles, you have to grind for parts, which means replaying levels. Now, once you've discovered that island, you don't have to travel to it again. That's something I was doing in the early stages, and then I found the level select. I felt so stupid. But no, you can just go straight there, and it's not like Sonic Unleashed, where you have to look for Sun and Moon medals within the levels and stuff. No. You get them just for completing the stages, and you can get them really easily. And the higher rank you get as well, the more of these materials you get. And each material is allocated to a specific zone, so you know where to go. I didn't really have any issue with this at all. It's just replaying levels. And, you know, if you don't like Act 2 of, like, for example, Sky Babylon or Pirate Island or whatever, like, you don't have to play Act 2. You can just play Act 1 if you want, or you can just play Act 2. You know, it's your choice. That's another thing. Is like, if you get game overed in this, which didn't really happen for me, you don't have to start the entire stage again. You can start on Act 2. So again, thank you, Sonic Rush Adventure. That's another thing you're doing much better than your older brother. You will be needing to look for more of these materials, though, if you want to get through to the special stages, because you also got to upgrade your vehicles as well. Oh, need I mention the special stages. So this time, Captain Whisker has a right-hand man called Johnny, and you race him on the vehicles. So it's kind of like more difficult versions of those vehicle stages. I haven't done all of them, so I can't tell you about the secret ending. But that would be a spoiler anyway, right? And you play it for your fucking self, Jesus. I'm gonna do it, and I'll let you know when I do, and I'll let you know my thoughts. But right now, my prediction is that Captain Whisker has something to do with the familiar Sonic character. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. This guy is definitely in cahoots with the popular Sonic character Jeffrey St. John's, as created by the legendary Ken Penders. Get cucked, Sonic. On the note of backtracking, yeah, you do have to revisit certain levels to collect up stuff, but all the same, you might have noticed that I haven't really mentioned Blaze very much this time around. And that's because she doesn't get her own story this time. She's an optional character. Once she's introduced into Sonic's story, you can choose to play as her through the stages. But she's almost completely optional. But of course, unless you want to get the Soul Emeralds, in which case you replay some bosses as Blaze and get those as well. You gotta collect quite a lot of stuff for that secret ending. But I'd say, generally it's a fair trade-off. You know, you don't have to play through the entire thing again as Blaze. And given that you're backtracking, it gives you an excuse to play as her. She's basically the same as she was in the original Sonic Rush. So if you liked her then, you'll like her now. So, it's gotta be said, I actually enjoyed the more adventure-y elements in this one. The whole vehicle stuff I actually generally enjoyed, and even then it did not take that long. I like the little locale you can visit, I like the world building, and I fucking loved this one. Oh, okay, also on another note, the music.
Why the fuck does music sound so much like Tarzan?
So the Sonic Rush soundtrack is one that I get a lot of people really love that soundtrack, and I appreciate the art behind it, but I don't have a personal connection with it. I think some of the lyrics in the songs are just a bit weird. I mean, admittedly, it is better to listen to in isolation from the game, actually. Like, that's a thing well worth noting. It has its bangers, that's for sure. Moving over into this one, though, I like this soundtrack a lot better. Like, it's basically all the stuff that I really liked about the original, but it's brought a little more home for me, I guess. I don't know, but I like that it all fits in with the kind of island feel, the tropical feel, and everything like that. It's a good ass soundtrack. And can I just mention, like, the final level of the main story in this is the least intimidating looking final level ever, and the music doesn't help. It's so fucking cute. This is such a cute final level. The dolphins, man. The dolphins. I love dolphins. That's so cute. It is the toughest stage in the game, though. Like, and it is probably one of the worst designed ones. But I fucking love the dolphins, man. And this music suits them so much. It's so goddamn... Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Look, you guys just think I'm some kind of fucking contrarian, don't you? But if I'm being completely honest, Sonic Rush Adventure is easily one of my favorite Sonic games now, I think.
I don't know, I just had a consistently good time with it. I had a fucking blast. So I don't know. Fuck you, Mom, you're just a hater. Next up, we're gonna be looking at Sonic Colors on the Nintendo DS. Considered by many to be the third game in the Sonic Rush series, even though it doesn't have the same label. Sonic Colors on the 3DS is considered by many a Sonic fan to be the third Sonic Rush game, but upon close investigation I have discovered that it is indeed not a Sonic Rush game, but instead a Sonic Colors game. To find out more, get yourself a jam sandwich and watch the rest of this video, okay? Okay. I have all of the charisma of a foot. Heads up, the gameplay footage in this video is from World of Long Plays. They are far better at gaming than I am, so don't go thinking I'm a pro gamer or anything based on this video. So in 2010, Sega totally changed their strategy with Sonic, making it streamlined, simplified, and a bit more friendly to newcomers. And Sonic Colors over on the Nintendo Wii was a great example of this. As for better or for worse, it was a modern Sonic game that took Because for better or for worse, it was a modern Sonic game which took things back to basics. Who's blowing up my fucking message? Right, silent mode engaged. There we go. I'm a tech whiz. No giant epic story, no major gimmicks or anything, just a fun little Sonic game where you just play as the core Sonic and you have got these fun little power-ups to play with, which are completely optional. Entering the 2010s, Sonic was changing. And perhaps another example of the streamlining was that the Nintendo DS was not getting its own devoted Sonic games, but instead a different rendition of Sonic Colors, which I guess made marketing quite a bit easier. I can understand the process behind this decision from a business perspective, but handheld Sonic games such as the Sonic Advanced and Sonic Rush series had their own little cult following. So it is kind of sad to see those devoted handhelds go. But fans of the Rush series were pleased to know that Sonic Colors on the Nintendo DS very much caters towards that Sonic Rush cult following, with fans often dubbing it the third Sonic Rush game. The reason being is that this game was definitely built on top of the Sonic Rush engine and framework, and offers overall a very similar gameplay experience to the Sonic Rush games, and I can see exactly why they've done this, and I don't think it's just to appease fans of the Sonic Rush series, because again, that was a niche cult following thing. But because at this time the Sonic games had adopted the boost gameplay which found its origins in Sonic Rush as the core gameplay style for Sonic going forward. So in this case, handheld Sonic took the lead. The gameplay didn't really need to change to match Colors, because Colors' gameplay, if anything, was more of a match to the Rush series. But there have still been some further changes, which bring Sonic Colors on the 3DS more in line with its Wii console counterpart. The tricking system from Sonic Rush did not make it over to the 3D Boost Sonic games. It was kind of there in spirit, but at this time it was relegated to QuickTime events. It would of course later get adapted into Sonic Generations, but we're not there in the timeline yet. We have to pretend that that doesn't exist for this review. So where Sonic Colors 3DS echoes the console counterpart is that you don't fill your boost gauge in by doing stunts and tricks, but instead collecting white wisps. Okay, so there's very little discussion about what method of gaining boost is considered better, but I'm gonna straight up say I miss the trick and stunt system. In fact, every time I hit a spring or a ramp in this game, I was constantly mashing buttons thinking, wait, oh yeah, he doesn't do the tricks in this one, does he? I know they were loud. I know they were really funny to listen to because of the sound effects and stuff. But I loved the trick system because it felt like I was taking opportunities to earn boost for myself, rather than just running and smacking my face into a thing full of wisps, and being granted it by the levels. Oh well. But on the bright side, one improvement is that the homing attack in this one is much better. It's more precise, it's got a better hit rate, it's mapped to the jump button. Can't complain, that's how it always should have been. Sonic is also able to slide and stomp just like he can in the Wii version, so it is very much the Sonic Rush gameplay style re-engineered into more the modern Sonic gameplay style seen in Sonic Colors. So no, it's not the exact same gameplay style as Rush. It's just an evolution of that. Could you kind of accept this for a Rush 3? I guess you could, but I'm gonna say this straight up, let's go into the story. If you've heard of Sonic Colors before, or heard me talk about the Wii version before,
You know the story already. Dr. Robotnik has opened a big interstellar amusement park which is being powered by the aliens that he finds. And it's up to Sonic to rescue the aliens and take down Dr. Robotnik. Throw in some very childish humor and there you have it, that's Sonic Colors' story for you. Simple but effective and honest with who its audience is. So I'm gonna say this, in terms of story, this is definitely not a Sonic Rush 3. The Sonic Rush stories dived headfirst into big adventures with alternate dimensions, and Blaze the Cat, who was very much a staple of the Sonic Rush series. She's here in this one, as well as a whole host of other Sonic characters, but only for side missions. And you definitely don't get to play as her. So as a Sonic Rush 3, no, that's not... There's definitely... no. This story is more of a spin-off, if anything, but really it's its own thing. It's Sonic Colors is what it is. In terms of how the 3DS manages it though, you've got a sprinkling of the cutscenes from the actual game. They've been bit crushed to absolute fuck and are in such low resolution that even on the Nintendo 3DS screen they look like shit. And I definitely prefer the little in-game cutscenes that say the Sonic Rush series had with the little character models walking around. But I mean, I guess to the untrained eye this does look a bit less primitive, and it was an economic way of handling it. Am I using that right? They didn't have to pay people to animate new cutscenes. I think that's a good use of the word economic. Look, man, don't look at me that way, okay? Like, I might have a British accent, but that doesn't make me intelligent. But no, not all of the cutscenes from the Wii version make it into this one either, as they fill in a lot of blanks with these text box cutscenes, text box cutscenes. I have cotton mouth. Which are akin to the Sonic Rush series, only with new renders, which look a lot cleaner. Definitely have a different sense of charm. Those Rush renders definitely hit different, but these are fine. These are nice. Okay, I definitely have a lot of sentiment for the Rush series. The game series I only played like a week ago. Jesus, what's happening to me? I suddenly feel compelled to fuck cats. But yeah, in terms of story and the story's presentation, this is definitely more of a Sonic Colors than a Sonic Rush 3. Right, so level design. Okay, so level designs have been an interesting one. I thought they had a lot of issues in Sonic Rush 1, which saw a huge deal of improvement in Sonic Rush Adventure. So how do the levels hold up in Sonic Colors 3DS? In terms of the themes, like Sonic Rush Adventure, there's a lot of cohesion between each level. Each stage all feels like it inhabits the same world, and moving from stage to stage feels organic. I'd say, wow, that's just like Sonic Rush Adventure. But, it did have Sonic Colors on Wii to base itself off of here. So if anything, it's actually more like a Sonic Colors game than it is a Sonic Rush game. But I guess it at least lives up to its predecessor, its completely unrelated predecessor. Thematic cohesion between levels is definitely not a Sonic Rush Adventure exclusive thing, but it's something I thought Sonic Rush Adventure did really well. Fuck, this video has no focus, does it? And unlike Sonic Rush Adventure, it doesn't have any vehicle sections. This might be down to the fact that it is not a sequel to Sonic Rush Adventure, but that it is an adaptation of Sonic Colors, a game that released on the Wii. The level design in this one is also nothing like the Sonic Rush games, because it's Sonic Colors. So, let me explain. On one hand, the level design's a lot better than Sonic Rush 1, in that, no, there's not as much of an issue with bottomless pits and such. But I did find there were a few too many instant kill attacks, especially when you get to Asteroid Coaster. The level design also isn't as kinetic as it was in, say, Sonic Rush Adventure, because again, it's Sonic Colors. This game promotes looking for wisps and utilizing them, more so than it does going at high speeds and doing tricks and stunts. And you definitely feel it. This level design is definitely more exploration-based, and equipped for usage of the wisps. The wisps being the staple, not from the Sonic Rush series, but from Sonic Colors. I definitely have to say I prefer the more kinetic level design of Sonic Rush Adventure to the level design of Sonic Colors on the 3DS. But all the same, I don't feel like it's very fair to compare because I feel like the level design had different needs and priorities between these two games. As for the boss fights, Sonic Rush Adventure really improved on the Sonic Rush boss fights. So how do the boss fights in Sonic Colors on the 3DS stack up? Well, they're better than the Sonic Rush 1 boss fights, but they have a bit too much bullshit to surpass the Sonic Rush Adventure boss fights. The Planet Wisp boss just had me getting knocked about and scratching my head, and the asteroid coaster lacks a lot of broadcasting before going into its pinch attacks. And to really be successful in those boss fights requires you to kind of slow down, which is not something typically encouraged in Sonic. The boss fights are also very different from the Wii version of Sonic Colors as well. They share the same overall art style, but these are brand new bosses, and I would say that they're actually more interesting in some ways than a lot of the Wii Sonic Colors boss fights. But in other ways, the difficulty, especially in bosses like Planet Wisp and Asteroid Coaster, can be a little on the steep side. But I'm gonna say this, the final boss against Dr. Robotnik is really well designed, and like, I dare say, even better than the Wii version. And like, man, the Wii version had a really well designed 3D Final Sonic boss fight, but this has a really well designed 2D Final Sonic boss fight, which makes use of the wisps throughout the game all the same, I think even more so than its Wii counterpart. So yeah, really, really good stuff. Also, I'm gonna say this, I think this game is a bit more well-paced than its Wii counterpart. Rather than having 7 acts per stage, you have 3, with the third one being a boss act, which is much more of a conventional 2D Sonic game kind of structure. But it all feels more well-paced for it. Also, all of the design work and art aesthetics have been really well translated from Sonic Colors on the Wii over to this 3DS version. The only instance where I thought things got lost in translation was
Starlight Carnival.
This just doesn't look as inspiring as its Wii version, but everything else looks really cool. Also gonna straight up say this, the special stages in this game are some of the most fair and well done special stages in the Sonic series. It's the half pipe again, and I really encourage them to steer away from that fucking thing already. But this is a good way of handling it, the stylus controls are good. It's basically like the Sonic Rush 1 special stages, but a whole lot better and a whole lot more fair. And then there's the music for this one, which definitely doesn't have the same feel as the Sonic Rush games. For one, there's a different composer, but secondly, the music is not meant to feel like the Sonic Rush games, but instead meant to be just compressed chiptune versions of the Wii's Sonic Colors game. Kinda bizarre to me that Sonic Colors on the 3DS opted to be a bit more like Sonic Colors than it did Sonic Rush, but hey, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so all joking aside, if you want to call this game Sonic Rush 3 just based on the gameplay similarities, and you think that's enough for you, that's completely fine. That doesn't mean you have low standards, it doesn't mean you're wrong for thinking so. Sure, there's stuff here which I think does qualify it to be considered like a spiritual successor to the Sonic Rush series. But to me, personally, this isn't Sonic Rush 3. It doesn't meet the overall identity of the Sonic Rush series, which for me really stood out more so than anything else. The style of music, the style of stories that they went for, Blaze the Cats, the trick system, that's all stuff that is very quintessential to the Sonic Rush experience for me, which isn't present in this game. But Sonic Colors on the 3DS is a really great adaptation of the Wii Sonic Colors game. It's not perfect, it's got its fair share of bullshitty moments. And if we were to treat this succession of DS Sonic games as the Sonic Rush trilogy, then I'm gonna say this straight up, my favorite out of the bunch is Sonic Rush Adventure. That's my favorite of the Boost Nintendo DS Sonic games. But this one right here was a bit more restricted by tying in with Sonic Colors. And as far as it goes, it does a really good job. This feels more like a handheld companion to the game, as opposed to like, well, you've got a handheld console, so fuck you, this is what you get. If you've played and enjoyed the original Sonic Colors, I highly recommend trying this one out. It's a really, really good rendition of Sonic Colors, which I think is just as good as the Wii version. And if you're a fan of the Sonic Rush games and you haven't played it, check it out as well, because it will cater to some of those needs. It will scratch a few of those Sonic Rush itches. But as far as I'm concerned, it's definitely not Sonic Rush 3. This does bring a good question into mind though. Do you guys prefer having devoted handheld Sonic games akin to Sonic Advance and Sonic Rush, or do you prefer having handheld alternatives to the console experience, a la Sonic Colors? That's what I'd be interested to hear about. I personally prefer having devoted games with their own identities, which is why I think games like Sonic Rush Adventure just appeal to me just that little bit more than Sonic Colors, which is obviously restricted by having to live in line with its console counterpart. Hello everyone. I need to make a YouTuber apology. You see, There was a miscommunication in my previous video. Sonic Colors on the Nintendo DS is not a designated 3DS game. It's not a designated 3DS game! I meant Sonic Colors on the Nintendo DS. And if you think that I meant anything else, I did not! So with that out of the way, let's talk about Sonic Generations on the PS Vita. When I think of a quality Sonic game, usually one of the first places my mind goes is Sonic Generations. Would I call it my all-time favorite Sonic game? Not necessarily, but with that said, it is easily the most recommendable Sonic game without qualifying statement. This is probably the highest quality that the series has to offer. A wonderful reward for those who stuck by the series for its at that time 20-year tenure, but all the same a great way for new players to get into the series and see the best of what it has to offer. The game released on the PC, the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. But there is a version of this game that people rarely talk about, and I'm not saying you didn't know, and I'm not assuming you forgot, okay? It's just people rarely talk about this one. I gotta be so specific with you guys! So Sonic Generations on the 3DS, given that it's different hardware with different limitations, obviously a different game had to be produced by a different development team, DIMPS. The folks behind Sonic Rush Adventure, and Sonic Colors on the Nintendo DS. And I tell you what, I was very intrigued about this game because it has a different selection of levels from the console version, meaning that it explores a different part of Sonic's history to the version that we're more familiar with, the version that I'm more familiar with. Speak for yourselves, fuckers. So, is this little handheld companion to Sonic Generations worth playing? Is it necessary to complete the Sonic Generations experience? Oh, get your buttholes ready because let's go in. So you know the concept of Sonic Generations right now, levels from the past and two Sonics, both distinct in gameplay style, in that one is the modern Sonic who's in 3D and the other is the classic Sonic who's in 2D, except Sonic Generations on the 3DS takes this concept and kind of trivializes it as the two Sonics are both in 2D gameplay this time. Which is already just a weird decision because I'm pretty sure the Nintendo 3DS could handle 3D Sonic gameplay. I mean, it would go on to do that in Sonic Lost World review pending. And I mean, all of the visuals in this one are made up of three-dimensional models. So I'm kind of left scratching my head at the thought process behind this because ultimately you've got two 2D Sonics that now just kind of, one has boost and a homing attack, the other doesn't. Well, at least for the first handful of levels, because then Classic Sonic gets the homing attack. So again, like, I feel like if you're gonna have two different versions of Sonic, it makes sense to play up their differences. But this version of the game kind of just flies up in the face of that, and kind of just makes the two Sonics as alike as possible. So for the classic Sonic in his base form, you've actually got probably a much more faithful replication of his gameplay in the Nintendo 3DS version than what we got in the console version. The physics are much closer to the 16-bit games. The spin dash is a bit less overpowered, but the rolling actually does something now. Like, classic Sonic overall in this one is actually a little better than the console version. Until, of course, he gets the homing attack, which is not just an unlockable thing like it is in the console version. No, it is a mandatory part of gameplay which you will be receiving and cannot switch off. As for the modern Sonic, it's basically the modern Sonic gameplay from the console version, but adapted into the 2.5D space. And yes, you can draw up similarities to Sonic Rush here, but like, ultimately, no. There's no tricking system. We don't even play on the two screens this time, it's just the one screen, which in some ways I kind of prefer. And just, yeah, no, this is Sonic Generations, not Sonic Rush 4. Or Sonic Rush 3 even, because I don't even count colors. So the main difference is that modern Sonic can't spin dash, but instead he can boost by collecting rings. There is also like the slide move and crouching, but they're actually really situational in this one. So like the differences between the two Sonics are really minute this time around. So you know how Sonic Generations goes, each stage has two acts. Act 1 is classic Sonic, Act 2 is modern Sonic. But this one also has special stages, which are mandatory. And because of this, there's no special requirement to unlock the special stages. You just have to basically complete the stages, and then you get to go to the special stages. Which are kind of an adaptation of the Sonic Heroes special stages, except the Sonic that you play as through these is the modern Sonic, complete with boosting and jumping and such, and it's like, could we not have done this for, like, the main modern Sonic stages? Because they're in 3D. And he plays like the modern Sonic. I'm scratching my head at this. Like, just the overall thought process here is just confusing and baffling to me. But yeah, this is where the 3D gameplay is. Modern Sonic controls like a modern Sonic. So it's just, it's weird. Then we have the stage selection, which I think is dropping 2 off of the count of the console counterpart. You've got Green Hill, which makes sense as that's where Sonic begins and it goes through Sonic's history, so fair enough, use Green Hill again. And that's the only zone shared between the 2 versions. After that, you've got Casino Night Zone, which is personally more what I would have went for in the console version, but okay, like, I'm glad to see it here. And then there's Mushroom Hill. I think there's a reason why they're sticking to just Sonic and Knuckles stages as opposed to anything from Sonic 3. You follow that up with Emerald Coast, which is an interesting choice. And then Radical Highway, which is really strange because that was a shadow stage in the original. And then you follow that up with Water Palace, and then finally Tropical Resort. With Water Palace and Tropical Resort drawing more inspiration from their handheld, well, Water Palace is only handheld, but like Tropical Resort takes a bit more inspiration from the handheld version of Tropical Resort than it does the core Wii version. And it gets me thinking, what a wasted opportunity. It's cool that we have different levels, but it kind of half feels like, especially in the latter part of the game, like a celebration of Sonic's handheld history, which leads me to wonder, why couldn't they have just made this a celebration of Sonic's handheld history? You could start off in Green Hill again, because the Game Gear version of Sonic 1 still has Green Hill, but then follow that up with a stage from Sonic 2 on the Game Gear, and then Sonic Triple Trouble. After that, have stages from the Sonic Advance games, then follow that up with Rush 1 and 2 and Colors. That way you've got a comprehensive history of Sonic on a handheld device, which makes sense because this game is on a handheld device. And as well as that, you'd meet the same amount of stages as in the console version. Like, there's no reason for the game to be as short as it is in this case. Like, it's really, really short. But then there's the level design within those stages, and this is also just baffling to me. For the first acts of the first 3 stages in this game, Green Hill, Chemical Blood, not Chemical Blood, Casino Night, and Mushroom Hill, the stage layouts are exact replicas of their 16-bit counterparts. In one hand, it's cool to see these recreated in 2.5D visuals, but at the same time, you're basically getting nothing new here. Classic Sonic is running through these stages as he did before, and it's just that given a new coat of paint, with no new twists like what we saw in the console version. Then, of course, after that, we're going into more 3D games, so they had to make completely new level layouts. And you can tell a huge difference between the originals and the new ones made for this game, because holy fucking balls, the level design in this is pretty awful. Radical Highway definitely typifies this. Long stretches of absolutely fuck all and a ton of bottomless pits. It's definitely more jarring for the classic Sonic than it is for the modern Sonic. Modern Sonic is more able to kind of fly over these things and make quick work of it, but the classic Sonic is a bit more platform-centric, and I just don't think Dimps does very well with platforming levels in Sonic games. With the weird exception of Sonic Rush Adventure. What a baffling developer they are. So then, like the console version, there's also rival battles and boss battles. The rival battles this time around are not boss fights as such, so much as they are races. And this consists of Metal Sonic, Shadow, and Silver, just like in the console versions, except now they're no longer in their original locations. They're in basically a stage from this game. So you race against Metal Sonic in Casino Night, okay, and then you race against Shadow in Radical Highway, which makes the most sense, I guess. And then you race against Silver in Tropical Resort? Right, okay. And I feel like, again, they could have made more use of Sonic's handheld history. Sure, have the first race be against Metal Sonic, or better yet, what about Fang the Sniper? And then for the second rival race thing, have Emerl. And then for the third one, have Blaze. That just makes so much more sense. Also, Blaze is nowhere to be found in this game. How can you call it Sonic Rush 4? How can you do that, you fickle bunch? And then there's the main boss fights, where, okay, so the first one is the big arms from Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The second one is the Bio Lizard, which, again, really strange because that's a shadow boss fight. And then there's Egg Emperor. And then the final boss is, of course, the Time Eater. But I gotta say this, the Time Eater boss fight in this one is more well-structured than it is in the console version. I'll give Sonic Generations 3DS that the Time Eater boss fight is the better one. In terms of the story, it's the same as it is on consoles, except this time you're not rescuing Sonic's friends. It's a bit more simple than that. And there's no use of the cutscenes from the console version in this one like we had with, say, Sonic Colors. Instead, we've got exclusively text box cutscenes. Except this time they've got 3D models, as opposed to these individual character renders, which I must admit they do look nice. But the way this story is told is basic as all get out. I'll say this, in terms of presentation, the game looks really good. They took really good advantage of moving over to the 3DS for this one, as the game does look a lot better than any of the Rush series or Sonic Colors on the DS. It's all fully 2.5D visuals, and it just looks great. Heck, even with the 3D feature, which I'm not a big fan of on a Nintendo 3DS, but in this case the game does look really nice with the 3D on. All of the stages are really well realized, the character models look good. This is a good looking 3DS game. And then there's the music, where I think this game was a rushed job, and I think the same applies to the music. The soundtrack here isn't bad or anything, but it's very half-assed. So in the original, on the consoles, like, classic Sonic had more of an R&B dance vibe to his music, where the modern Sonic had more the kind of typical Jun Sanui rock music. In this one, they kind of do that with Green Hill Zone and Casino Night Zone. Then when you get to Mushroom Hill, they're literally the same, except the modern one just has a little bit of guitar over it. Then with Emerald Coast, they get two separate tracks altogether. Radical Highway's really weird because classic Sonic's version is very much the rock version, whereas modern Sonic's version is more of a dubstep kind of a thing, and it doesn't sound very good. I cannot name a single difference between the two versions of Back to Back. And classic Tropical Resort is just a reuse of the original Tropical Resort music, whereas the modern one is actually really good. I just don't know what the soundtrack was really going for this time around. Again, I do not understand the thought process behind this game. But I will say this, Cash steal the show with their rendition of Big Arm. It's amazing. So it's gotta be said, while I appreciate that Sonic Generations on 3DS tries to do something different to its console counterpart, it doesn't really have any outright vision. It's so strange how many opportunities there were to do something cohesive, but what we got instead was something that feels kind of thoughtless. And I just can't figure out what they're overall going for with this one, and overall it's just a very underwhelming game. If you do count it as Sonic Rush 4, it's easily the weakest of the Sonic Rush series. I don't count it as a Sonic Rush 4, but for those of you that do, this is, in my opinion, the weakest one. You know what, let's do a ranking. So, in fourth place is Sonic Generations 3DS. In third place is Sonic Rush. In second place is Sonic Colors. And in first place is Sonic Rush Adventure. Ah. Oh, that felt kind of good, actually. Ah, no, that didn't. Heads up, the footage in this video comes from the good folks at Hellfire Comms. Good job to them for getting through this in one sitting. Sonic Lost World on the Nintendo 3DS marks the end of a journey for Sonic the Hedgehog, as this was modern Sonic's final foray into devoted handheld games. Times were changing, and the line between handheld gaming and console gaming was becoming blurrier and blurrier, making Sonic Lost World on the Nintendo 3DS not only the final main series Sonic game on the Nintendo DS family of consoles, but also the last Sonic game to be developed by Dimps, a development studio with quite a history with Sonic. So, would Dimps' final Sonic game bow out with grace, or would it end on a whimper? That's what we're here to find out. But first, a little context on the console version of Sonic Lost World. Of all of the Sonic games throughout the ages, it's safe to say that Sonic Lost World is definitely one of them. It's a game that I really praise for its new ideas, and bringing Sonic back to his platformer roots. However, I feel like it drew too much inspiration from other platforming mascots, and lost a lot of Sonic's overall identity along the way. And that is sadly an issue that Sonic Lost World on the 3DS had to share, being a handheld version of that game as opposed to its own entity. So no, Sonic Lost World on the 3DS wasn't magically going to fix that. With all that being said though, I thought that Sonic Lost World on consoles was a satisfying platformer game, even if it is very far from being the first thing that springs to mind when I think Sonic. Okay, so, as for the handheld version, I've heard really mixed things about this. Not a lot of people have played it, and, like, it seems like there's very few reviews of this version of the game on YouTube. Some people say it's a lot better than the console version, others say not so much. But let me back up. One thing I will praise about Sonic Lost World on the 3DS, particularly compared to Sonic Generations on the 3DS, is that from Sonic Colors through to now Sonic Lost World, Sonic Lost World on the 3DS does by far the most to try and replicate its console counterpart. And in terms of how this plays, there's very little actual difference between this and the console version, which I think is fantastic. 3D gameplay, parkour mechanics, all of Sonic's moveset from the console version is here. So I'm so glad that they didn't shy away from 3D gameplay like they did with Sonic Generations on 3DS. Heck, I even found the parkour system in this version to be just a tad more intuitive. And I also like that, certainly in some areas, the game definitely feels more open than its console counterpart. Unlike Sonic Generations, this is the same overall game as the console version. All the levels are basically the same themes, but different layouts. And the presentation of the story is all done through the exact same cutscenes that appeared in the console version, so there's no text boxes here, so to speak. And I have to say, I really appreciate how far Dimps went in trying to make this a proper alternative that could stand up to its console counterpart. The first stage of Windy Hill makes a great impression as well. Well, you're confused as to the way I'm pronouncing that? Put it this way, you can't rule out that it's called Windy Hill, and as well as that, I don't see any wind here, but it certainly looks a little bit windy. So, you know, there's a whole debate about Hydrocity versus Hydro City. How about Windy Hill versus Windy Hill, huh? But as I say, it's a great opening level, it showcases Sonic's mechanics in a fun and intuitive manner. I'm gonna say this, I said it about the console version, and I'll say it about this one too. This gameplay style does not lend well to 2D gameplay, and they'd be better off sticking to this being a completely 3D game. But hey, it was another step in the direction of trying to replicate the original. The presentation's also really nice, the in-game graphics are really good and make the most of what the Nintendo 3DS is capable of. The music is the same as it is in the console version, so again, you're in for a pretty good soundtrack. Alright, so, I'm now officially out of good things to say about this game. As after Windy Hill, I have to say that this is one of the least enjoyable Sonic games that I have ever played, and it all boils down entirely to these levels. Now, Sonic Lost World on consoles did have a bit of a gimmick addiction, and I'd say that it did go a little too far at times. But this one, yeah, this one just goes completely too far. To the point where past Windy Hill, there's not a single stage in this game that I want to replay. Every last one of these was a fucking ordeal. So the zones are kind of split up into 3 acts and a boss fight, just like they are in the console version. And it's structured in a way that it's like you get one act, which is a more linear 3D stage, which is what you'd hope it would be. You get an act which is a 2D stage, and then you get an act which is a bit more open and sandboxy. Now, on paper, the 3D linear stages sound pretty good, right? That's what you would want out of a Sonic game. Well, you're fucking wrong. You're wrong. Because beyond the fact that the level design in this game is ass and full of bottomless pits, the wisps from Sonic Colors make a return in this game. There's no in-universe explanation, but just like in the console version, they're back, but in this case, they are mandatory. And in these stages, I spent more time as a fucking wisp than I did Sonic. And I really wanted to play as Sonic. As I mentioned, the mechanics in this game are down. They're good. And it feels good to control Sonic in a 3D space. So why the fuck am I controlling a wisp more than Sonic? And remember, it's mandatory. There's no other way. Not even Sonic Colors, a game devoted to the wisps, had mandatory wisp usage. Moving over to the 2D stages, I guess they fare up okay. There's still some wisp usage here. A problem I found was that, again, I feel like the parkour does not really suit these rather confined 2D stages. You need big open spaces for this, and as well as that, it just lends better to 3D gameplay. So overall, there's very little fun to be had here. And then you have the open stages, which sounds like kind of a novel concept. But trust me, it's fucking terrible. So basically you go from area to area fulfilling mandates in order to unlock the next road ahead. This could be from grinding apples down to juice, or defeating a set number of badniks, or defeating a set number of big badniks which have health bars, or pushing snowballs around. And it's just, fuck me. Dimps, did you completely forget what I want to do as Sonic? Imagine getting Sonic's controls down really good, and then making level design that doesn't in any way accommodate for that. The parkour is a huge part of this game. So what the fuck am I doing here? And it does not let up. Once you get past the first zone, the entire game is like this now. It doesn't get better. It's got Sonic 1 syndrome, where the opening stage is fantastic, and the rest of the game doesn't take advantage of all the stuff you could do in that first stage. And the thing is, this is way worse, because Sonic 1 at least still had some pretty linear level progression. This here, I don't want to be doing this shit. At least Sonic 1 let you continuously play as Sonic and didn't force you to be these fucking wisps. The boss fights are a joke as well. They're perfectly cheesable, but then they force you to use gimmicks such as wisps and gyro controls. Oh yeah, that reminds me, the special stages. On paper, these are really awesome. You're flying around this different dimension, collecting the different spheres, and it's just this completely free area for you to just float around. That's awesome. The problem is that it's done completely using gyro controls, and you can't turn it off, so you'll just be contorting yourself. And the movements this thing expects you to make are ridiculous. There is effectively a recalibrate button, which makes this easier, but then they're timed. And speaking of controls, can I just say that if any Sonic game needed camera controls, it's this one. And it doesn't have them. Like, in the non-linear stages, where you need to go bashing up badniks and stuff, this needed fucking camera controls. The amount of times I had a fucking sentient snowball just flatten me because I couldn't see where it was even coming from was ridiculous. You want to know what stings the most about Sonic Lost World on the 3DS? This was the one I was looking forward to the most. Not Rush Adventure, but this one. Because generally, I prefer the 3D Sonic. But if the 3D Sonic is gonna consist of this, then I'll stick with the 2D. I'm not one of those people that insists on painting Sonic in a box where he always has to do the same thing. But pushing apples and snowballs around when you could be parkouring and when you've set up these mechanics that allow you to do these stunts, what the fuck was the thought process behind that? I'm fine with stages in Sonic games taking upwards of 11 minutes, provided that I'm doing cool Sonic-y stuff. 22 minutes of pushing snowballs around it's not what I'm here for. And that's the thing. Barely any of this game is equipped for Sonic. Barely any of these levels are equipped for the parkour system. They mostly feel like they'd feel better if I was playing as Mario. Sonic Lost World on consoles had a problem with having a way too Mario-esque identity. But this one has the problem of it would just be better if it was a Mario game. Which is why out of all of the Dimp Sonic games, and out of all of the Sonic games I've played on the Nintendo DS family of consoles, Sonic Lost World on the 3DS is by far the worst one. Until inevitably peer pressure plays out and I play Sonic Chronicles. It's such a shame too, because it's not like a buggy mess or anything. It's a perfectly competently made game. It's just that they went so far in the wrong direction with this level design that I'm hard-pressed to find a level that I enjoyed. Rather than feeling eager for the next stage, I was just like, oh fuck, what now? And so concludes modern Sonic's tenure on the Nintendo DS family of consoles, and we bid a farewell to Dimps. But that's not completely the end of Sonic on the Nintendo DS family of consoles. as a new version of Sonic was hot on the horizons, with the Sonic Boom series. So next time, we'll be looking at Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. Oh, Sonic Boom. Sega's little ill-fated reboot attempt. Honestly, I think for the most part, Sonic Boom was overall an improvement over the regular Sonic. It basically just gave these characters more defined personality traits. Now, yeah, I know that the Sonic characters have in the past had very defined personality traits, but like moving into like the 2010s, for example, when everyone complains about the writing, just take a look at Sonic Boom and just ask yourself, what was really lost here? Now, in 2014, we got the two video game offerings from the Sonic Boom franchise, or at least the first two anyway. We got Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric on the Wii U, which was in an incredibly sorry state. I've already done a video about that one, and the rest of the internet's had its fun kicking that game's teeth in. But alongside that was the Nintendo 3DS release Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal, by a different developer this time, Sanzaru Games. Big Red Button had no involvement with this release, and as well as that, there's no dimps this time either, so this is the first Sonic handheld in quite a long streak to not be developed by them, so it's interesting to see a new company leave a new stamp on this character. Now the thing is, Shattered Crystal isn't all that talked about, and I guess that makes sense when you're side by side with what's considered to be the biggest failure in the Sonic franchise's history. You're gonna need to leave a very special kind of impression. It's either going to need to be the absolute best game in the world, or worse. And poor little Shattered Crystal wasn't gonna do that. But I will say, right out the gate, Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal definitely doesn't feel like a game that went through as much development hell as Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. And that's because it wasn't. This was comparatively a quick little make compared to Rise of Lyric, which was a game that was originally supposed to be like PlayStation 4, Xbox One tier, and had to be reduced down to Wii U architecture. Honest to God, it's a technical marvel that they were able to achieve that. No, Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal is not dogged by any such problems. Like Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric though, it is a game that's much more focused on exploration than your typical Sonic game is. But a key difference here is that everything is entirely 2D this time around. Which, okay, so like, here's the thing, in general I'd prefer it if they could do a 3D Sonic, but given how Sonic Lost World turned out, consider me open-minded to a 2D one. The level design here is really good. Each level has like a few different layers to it as you kind of catapult yourself between the different layers of the stage. It's full of different paths and nooks and crannies to explore, and because you gradually unlock more characters as you progress throughout the game, you'll be able to cover much more ground within these levels as different characters have different skill sets. For example, Knuckles can burrow underground, Tails can fly in updrafts, and Styx can activate different switches with her boomerangs, allowing you to access different pathways. It's also worth noting, and you're either gonna roll with this or you're not, but the stages are much longer than in your average Sonic game, taking about 15 to 20 minutes to complete each level. There's also much more of a maze-like structure to these levels, but I never found it too taxing to get out of there or as to where to go to progress. Progressing through these things in like a linear fashion is actually pretty straightforward. As for the overall gameplay style, you've got 4 different playable characters, each with their own distinct ability that I've already talked about, but Sonic also, for example, has like an air dash that can move in all different kinds of directions, and it's honestly a really cool move to have in a 2D space. Sonic also has a spin dash as well, while Knuckles can punch things and Tails can throw bombs, although I rarely found myself throwing bombs. Then there's the skills that they all share, so they've all got like a dash run button, which can move pretty fast. You will get some speed out of this experience. And levels are built with that in mind, with plenty of loop-de-loops and slopes. Each character also has a really responsive homing attack, which is great, and can use their inner beams to grab things and swing. And it's gotta be said, swinging from different vines using the inner beam can actually add a lot to the sort of the speed in this experience. It's a lot of fun. So the gameplay, while distinctly different from the typical Sonic game, still feels very Sonic-y, like much more so than what we had in like Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. I would have loved to have seen this style of gameplay put into 3D, but to be fair, it's very effective here. Between level to level, you've got this little world map of all your different islands that you can travel around, and it's really nicely designed, and it's got a lot of character. You can also visit places like Tails' Workshop, Sonic's Shack, where you can read comics and watch cutscenes back. And I appreciate the attention to detail that's gone into characterizing this place. There's a really nice atmosphere about this game. What's interesting is that there's not really any just normal boss fights in this game. Instead, we have two very different stage structures. One is rival races, where you'll race against characters like Metal Sonic or Shadow, and these are very fair. There were times when I thought, oh, they're kind of gaining on me a little bit, but I did always manage to win in the end. And it's also a fun little pace breaker because, like, the other levels are very much exploration based. It's nice to just have levels devoted to going fast. Then there is the other form of, I guess, boss replacement, and that's the worm tunnels. These 3D tunnel sections, which play a lot like Sonic Dash, where you just move Sonic through different lanes to dodge obstacles. And that's quite fun as well, but I will say this, given that the giant mechanical worm doesn't really have any context in this story, and now all of these are very similar, even down to the scenery, I would not call these a worthy replacement for actual boss fights. However, there is one boss fight at the very end against Lyric, and it has to be said, it's a really well-designed, fair and challenging boss fight. And it's honestly surprising how smoothly it goes, having not had any boss fights prior to this one. I guess I would have appreciated some more boss fights throughout this game, but it's a compromise. It's nice to have these races and these worm tunnels. There's something new. And as I said, the one boss fight that is in the game is actually a really well-designed boss. Now, this all sounds great, but there is a bit of a caveat here. It's something that a lot of modern Sonic games do tend to insist upon. Backtracking in order to progress. And you might even find this as soon as like a couple of levels in. This game requires collecting. It's usually in the form of collecting Tails blueprints or collecting shattered parts of Lyric's Power Crystal. I think you've definitely got to get all of the Power Crystal, but you don't have to get all of the blueprints, but you have to get like most of them. To be fair, there's plenty of opportunities to get what you need for this mandate. And you can get lots of different additional bonuses that will help you to find these things through Tails' workshop. And as I say, it's never too steep, but I will say this, if you wanted to just play it as like a Sonic game the first time through and just play it level to level, bad news, you're not going to get to do that. You've really got to explore these levels, which kind of forces you into playing the game a very specific way, which kind of undercuts what I love about this game being there's so many different ways to play it. You need to take the time to explore, and you will need to backtrack to previous levels, and you'll definitely need to go back to some previous ones because you unlock different characters along the way that unlock different paths. This, to be fair, does make revisiting levels all the more interesting, but again, I feel like this would be a better thing if it was more of an option, like a bonus way to play, a bonus way to get more out of the experience than just the flat rate way of playing the game. One nice little thing though is that if you do decide to play these stages as just normal Sonic stages, and just breeze through them as quickly as possible, there are rewards for doing it within a certain time limit, and that can be a lot of fun as well. So then there's the storyline, which is kind of not a sequel or a prequel to Rise of Lyric, but just like a parallel version of that story. It plays out very differently. But basically, Lyric has escaped his tomb, he wants his power crystals back so he can reach full power. Amy goes out to stop him, but instead he decides to kidnap her for intel. Yeah, Amy's not playable in this one, and takes on more of the role of the damsel in distress. They try to paint it as less of a damsel in distress kind of a situation, more she's just in a battle of her own, but it really does play out as damsel in distress. So it's up to Sonic and his friends to get to the crystals before Lyric does, and to rescue Amy. Pretty simple stuff. There's a couple of CGI cutscenes sprinkled in there, and they're not quite to the quality of the TV show, but they are nice, and nicer than anything you'll find in the Wii U version, that's for sure. In terms of the character writing here, there's some good stuff. There's some stuff that did get a chuckle out of me, but it's nothing on quite the level of the TV show either. What did surprise me is that it's written by Ken Pontac and Warren Graff, the writers of the modern Sonic run from Sonic Colors onwards. And as far as the dialogue goes, this is easily some of their better stuff. Although you can tell quite early on that, yeah, this is them. There was a point where I was like, is this a Pontaff script? It's just because Sonic said the word beat down, and it's not something he typically says outside of the Pontaff scripts.
Oh, Lyric, you are so gonna get the big beat down.
God, I hate that. They make Sonic sound like such a thug. The rest of the cutscenes are in the form of the text box cutscenes, and you've got the 3D models moving with them, much like Sonic Generations. One interesting thing this game does that no one ever talks about is that Dr. Eggman does not show up at all in this game. He's completely absent this time around. They tease him just before the Metal Sonic boss fight, but he never actually shows up himself. Interesting to not have the main villain in the first game, but I guess it's quite interesting that they decided to build him up in this way, of just having this little tease in there, as opposed to actually having him present. In terms of the presentation, this game has it down. It looks really nice. Some of the character models are a little quirky in places. Sonic's head shape does not match the shape of the typical Sonic Boom head shape. He's missing a few quills as well. And Knuckles has been Botoxing, but they're fine. They're nice enough. The stages look really, really nice, and there's a lot of detail in there. Also, here's an interesting thing. Like, the criticism I hear a lot about Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was that its soundtrack was not like a Sonic soundtrack. It was much more ambient, much more orchestral. It took more of a backseat, and it was good for what it was, but I understood that it's not really Sonic-y. The music in this one, however, is really, really nice, and much more what you would expect from a Sonic game. It's composed by Richard Jacques, who's no stranger to the Sonic series, but he manages to bring his own personality to this soundtrack, and it feels distinctly Sonic Boom, but there's still plenty of really catchy tracks, and I think like the second stage just has this track that just stays in my head. It's like the perfect summer music. I think it's called like Seaside Jungle or something. They also kind of sprinkle in some of the more orchestral tracks from the Wii U game, and it works in moderation. So yeah! That's Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. A really good game, if I'm being honest. I think the one issue with it is it would just be so much better if we had the option to explore these levels further, as opposed to being forced to do it on first playthrough. That way it gives the player more choice of the style of gameplay they go for, but I digress. This is easily the best of the 3DS Sonic games that we've had so far, in what's been a pretty mediocre serving so far. So far, this one is the shining crystal among the bunch. You appreciate what I know? Okay. I highly recommend this one. In most every respect, Sonic Boom Fire and Ice is a closing chapter. Not only was this the final Sonic game on the Nintendo DS family, it would also be the final video game to come out of the now closing Sonic Boom offshoot universe, but was treated as kind of a last-ditch effort to save the franchise. Truth be told though, the damage that Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric had done to the Sonic Boom brand was kind of done now. In spite of the better things that came from the Sonic Boom universe, people were just not taking it seriously, as Sonic Boom just became synonymous with that terrible Wii U game. But Sanzaru Games, the developers of the previous Sonic Boom DS game Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal, came back for one last hurrah with this franchise, really giving it their all to ensure a quality experience, even going so far as to delay the game for quality reasons. A practice that's pretty unheard of when it comes to Sonic. So, did Sanzaru Games deliver a worthy send-off for the Sonic Boom brand, or did this one end with a whimper? That's what we're here to discover, but just before we go into that, I do want to say that none of the gameplay footage in this video is my own. It comes from YouTuber Cyberman65, so be sure to check out their playthroughs. And just a reminder, these videos are made possible by my supporters on this platform, so if you do want to support me, be sure to hit that big, beautiful subscribe button. And be sure to check out the Patreon link in the description below. Sonic Boom Fire and Ice very much builds on top of the same framework that Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal had, with very minor tweaks just to tighten things up a little bit. There's no longer a time limit on the Knuckles digging sections, and Sonic's mid-air dash now has a bit more momentum to it. We also get a new addition to the cast of playable characters in the form of Amy, who spent pretty much all of the previous game benched. This time, she's fully playable and has her mallet that she can smash things with and move platforms around with. She's an organic addition to this team, and it's nice to see her as she was definitely missing from the previous game. Another new feature is this game's main gimmick. Sonic and his friends now have fire and ice abilities, and this plays a big role in the game's level design this time around and impacts pretty much the entirety of the experience. As in the level designs now, there are these ice and water platforms that the player will either have to freeze or melt to get through the level. And this can also be built into the momentum and the fast-paced gameplay as well. It's not entirely a stop-and-go thing, it just happens with the flick of a button you can decide whether or not you want to melt or freeze a platform. And it's safe to say that while this only really adds a little bit of additional challenge to the platforming sections and playing through these levels at top speed, this gimmick never feels intrusive either. It's always fun, it's always contributing to the high-speed platform that Sonic is synonymous with. And then there's the overall level design as well, which does take a slightly different direction from the previous game. Once again, the stages are full of hidden nooks and crannies with different collectibles, but this time around they feel much more geared up to a sense of speed, as these stages are a lot easier to navigate, a lot less maze-like, and they no longer have two layers either. So basically, if you want to speed through these stages at supersonic speed and treat Sonic Boom Fire and Ice more like a typical 2D Sonic game, you have every option to do so. But it can be rewarding to take it at a slower pace and explore the different collectibles that you can get, which do lead to different rewards throughout the game. And yes, the focus that Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal had on finding different collectibles in order to progress throughout the game is nowhere to be found here. You can just take this one level by level if you want. There's no mandatory reason to get the collectibles this time if you do just want to go straight for the story. Because of this, it's also not mandatory for you to constantly switch to different characters to access different routes. Yes, it's rewarding to play as different characters because you do get to explore whole new areas of these levels with them, but you can generally, with a few exceptions, just stick to one character if you want, which is great for if you have a favorite. In terms of the level themes as well, there's once again that nice sort of island adventure feel that we got in Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. Also, if you don't want to bother navigating the map and little mini hubs, you can always just go straight to a level select menu. Again, if you just want to play this as like a classic Sonic game, you can. The level themes vary from frozen tundra through to Disneyland. Also new to this game is that there's boss fights throughout the game's entire story. These require you to play as 2 different characters per boss fight, and they also encourage use of your fire and ice abilities, and are a bit puzzle-like in places, which I really appreciate. As I say, the gimmick of fire and ice is really well worked into this game, and the way these boss fights are animated as well can be really cool as they like shove their way through the 2 screens of the Nintendo 3DS. There can be a little bit of waiting around here, and it can be pretty turns-based, but on a whole, they're pretty creative. But there's so much more that Sonic Boom Fire and Ice has to offer than even just that. As you progress throughout the game, there will be times when Eggman swoops in and airlifts you into a race with one of his many different mechs. And the races are once again perfectly fair, perfectly balanced, but there were a few occasions where I thought I was actually going to lose this time around, and once again, your fire and ice abilities factor into the platforming as well. These races are a lot of fun. There's also a completely devoted racing mode as well, where you can customize the mechs that you're up against. At no place is this mandatory, but it's a lot of fun and well worth checking out. Also returning are the 3D tunnel stages, however, given that there's no collection mandates, these are now completely optional. They are, however, improved from before as the environments are now different and match the island that you are on, and once again, the fire and ice abilities factor in here as well. Also returning are the submarine collectathons. But once again, they're completely optional, so they're more just a side thing you can do if you want. There are also airboat shooting stages where you play as Tails and navigate throughout different obstacles and mines, and they're quite fun. Again though, if you don't want to do this, and you just want to stick to the more typically Sonic gameplay, it's completely optional. Also new to this game on top of all that are these little challenge gates within levels that you can find and do little platforming challenges within for rewards akin to Rayman Legends. So there is so much to explore and so much reward for exploring in this game. that if you do just play it as a normal Sonic game, you're only really getting a small fraction of the experience. It's substantial enough. You're getting your money's worth if you just want to treat this as a normal Sonic game, but there is so much more for you to explore in this one. And that's what's so amazing about Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, is it doesn't force you to play it any one particular way. You can play it however you want to play it. The versatility of this title means that this game is yours to play as you choose. If you want just a normal Sonic game, that's completely here and ready for you to play, and it does it really well. But if you feel like exploring and trying new things, this is packed, absolutely packed with content. And it's also worth mentioning as well, I really liked the first game, Shattered Crystal. But this game takes away everything that didn't work about that game, everything in that game that restricted you, and expands upon all the great stuff that that game had to offer. In terms of presentation, graphically speaking, this is just as good as it was in Shattered Crystal. All of the character models are pretty much the same. But this time the cutscenes are handled a little differently. For starters, there's more of the CGI cutscenes this time around that feel like a Sonic Boom episode, but the in-game cutscenes are now proper cutscenes with animations as opposed to just being these little text box cutscenes that the previous game went for, all fully voiced as well. In terms of the soundtrack, I'm gonna straight up say there's good stuff here and it all feels very Sonic-y, but I can't really remember any of it. That's one downside, is the soundtrack is not that catchy this time. I'd definitely say Shattered Crystal was better on the soundtrack front. In terms of the story, it keeps things pretty simple as well. Dr. Eggman is mining for Ragnium, and this is causing fissures to open up around the world, having major effects on the weather and the climate. And it's up to Sonic and his friends to close the fissures, but Dr. Eggman's new little robot that he's rejected, Defect, is working against you. And Defect is who you'll be fighting in all of the boss fights, but make no mistake, Eggman is really the main villain of this one, even if he's not that involved in the storyline this time around. I will say this, he feels almost kind of a little underutilized in a way. Like, the first game kind of built him up and only teased at him, so you kind of expect that when he would return, he'd return in a big way, but this is definitely one of the lesser involved games for Eggman. So, overall, Sonic Boom Fire and Ice is a fantastic little game, isn't it? I had an absolute blast playing this, and I haven't even touched all of it. I've done the main story, but I've still got some worm tunnels to do. I've still got some boating sections. There's still lots of collectibles to get, but like, I'm looking forward to doing that because I haven't been forced. This is a great game. And you know what, that makes me really sad. Looking back on Sonic Boom, this infamous little spin-off from the main Sonic series, you had the cartoon, which was great. You had the comic, which I haven't read, but it looks pretty good from what I've seen. You have Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal, which is solid. There's improvements that could be made on it, but they were all made in Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, which is absolutely fantastic. There was Sonic Dash 2, Sonic Boom, which was a great little sequel to the first one. The only weak link here was Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, and that was a product of major studio interference and crunch time. But that's the thing. The Sonic Boom brand, I can only really find one weak link in there. On a whole, this was a franchise that had a lot to offer, and Sonic Boom Fire and Ice proves that. It's just a shame that all that potential had to end because of one game. Well, it's a bit of a downer note to end on, isn't it? I think Sega from a business standpoint has been kind of smart with the 30th anniversary, with a banquet of different celebrations for longtime fans such as the Sonic Symphony, but when it came to the gaming front they kept things small and wanted to approach new audiences instead, wanting to put out games that would appeal to fans of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. So rather than put out a brand new game-changing Sonic game this year, Sega instead opted to remaster previous existing Sonic games, starting with Sonic Colors Ultimate, moving into the Sonic Origins collection early next year, which will release around the same time as the second Sonic movie. And it makes sense why they would choose Sonic Colors as an introductory game for potential modern Sonic fans. It was well received, it keeps things simple, and from a story standpoint, I guess it is closer to the movie than, say, Sonic Adventure 2 or something like that. But of course, you don't want someone's first experience with Sonic to feel like an outdated Wii game from 2010. So Blind Squirrel Games were recruited to give the game something of a makeover to make it not stand out like a sore thumb on modern console generations. And just a reminder, these videos are made possible by my supporters on this platform, so if you do want to support me, be sure to hit that big, beautiful subscribe button. And be sure to check out the Patreon link in the description below. Now, if you've heard me talk about Sonic Colors previously, having just finished Sonic Colors Ultimate, I think it is safe to say that I've been a bit unfair on the original Sonic Colors as well, with my criticisms of its level design being a bit too blocky and too stop and go. Yeah, that is an aspect of this, and I will say there are definitely some levels that could have done with a little bit of tweaking. Out of the 45 main story acts in this game, I can only think of 2 or 3 that I overall didn't like. Would it be better if I liked every single level in the game? Yeah, but that's quite a big ask. And hey, even the best of Sonic games have a couple of stages that I don't generally like, so fair enough. Such is the nature with this guy. You win some, you lose some. So I think considering the main playstyle is just you're playing as Sonic with no additional gimmicks, I think Sonic Colors was a great choice to reach out to new potential fans. There's nothing here outright alienating, whereas like if you try to market a game like Sonic Unleashed, now let me be clear, Sonic Unleashed is one of my favorite video games of all time, it's harder to market that to new Sonic fans because of the Werehog, which could be alienating to new players that just want to go fast. Sonic Colors is a lot more consistent in that regard. There are of course the Wisps, but these serve as more just quick power-ups than any kind of alternate playstyle. And you're generally free to avoid them if you really want to for the most part. With that being said, when I previously played Sonic Colors, I generally avoided the Wisps because I just wanted to play as Sonic, but I had a much better time actually using them, and you can get really creative with how you use these Wisps and find brand new areas of the level. While I've criticized the level design for being a bit blocky in places, the level design in this game is some of the best that the franchise does have to offer. If you're looking for stages that you can just explore, Sonic might be built for going fast, but you will be rewarded for actually taking a look around these places. Which means that while Sonic Colors' main story may be quick and whip fast enough for new players to breeze through without much trouble, the real meat of the game comes in exploring these levels for rewards, mainly the red star rings, which unlock additional stages in the game land, and once you complete those, you get to unlock Super Sonic. So like many of the classic Sonic games, the game isn't truly over until you've unlocked Super Sonic. And I'm just gonna say this, every time I find one of those red rings, I get a shot of serotonin. It's wonderful. Would I be grateful for a longer story? Yeah, but this will still keep you occupied. You're getting enough for your money's worth at the £35 price tag for this one. As I think even when you're done revisiting stages to get those red rings, you'll be revisiting them again to beat your previous records. And this game's ranking system is a lot more harsh than other Sonic games that came out around this time, which will guarantee you going back to these stages to get that fabled S rank. So yeah, I think Sonic Colors was a fantastic choice for an entry-level 3D Sonic game, although most of the game is 2D. Like, it's a 3D, like, actually, Sega, what do you want Sonic to be, a 3D or a 2D franchise? I'm gonna just cast my vote for 3D. I prefer the 3D Sonic. Another detail that I absolutely adore about Sonic Colors is that pretty much everything in this game is interactive, from the menu screen to the ranking screens. You can even absolutely trash up the end credits. So if you really do not like the writing style of Ken Pontac and Warren Graff, you can smash their names out of existence. Nothing personal, fellas. So put it this way, if I was some kid that just saw the Sonic the Hedgehog movie and loved it, and I were to get this game, yeah, I'd be pretty thrilled with it. But that's mainly just the old version that we're talking about. Let's go into what this new version, the Ultimate, adds to Sonic Colors. The most obvious one being the visual makeover, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. Everything looks so much more layered than it did before. The lighting in these stages looks more magical and atmospheric than ever before as well, and everything just has this gentle glow to it. You really do feel like you're in another world. As well as that, most of the game's models have had a bit of a makeover as well. Sonic has never looked more clean. I played this on the Nintendo Switch Lite, and the game just looks fantastic. It's easily one of the most gorgeous games that I've got on that console. Because of the game's brilliant art style, this managed to look great on the Nintendo Wii 10 years ago, and still looks pretty good today by those standards, but this visual refresh has just added a whole new layer of beauty to this otherwise really pretty game, and the level aesthetics are some of the best that the franchise has to offer. The problem is, this game definitely has more than its fair share of visual bugs, which will detract from that experience. These can be as arbitrary as the Wisp power meter just being kind of out of line. Why is the streak here and the overall power bar here? And yes, it happens every time. Also, what's going on here? And then we've just got Sonic falling in the fetal position here. There are also plenty of visual bugs that you can provoke. And I feel like you'd have to go out of your way to prompt these. But the fact is, the fact that these glitches are even in there, it's kind of a liability for epilepsy. I've decided against actually showing footage of this in this video because I don't want to take my chances and accidentally give one of my viewers a seizure, so just kind of take my word for it. But if you navigate in and out of the different maps in the Interstellar Amusement Park and then choose a level, you will get basically Sonic seeing all kinds of colors because he's absolutely tripping balls on LSD. Whether or not you have to kind of look for this glitch, it still shouldn't be there. But then I also had an instance of very dark flickering in one of the Gameland stages, which I did nothing to provoke. And that could be a problem for epileptic players. Not to mention it just made the stage flat out unplayable and I had to restart it. This shouldn't be here. There's also a lot of issues with models popping in and out, which they don't do in the Wii version. I can kind of look past things that do happen in the Wii version, but when a remaster brings about new problems, it's harder to look past. As it is, I do think a remaster should go out of its way to iron out the problems with the original, but okay, I'm not going to hold that against it. My guess is that this was a very low-budget remaster. The point where the game really takes a hit, though, is in the audio. There's new fantastic remixes of pretty much every track in the game, which, yeah, that's a great thing to have, and I really like the new remixes. I don't really think that they go with the old remixes, and they have tried to mix them up a bit, but, still, I think they're nice, and, it's nice to have every stage have its own unique track now, even though you can really tell which ones are the remixes and which ones are the original, because they're in a completely different style. And then the Planet Wisp remixes are locked behind a DLC or the Digital Deluxe? What's that all about? But yeah, the music's great. It was always great, but now the music's even better. But then there's the audio mixing, which is a whole other matter entirely. You are constantly fighting the volume button while playing this one. The music might be quiet, but then the homing attack is way too loud, and it's God forbid you play this game with earbuds in like I did. And then there's just sound cutting in and out, yeah, no, it's not really acceptable. Then there are instances where the audio just doesn't play. I can look past most of the visual issues well enough, but the audio is consistently awful throughout the entire game, and yeah, you do notice it. Also, once again, I mentioned that the game has had a beautiful makeover, which is nowhere to be found in the cutscenes, which are just clearly AI upscaled versions of what was found in the Wii, with no kind of grading or anything done to make them look a bit more like the new lighting engine. And if you do want to rewatch these cutscenes, you're just gonna have to watch them in this tiny little box here for some reason. But the chances are that unless you're a small child, you probably won't want to rewatch these cutscenes. I mean, unless you do just like this kind of thing, which is fair enough, I'm not judging. Yeah, don't expect improvements on the writing in Sonic Colors Ultimate. It is just as alienating to anyone over the age of 3 as it was before. I'm not against humor in a Sonic game, but I swear these writers have their general writing structure of character tells a joke, another character then explains that joke, and then another character will double down on it, and then another character will then just kind of acknowledge that and then carry it on. There's charm in some of these ideas, but oh my god, will you just stop? Just look at this shit.
Leaving so soon! There are no lines, and I've saved the best rides for last! At least let me stab your hand so you can come back in!
I know you're trying to be clever with this whole amusement park pun thing, but it's just coming off lame. Just say you're going to destroy us and stop embarrassing yourself.
Curse you, Sonic! Not only do you foil my plans, but you foil my speeches as well! I work hard on them. No matter. I will destroy you, and I will be victorious. Is that better?
Like a million times better. Thank you.
Dr. Eggman should have just deflected that little snarky comeback and moved straight on. It was funny by itself, but then Eggman just doubles down on it and just, oh my fucking god, comedy.
Leaving so soon? At least let me stamp your hand so you can come back in.
Just say you're going to destroy us and stop embarrassing yourself.
Curse you, Sonic! This robot is special!
Obviously, Sonic is going to be aimed at kids, and I don't mind that one bit, but this is just alienating to anyone that isn't a kid. Yeah, okay, sorry. Rant about the writing over. Fortunately, no one plays Sonic for the writing, right? Or do they? But yeah, the cutscene's definitely one of the lower points of this game. However, there are some other great things that Blind Squirrel games have added to the mix. For one, there is an enhanced homing attack, where when you time it just right, you're rewarded with a little more boost energy and a fun new animation. This is a game changer. A homing attack has always been kind of an arbitrary thing, but I found myself genuinely excited to use it and get it right. This added a whole new layer of skill and reward to one of the most arbitrary moves in Sonic's moveset. As I've said before, Sonic Colors is a game that rewards replay and exploration, and now more than ever, as hidden around the stages are park tokens that allow you to purchase cosmetics for Sonic. I really hope different cosmetics for Sonic is something that sticks around in the future of the franchise, because I really like playing with the way he looks. Character customization was one of the best things about Sonic Forces, and it's one of the better things about this remaster as well. It's very simple, and I'd like to see more options, but what's here is a lot of fun to play with, especially playing with the boost energy and the auras. Now, if you do find yourself dying in a stage and you don't want to lose your collectibles because you didn't hit a recent checkpoint, Tails has you covered, as this game swaps out the live system for Tails saves, where if you fall into one of this game's many bottomless pits, unfortunately, Tails will rescue you and put you back on a nearby platform before where you fell off. Though I won't lie, it is a little inconsistent, and if Tails rescues you at a quick step section, yeah, that's not a quick step section anymore. You're just gonna have to go it with the manual controls. That's something for you to patch out, Blind Squirrel. Another new inclusion is the Jade Ghost Wisp. This is obviously a new mechanic brought onto a pretty much complete game, and yeah, it certainly does feel that way. There are some slightly new areas in the levels that can be accessed by this wisp, but they never do anything creative with it other than phasing through a couple of walls. It's better than nothing, I guess. Another inclusion is the Metal Sonic Rival Rush, where players get to race Metal Sonic in one act of each zone. I definitely feel there's more that could have been done with this, but I do appreciate the fact that it's actually legitimately kind of challenging. And this was a really good addition to the game. I think Blind Squirrel Games' actual additions to this game are solid and justify another playthrough, as Sonic Colors Ultimate culminates in a game that is appropriate for new players, but might be worth checking out for those who did play the original just to experience some of the new features. I do feel though that Sega needed to give this remaster a better budget, as there's a lot of missed opportunities here. The game land in this game has multiplayer, but only local multiplayer. Think of how awesome an online mode for this would have been. I would have played the shit out of it. I'm sorry, but spending park tokens on a different player emblem during the Rival Rush mode is just pathetic. And the prize that you unlock for completing all of the Rival Rush races is nothing to write home about. What would have been awesome would have been if they had included different player skins. Let us play as Tails. Metal Sonic literally has an animation blueprint in this game, so wouldn't it be awesome if we could play as him once we're done with the Rival Rush? I'd definitely take that over the Dark Aura that you unlock. What about a playable Shadow or something? They're clearly trying to ride the tide of Movie Sonic when it comes to releasing this game. They're trying to aim this at Movie Sonic fans, so why not actually have Movie Sonic be playable? I feel like these would be the things that would really define Sonic Colors Ultimate as the ultimate way of playing Sonic Colors. But I think above all else, they really just needed to address those bugs and glitches before doing things like a tail save and before adding new gimmicks. Here's what I think is an appropriate analogy for Sonic Colors Ultimate. It's like when a great ride at your favorite amusement park gets renovated, and it's even better and more thrilling than before, but the fucking thing keeps breaking down. Sonic Colors Ultimate is a really nicely renovated ride, when it's not breaking down. The technical errors really stack up on this one, unfortunately, which definitely makes it a lot more difficult to recommend. I'll say this though, in spite of those technical errors, this little package allowed me to fall in love with Sonic Colors. In spite of those errors and bugs, it's still a fantastic game. And visually it looks better than ever. It's just that right now, if a friend were to ask me whether or not they should purchase the game, I would probably say wait for a patch, see how it goes, because right now, I wouldn't say it's in a presentable condition. And it's a damn shame to see that Sega are still willing to release unfinished games. Sega are too chicken shit to acknowledge games like Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric and Sonic 06, yet they completely forgot what one of the worst aspects of those games were when they released something as technically buggy as this. Which does give me some cold feet about Sonic's future. Would I say that Sonic Colors Ultimate is a successful remaster? Not entirely. If the game were just polished and they just got out all of the technical bugs, and the only technical bugs in this game were the ones that were in the Wii version, then absolutely, across the board, yes, I think the game looks better, I love the new additions, yeah. But I'll be real with you, this many bugs is kind of a deal breaker. We'll have to see how this one fares up after some patches. But it must be said, we really shouldn't be relying on patches to finish a game. Sure, a patch can make some fixes, but they shouldn't be this integral. What the hell is going on with the gaming industry these days? So what do you guys think? If you enjoyed this video and you want to support more like it, be sure to hit that big, beautiful subscribe button. And of course, in the description below are links to different social media feeds, including the Patreon. If you're feeling extra generous, like the following people, who are Marcus Ward, Sirius the Skeptic, Biotinarts, Mr. SP, David 20 Covers, Sergio,
John Comey, Shodin,
George is Lost, Legendary Ray Ray, Cheesemaster769, Adam Myers, and Fayalan Schwarzenkraut. Thank you guys, you are the best of the best, but as for the rest of you, thank you so much for watching, guys, and have a great day.
Look,